Section 1 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. The Bloodstained Parasol, A Study in Madness, by James Ravenscroft. Within the room were sounds that were unpleasant to hear. They were dreadful, maniacal shouts of command, shrill cries of terror, the more awful because constantly broken by hoarseness, and moanings of infinite tenderness and sadness. "He is in one of his spells," the attendant said. "Perhaps it would be just as well not to see him now. It is not a picture that you would want to carry with you." The attendant's voice was one of gentle solicitude and pathos. Doubtless, long service in the place had made it so. It was a private sanitarium in the national capital for the hopelessly insane, to which my profession as specialist and alienist gained me admittance. The sounds hypnotized me. I could not turn away. The small iron grating in the upper part of the door drew me like a magnet, and I went and looked into the room. A pale-faced, emaciated, wild-looking man standing in the middle of a bare mattress on a heavy iron bedstead was yelling and gesticulating madly at some imaginary object at the bottom of the door. "Get away, curse you, get away!" he cried frantically. "Begone, you brute, out of my sight! Would to God I had burned you as fine as ashes! Oh, oh!" The groans which ended the fury cannot be described. They were those of a soul in agony. His whole appearance was that of one convulsed with a terror as of death. At first he did not see me as I peered through the grating. His eyes, bright with the glitter of madness, were fixed in a fearful stare at the bottom of the door. "It is over for a while," said the attendant. The words roused the man, and he raised his eyes to the grating. A wan smile of relief broke the expression of horror on his face, and he at once stepped off the bed and came to the door. A beady sweat, not the kind caused by heat, though the day was sultry, was on his brow and upper lip, and his body, relaxing from the tension of the spell, was shaking with a nervous palsy. He was clad in pajamas of some coarse white material, and his feet were bare. "Pardon me," he spoke in low tones and with an accent of breeding, "but that infernal dog distracted my attention, and I didn't see you. I am glad you came. I remember you quite well, indeed. You were doing intern work, were you not?" I yielded to his humor, grateful that I could help to ease his tortured spirit, and nodded affirmatively. The glitter in his eyes seemed to be intensified, and putting his face almost against the grating, as though he meant his speech to be confidential, he said, "Perhaps you saw her?" His voice was almost a whisper. "She came in when I was dissecting. I was always dissecting then, always dissecting. Understand? I cut things up, alive and dead, dead and alive. That was the beginning of the hell." He said it so sanely, so remorsefully, that I, startled, looked closely at him. Reason appeared to be reinstated on her throne. Then he broke out again. "I cut them to pieces, but I didn't burn the pieces, and they escaped, out of the windows, through the keyhole. They even hid in the pockets of my clothes until I was on the street, and then they would leap out and dart away." He moistened his thin, dry lips with his tongue and took hold of the bars of the grating, and went on. "No, I didn't burn the pieces, and they escaped. That dog follows me in pieces. At night its feet scratch at the bottom of the door, and its eyes look in between the bars of this window. Its red, dripping tongue lies on the bed beside me, and its hot, horrible breath smothers me. Its footsteps trot up and down the floor, and its hellish moans and whines drive me crazy. Listen, it was alive. That's why she struck me. A soft white thing it was, and I threw up my hand and caught it. She dropped it, and I took it and kept it. That's it, standing in the corner over there." Involuntarily I shuddered and looked towards the corner designated by his gesture. There was nothing in any of the corners. "And after the dog is gone, she comes. She comes, slipping. I can't hear her. I can't see her. She comes to get her parasol, but when she sees the bloodstains on it, she turns to a ghost. I try to wash the stains out, but I can't. Every time I put water on them, they spread." He leaned closer to the bars, and with one eye cautiously on the attendant, he whispered, "I'm working on a solution that will entirely remove the bloodstains, so she will take the parasol. For when she does, the dog will leave, and then I can get a long, quiet rest." He paused and looked furtively around the room, and then began his awful babblings again. He called piteously after me as the attendant took my arm and drew me away. I remembered little else that I saw in the sanitarium. "Tell me about him," I implored, as soon as we were out of hearing of his cries. "Who is he? How did he come to be here?" The attendant hesitated. "Not everyone should hear that story," he remarked thoughtfully, as if half talking to himself. "But, of course, with you, a specialist, it is different." He took me to a chair on a porch. From there I could see into a section of the grounds of the inmates, where benighted beings were engaged in assuming their various and fantastic roles of madness. "His name I shall not tell you," he began, "for that is a secret, and very properly so. I shall only relate briefly what happened to him, as it came to me from his mother. His people are prominent and wealthy. It wrecked his mother's life, but the only thing that could be done was to give him up to this place. When they come here to see him, they wait until he is comparatively free from symptoms of an attack, and then they go look in at the grating, as you did. Strange to tell, he recognizes only one of them, a sister, but he believes her to be a sister who died some 2 or 3 years before he became insane. Every possible care is given him, and every famous specialist in the country has examined him. They say it is useless to hope, that he will be raving mad to the end of his days. When the fury seizes him, he will hurl at his imaginary tormentors anything he can lift. That is why his room has nothing in it but a bed, and that is fastened to the floor with heavy cleats. The mattress, made of material that resists his nails, is securely attached to steel slats riveted to the bed frame, and there is no covering. Blankets, spreads, pillows, and sheets were given him at first, and he rent them to tatters fighting the dog. In the winter his room is kept so warm that covering is not needed. His was accounted one of the brightest minds at the medical college in which he was a professor. It was predicted that he would do great things in surgery. He was making a special research in the field of vivisection. As he himself says, every time he can get someone to listen, that was the beginning of the hell. He was engaged to marry one of the loveliest young women of his city. From what I was told, she was as lovely in spirit as she was in person. The woman, it was said, was the real force that moved his work at such amazing strides. He was eager to give her of the very best of his energies and talents. As a quiet and close observer of life, I am sometimes almost persuaded to believe in fate. The story is that a whim possessed his fiancée to go through the medical college, just, I presume, as a whim possessed you to go through this place. She said nothing to him of her intention, for she wanted to surprise him. 2 girlfriends accompanied her, and together they explored. An attendant, who must have been exceedingly careless, was directing them, and at a certain place in their adventure fate willed that he should be called elsewhere for a few minutes. In those few minutes a man was doomed to madness, a woman's heart was broken, and several lives were made desolate. The place where the attendant left them was in a corridor by the laboratory, where dissecting and other experimental work was done. The doctor's fiancée opened a door of the room and peeped in. At the opposite side a man with his back to her was working over some object. She at once recognized the familiar figure, and, as fate would have it, she was seized with the caprice to steal up behind him. Telling her companions who he was, and bidding them wait in the corridor for the attendant, she went in, softly closed the door, and noiselessly tiptoed along the aisle between benches. If there had been more light, but why say if, other than if fate had not taken her there that day? Her lightly slippered feet made no sound, and she stood behind him unnoticed. He might have heard, but he was deeply engrossed in his work. She tilted slightly on one foot to look past him at the object which so held his attention. She gazed a moment, and then, as though forgetting his presence, she sprang to his side. A dog was stretched on the dissecting board. How she discovered the fact is a mystery, unless she saw with the inner and more penetrating vision. But she did see evidences of life in an animal that had been carefully prepared by all the modern methods as a subject for the dissector. The doctor dropped his instrument and stood staring at her, speechless. Had she dropped from above, he could not have been more amazed and startled. "It is alive!" the girl gasped. "Yes," he admitted. "You had better not look at it. Please come away. How did you get here?" The girl never moved, nor took her eyes from him. "It is in the interest of the science of saving and preserving human life," he began to explain. No doubt a cold fear was creeping into his heart at the sight of her. "It is done in nearly all colleges and hospitals, you know. The animal is under a powerful anesthetic and does not feel pain." A moment more she stood, so the tale goes, as though transfixed, and then— "You fiend! You coward!" she screamed, as she struck him in the face with her parasol. She swung it with all her strength for a second blow, and he threw up his hands to ward it off. There were red smears where he touched it, and when she saw them, she flung the parasol from her and swooned. Her companions, from where they were waiting in the corridor, heard the scream and the commotion, and rushed in just as the doctor was picking her up, and ran after him as he carried her to another room. He told them that she had fainted at the sight of the dissecting table. It was a fatal day for the doctor. In his excitement, he had forgotten to wipe his hands before he lifted the girl, and there were red finger marks on her white dress. Almost as soon as she revived, she saw them, and swooned again. And when she again revived, she began trying to tear off the dress, like she had lost her reason. One of her companions telephoned to her home, and fresh clothes were brought. It was perhaps all of an hour later when, sick and too weak to walk, she was carried from the room to which the doctor had taken her. That was the end. The doctor pleaded with the girl's father and mother, but in vain. She never again permitted him to see her. She said she would as soon marry a murderer. Night after night he paced the sidewalk in front of her home, and went away only when the lateness of the hour and the vacancy of the street made him conspicuous. He gave up his college work, neglected his personal appearance, and at last became like a haunted man. Many dark tales of what had happened were whispered among friends and acquaintances of the two families. The girl became a nervous wreck, and finally her people broke up their home and moved to a distant city. Then something in the doctor's brain cracked, and, well, you have seen for yourself. He arose, a gentle reminder that he could not then spare me more of his time. As we shook hands in parting, he said, "Vivisection may possibly be of service to medical and surgical science, but it has nothing to do with love." End of Section 1. Read by Ted Perkins, Côte St. Luc, Canada, May 2024.
Section 2 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. Case number 27, A Few Minutes in a Madhouse, by Mollie Frank Ellis. Dr. Maynard paused midway of the long hospital corridor and waved an inclusive hand toward its twin rows of iron-barred cells. "This, Wayne," he said, "is the psychopathic ward. We have some unusual cases here. Take, for instance, Number 27. I'm sure you will be interested in number 27. Step this way. I obeyed with reluctance. I was concerned with Maynard, not his psychopathic cases. We had not seen each other since our college days, 20 years before, and I had hoped for a return of our old intimacy during these few hours together, which chance had thrown in my way. I had knocked about the world, acquiring the kaleidoscopic knowledge of life according to the globetrotter. Maynard had stayed at home, tinkering with the mental workings of the human machinery until his name stood for the accomplishment of amazing things in the realm of psychopathy. Each had run true to form. Maynard's passion was to make the wheels go round, mine to wonder why they went. This is number 27, Maynard continued, as he stopped before a cell door. I'll let her tell her own story. Good morning, Mrs. Howard. How are you this morning? At his words, a woman slowly rose from a bench against the far wall of the cell. Then, abruptly, she made a sudden rush that ended in a frantic shaking of the iron bars of the cell door where we stood. Dr. Maynard, you're going to let me out, ain't you? You're going to let me go home and rub Jim's head so he can sleep? Jim can't sleep unless I rub his head for him. You know he can't, Doctor. I've told you so, often. Yes, you've told me often, Mrs. Howard. Maynard gave me a significant glance. But tell me again, please. Maybe I will understand better this time and let you go. The woman strained her gaunt body against the cell door. She seemed in a torture of anxiety, obsessed by a vital current of emotion in sharp contrast to the pitiful meagerness of her personality. She wore a cheap cotton dress. Her hair was plain about her sharp face, and there was written under her countenance that look of repression, of negation of all right to exist as an individual, which marks the poorer type of rural woman. It seemed for a moment as if she would break into a torrent of words. Then abruptly she fell back, silent, and the heartbreak in her eyes were succeeded by a slow-growing horror. Yet her tragedy, whatever it might be, brought with it a certain dignity which she had hitherto lacked. Her attenuated homeliness forbade distinction, yet when she made pitiful apology to Maynard, a certain nobility of soul shone from her eyes. I'd forgotten for a minute, Dr. Maynard, that I'd killed Jim. I'd forgot that I hated him. I was thinking he was alive and that I loved him like I used to before the children were killed. I'm a wicked woman, the wickedest woman that ever lived. But I wouldn't be in this penitentiary if Jim could have slept without having to have his head rubbed. Maynard touched my foot at the word penitentiary. That's all right, Mrs. Howard. His voice seemed unnecessarily loud and cheerful against the thin anguish of her tones. Tell me about the children. How were they killed? They were run over, Doctor. No words can describe the deadness of her voice, as of a fierce pain burnt out for lack of fuel for further endurance. It was the poultry truck that goes by the farm every morning. Millie was too little to know not to get in the road, and Jackie run out to grab her, and he fell, Jackie did. 'Twasn't nobody's fault, Doctor. The man that drives the truck, he always waved at the children as he passed, and he most went crazy when it happened. And Millie was too little to know better, and Jackie done the best he could, only 6 years old. But afterwards me and Jim couldn't sleep. At first we did, a night or two, 'cause we was all wore out with the funeral and such. But after the kinsfolk was gone, we couldn't. We could see their faces, Millie's and Jackie's. Then, after a while, Jim got so's he didn't see 'em so bad, and he said he could have slept only for me. He said I ought to be a-getting over it some, and I reckon I should have been. I tried to, but it didn't do no good. Mebbe 'twas because they was just the two of 'em and both going at once. Jim got right fretful at me. He said a man couldn't work on a farm and not sleep. He was right, too. Jim always was sensible. One night after I had worrited him considerable a-cryin', I found out that I could put him to sleep by rubbing his forehead, slow and firm. And so I done it right along every night after that, and he slept fine. I was glad, 'cause Jim was a hard worker and a good provider, and a man can't work on a farm and not sleep. But somehow, after Jim had got to sleep of nights, things seemed a heap lonesomer. Maybe if we'd lived nearer to the neighbors 'twould a helped some. 'Twas so awful still, nights, out where we lived, and the moon come in at the winder so white and all. Times, just before dawn, I'd get to wonderin' if it would a happened if I'd a been out in the front yard, a-watchin' out for the children, instead of washin' back in the kitchen. And I'd get to shakin' all over and couldn't stop. Once I waked Jim up and begged him to talk to me, but he said it wouldn't help none for two of us to be losin' our sleep, so I never done it any more. Jim always was sensible. At last I got so the work round the house dragged on me until I was afraid I couldn't get things done. I told Jim about it and he was sorry, but he said a woman's work didn't matter so much. It could be let go, but a man had to make the livin'. Even with the work and all, I never wanted night to come. I'd get all scared when it come on dusk. Jim didn't like it. He said it wasn't no way to welcome a man home after a hard day's work. And it wasn't. I done my best, but somehow I couldn't laugh much or be lovin', so Jim took to drivin' to town after supper was over. He had never done that before the children was killed. Sometimes he'd stay real late. Me not being used to being left alone made it worse, too. Sometimes I'd get so tired waiting up for him I'd feel like I could go to sleep right then. But of course I couldn't account of having to rub his head. You see, he got to dependin' on it, and, as he said, a man had to have his sleep or he couldn't work. All this time, Doctor, I was lovin' Jim and trying to get along the best I could. I knowed I'd been lucky to get Jim. He was a good man. He never took tantrums like Pa. We'd never dared cross Pa at home 'cause he was excitable like. And finally he went crazy. They would have took him to the asylum, I reckon, only he died. Maybe I'd a got so's I could a slept after a while, only 'bout this time it come on to October, when the fall winds begin to blow, and the house would creak of nights, kind of little breaking noises like babies whisperin'. And the shadows of the leaves on our big tree outside the winder kept twistin' about on the walls like little hands a-pushin' against the coffin lids, a-trying to get out and go back and find our mammy's breasts. She stopped abruptly and stood in tense stillness, as if she were back in that hushed house of sorrow, with its sharp noises and its tiny, mother-seeking shadow hands upon the walls, listening to the silence, the unendurable silence of the waning hours. Dr. Maynard made a restless movement. With a start, the woman came back to realities and turned to us once more. I didn't get to hatin' Jim, Doctor, until after I took to usin' them pills they gave Ma when she was on her deathbed. She died, leaving a bottle of 'em on the kitchen shelf. Morphine, they call 'em. One night, when I just couldn't stand it no longer, I thought of 'em and I got one, and it helped a lot. She paused, apparently musing upon how much it had helped. Then she went on. 'Twas along about then that I got to hatin' Jim, looking at him sleepin' so hard, his face all red and his mouth open. 'Twasn't that so much, though, Doctor, 'cause I always thought Jim was nice-lookin', even though he was coarse-complected. But he had got to havin' restless spells, wakin' up along the cock-crowin' time, 'bout when I'd got my pill and had kind of quit shakin' over the shadows and things. Then I'd have to rouse up to him again and rub him to sleep once more. I got to wonderin' if he'd die right off, without it hurting him none, if I'd pressed down hard on them soft spots in his temples. Seems like having to do it any more would be more'n I can bear." She stopped again as if reliving her torture, perhaps slipping once more like a white wraith from bedroom to kitchen shelf and back again, to stand looking down upon her husband's sprawled figure, battling against the upsurge of desire to crush out the life beneath her hands and be forever free from her hideous task. "I didn't kill Jim, though, doctor, until them pills give out. I reckon maybe I wouldn't never have done it if they hadn't give out. But after that, sometimes after that, I killed Jim. I pressed down. Maynard waited until he was sure she had finished. Then he spoke in a commanding tone. "Mrs. Howard!" Startled, she stared at us as if seeing us for the first time. She grasped the cell door and shook it in a frenzy of anxiety. "Dr. Maynard, you're going to let me out, ain't you? You're going to let me go home and rub Jim's head so he can sleep? Jim can't sleep unless I rub his head. I've told you so often, doctor." Maynard drew me away, but that pleading voice followed us down the length of the corridor, thin, anguished. I hurried. When we had closed the door of the psychopathic ward behind us, Maynard said, "Now that's the interesting part of it, that last," to a psychologist. "Did you note that she still loves him whenever she comes out from under her obsession about killing him?" "Didn't she kill him?" I asked. "Not at all. You see, when she could get no more of the drug, her grief and her loss of sleep turned her brain, as you laymen would say. Remember what she said about Pa?" I battled with my bewilderment at this unexpected turn of the affair. But I don't understand," I stammered. "Probably not. I shall try to explain it as simply as possible and without using scientific terms. You see, she had wanted to kill him for so long, had gone over the manner of it so often in her silent vigils, that when at last her conscious mind became unbalanced, the resisted desire took its revenge by becoming a subconscious obsession, which announced itself an accomplished fact. It is an interesting sidelight on psychopathy, don't you think?" I did not. I changed the subject. "What became of the man, her husband? How did he take it?" "Well, very well indeed. Level-headed fellow. Of course he was upset at first over her condition, but when we made it clear to him that she was incurable, he calmed down. He went home and slept on it for a night or two. How do you suppose?" I broke in. I really could not resist asking it. "How do you suppose he got to sleep without—" "And then he applied for a divorce," continued Maynard, ignoring my childish rudeness. "He wants to marry again, but of course our laws—" "Marry?" Maynard frowned. "One can see his point of view." "Yes, to be sure, and our laws—" "Quite unsympathetic." Maynard dismissed the matter with a magnanimous gesture. Also, his kindling eye bespoke a concentration of interest which ignored the trivial. He peered at me eagerly. "What would you think, Wayne? I am studying the case, and I ask for information. Would you be led to believe that her reason for wanting to kill him was a subconscious sensing of that trait in him? That eagerness to be rid of whatever irked him, regardless of his responsibilities? Or, on the other hand, would you think it a flare of sex antagonism, resentment that he, unlike herself, could resume a normal existence so soon after an emotional cataclysm?" I fumbled my hat and turned towards the door. I wanted to get away. "My time is up, Maynard," I said hastily. "Sorry, but I must go. Glad to have had this visit with you. Awfully proud to have been the classmate of a celebrity, you know, and all that. but I really cannot follow your scientific subtleties. If you mean, do I think his cruelty drove her mad? Maynard threw up his hands. Oh, you layman, he laughed. But come in again, Wayne, any time you're passing through town. Glad to see you always. We have some very interesting cases here. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Williamson. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. The House, the Light, and the Man by Gordon Philip England. The house sits some distance from the highway. All else around is pleasing to view, but this dark, grim building is a blot on the landscape. Encircled by a tall, ragged hedge, which conceals the lower part of the building from the eyes of passers-by, it seems almost like a portion of another world, and has little in common with neighboring dwellings. People going by glance up at the gloomy edifice with feelings akin to terror, then hurry on. After turning a curve in the road beyond, they breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as a prisoner freed from captivity might feel. That is during daytime. At night, few pedestrians are daring enough to pass that dwelling. Even motorists, when realizing they have reached its vicinity, nervously increase their speed and, sweeping in a swirl of dust, leave the gloomy Pyle far behind. Yet few can pass without first turning their eyes toward a narrow window near the top of the building, for from that window gleams the light, and they know that in the room behind the casement is the man who fears the dark. They know the light is always there during hours of darkness, and will doubtless always be there while the man lives. Once, it happened some weeks after the man had come, the light went out, and even yet, though that was 15 years ago, dwellers in nearby houses shudder when they remember the sounds that were heard on that occasion, the unearthly shrieks, the piercing cries of utter anguish, the screams of direst terror. All these ring in their ears as they recall that evening, and nightly, before retiring, they pray that the light may not go out. Their prayer had been mercifully answered, for when the first shadows of twilight begin to fall, the light also appears, to burn with steady, undiminished power until darkness is past. It has not gone out again, and probably never will until the man dies. Then, and not until then, it will be extinguished. Gibson Jenkins pressed the elevator bell impatiently. He glanced down the shaft expectantly, but the elevator did not appear. He waited several minutes. Still, it did not come. Jenkins was much annoyed. He had now been waiting nearly 10 minutes. 10 minutes seems a long time to a man who is in a hurry. It was the first time Gibson Jenkins had ever been in this department store. He had gone to see the manager that afternoon to transact an item of business. While they had been discussing terms, the telephone had rung, and after taking the message, the manager had gone out, telling Jenkins he would be back within 5 minutes. 5 minutes had lengthened into a half-hour, but the manager had not returned. Had Jenkins but known it, there had been excellent reason for his non-appearance. While attempting to cross the street ahead of traffic, he had been knocked down by a motor car and was now in an ambulance en route to a repair shop. Jenkins, of course, was unaware of this. However, he had decided not to wait longer and was now standing, peering down the elevator shaft, muttering anathemas against managers and elevator boys alike. After ringing several more times, he suddenly remembered that the closing whistle had blown several minutes before, and realized the elevator boy had left the building. He also remembered having seen a flight of stairs at the other end of the corridor, so he went back to look for them. It was growing dark inside the building. Jenkins noticed this and glanced at his watch nervously. It was exactly 15 minutes past 6. Jenkins disliked darkness and had no desire to remain in the store longer. Hurrying to the stairway, he commenced the descent hastily. Haste is not always expedient. Jenkins was too hasty. Consequently, his foot slipped. He lost his balance and plunged downward. His head struck the bottom step rather forcibly, and the step being composed of cement, he immediately lost interest in his surroundings. Gibson Jenkins opened his eyes wonderingly. He was much dazed, and some minutes elapsed before he could recall what had occurred. It had been twilight when he had fallen, but it was now very dark. He could not remember ever having been in so dark a place before. Slowly he sat up and looked around, but it was too dark to see anything. The only thing he could discover was that he was at the bottom of the flight. Drawing his luminous face watch from his pocket, he tried to ascertain the time of night. It was exactly 15 minutes past 6. This perplexed him. It had been 15 minutes past 6 when he had fallen, hadn't it? How then could it be the same time now? He puzzled over the matter for quite a while, without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. Then a thought leaked through his slowly clearing brain, and holding his watch to his ear, he listened. Yes, it had stopped. Jenkins pressed tremulous hands against his throbbing temple. "How long have I been lying here?" he wondered aloud. As if to answer his question, a big clock somewhere in the building began to chime the hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Jenkins struggled to his feet. 11 o'clock. He had been unconscious nearly 5 hours. He began to grope his way to the stairs. He was very weak, but a plan had formulated within his mind. He would go back to the manager's office and telephone for help. But on reaching the top of the steps, He stood, bewildered. He had forgotten which direction the office lay. After a moment, though, he struck blindly through the intense darkness, toward where he thought the room ought to be. Having walked several feet, he bumped against a wall. Turning, he walked in the opposite direction, hands before him, seeking for the office door. But it was his head that struck it finally, not his hands, struck with such a force that the door swung open, and stumbling through the aperture, Jenkins fell upon his hands and knees on the floor within. Rising painfully, he groped for the telephone. But though he knocked against other objects in the room, the telephone itself eluded him. Jenkins was now becoming frightened. He was naturally a timid man, and the events of the night had not increased his courage. He tried to locate the telephone, but still without success. Then he searched his pockets for a match, and to his surprise, for he was not in the habit of carrying them, he found a solitary lucifer. He lit it and looked eagerly about him, and then the match fell from his palsied fingers to the floor, flickered and went out. Gibson Jenkins had seen enough. In fact, he had seen too much. He was not in the office after all. He was in a room full of coffins. With a horrified exclamation, Jenkins dashed for the door. And for the second time that night, haste proved his undoing, for he ran directly against it, and it slammed shut. Frantically, Jenkins searched for the doorknob. Finally finding it, he tried to pull the door open. To his horror, it resisted his effort. He pulled harder, exerted every iota of his strength, but the door remained fast. It was equipped with a spring lock. In a corner of the coffin room crouched Gibson Jenkins. He was shivering from head to foot, like a man with the ague. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and trickled slowly down his cheeks. It was no longer utterly dark in that room. The moon had come up, and her pale rays, streaming through the window, partly illuminated the coffin chamber. Jenkins could make out indistinctly the dim shapes of the coffins around him, which were piled one after another to a height of several feet. Jenkins was not looking at these, however, so much as at a large coffin in the middle of the floor at the opposite side of the room. Upon this one his attention was riveted. He felt that in this coffin lay danger. He seemed to sense another presence in the room. He could not see it, yet he was, nevertheless, positive it was there. And he was also sure it was the big coffin which contained that dangerous presence. So he squatted, huddled in a shaking, shuddering heap, with frightened eyes fixed upon the casket. He remembered many things while crouching there, remembered how he had once laughed at a friend who had related a supernatural experience, and how that friend had warned him, telling him that spirits often punish those who dare disbelieve in them. He remembered, too, the other ghost stories he had been told and had read, and at the remembrance he shuddered more than before. And he watched the coffin with a feeling that the thing contained therein was watching him also, and was noting his every motion. At the thought, he shrank farther into his corner, seeking to escape its gaze, yet still it seemed following him. Now, to his horror, Jenkins began to feel a desire to go over to the coffin. He thrust back the desire, but still it gripped him. His body and will were struggling for mastery, and body triumphed. He began moving toward the coffin. He tried to hold back his body, but still it advanced. Nearer and nearer he glided to that dreadful presence. Again the big clock struck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It was midnight. The sound appeared to paralyze Gibson Jenkins. He no longer moved in the direction of the coffin. Instead, he squatted stock still in the middle of the chamber. Then, to his consternation, the lid of the coffin began to rise. Higher and higher it rose, until at last the wretched man beheld a form leaving the casket, and then shriek after shriek re-echoed through the building. In the morning, attracted by the strange sounds emanating from the coffin room, some employees opened the door. There, squatted up on the floor, rocking backward and forward, mouthing and gibbering inarticulately, was a white-haired, old-looking man whom none of them recognized. Later, however, they discovered the name Gibson Jenkins on calling cards in his pockets. A few days afterward, the manager, after leaving the hospital, positively identified him. When the employees found him, he was facing a big coffin lying in the center of the room. The lid of the coffin had been raised, and the casket was empty. A window at one end of the room was unlocked and open. It was only a 10-foot drop to the roof of an adjoining building. On the preceding afternoon, a thief had scooped several rings and watches from a tray in the jewelry department on the next floor. The floor walker had given chase, but had lost him in the crowd. The detective at the entrance, however, had claimed the man had not passed him. A thorough search of the building had revealed nothing, though, so it had been thought that the detective had been mistaken. Now the management believed the thief had not left the building after all, but had concealed himself in the coffin, intending to come out later and obtain other booty. He had remained in the casket several hours, wishing to assure himself that the coast was clear before continuing operations. Then Gibson Jenkins had entered the room, and by locking the door, spoiled the robbers' plans. But by making sundry weird noises, the burglar had worked upon Jenkins's superstitious nature until he had reduced him to a state of helpless fright. Then, leaving the casket, the thief had made good his escape. That was the theory of the management of the department store. His physician endeavored to make clear that theory to Gibson Jenkins, but Gibson Jenkins was totally unable to understand it. Indeed, as Gibson Jenkins, he no longer existed. He had now become simply a man who feared the dark. 100 yards back from the road stands the house. It is a strange-looking house, a house which people shun. From a window of that house shines the light. In the room whence the light shines is a man afraid of the dark. The window is barred with rusty iron bars, and the house is a madhouse. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. Carved in the Flesh by Tom Rawson Hilbourn. Slowly, as though devoured by a fiery dragon, the sun disappeared behind the distant hills, painting the sky until it was a shield that had caught the stain of blood from the dying orb. The whitewashed walls of a cell in the state asylum for the criminal insane were encrimsonated by reflected light. "Blood!" shrieked a crouching figure from the corner of the cell. "Blood on white flesh!" And trembling hands covered his gleaming, staring eyes. "You'd better take a look at number 47, Bill," advised the corridor keeper to a guard. The guard nodded, walked slowly down the passageway between the grated cells, his slippered feet soundless upon the concrete floors. The red glint of the setting sun invaded even the gloom of the dismal corridor. "He's always worse when he sees anything red," grumbled Bill. "He'll rave the rest of the night, I suppose." From within the cell occupied by number 47 came low moans, then a jumble of words uttered in a pleading, halting voice, a short silence, and the pitch of the voice rose to a shriek. "Blood! Blood on white flesh! The blood of my name!" screamed the man who crouched in the farthest corner of the cell. Bill Waterman, though he had been guard in the asylum for many years, shivered slightly. He peered into the cell, quite unseen by the cringing man within. Although Waterman had heard the ravings of the cell's inmate time after time, always would he pause, as if fascinated. Well did he know the story of the imprisoned man, but the tale's horror enchained him, held him, there to listen to its repeating. He leaned against the wall out of sight of the man in the cell. "I loved her! Oh God, how I loved her!" The voice of number 47 had sunk almost to a whisper. "And she loved me! She was mine! Mine! I thrilled with the light of love that shone in her eyes when we were together. I trembled when her beautiful, soft arms crept lovingly about me. I flamed when her lips sought mine. For years I had loved her, waiting for the wonderful day when she would kneel at my side before the priest. And when the day came, the happiness was even greater than I had dreamed. She was my sweetheart, my mistress, my wife, all three in one. She was my all. I was called away. My firm sent me far away into the swamps of South America. The parting was terrible, but we both knew that it meant my advancement, my chance to make the fortune first that would enable me to provide her with all the luxuries that she craved, and that I hoped to place at her feet. Through fever-drenched swamps, battling the dangers of the jungle, fighting for life itself day after day, I made my way. I had before me always the picture of her when we parted, sob-shaken, trembling with grief. "God speed you and bring you back to me," she had prayed as I sailed away. There was no mail in the rubber country. My party was far beyond the comfortable blessings of messages from loved ones. Each day I wrote love messages to her in my diary. I would show them to her upon my return. She would treasure the words that I had written during the lonely nights in the camps of the fever country. Endless were the days before my work had finished. Delays piled upon delays. I burned with impatience to return to my loved one. But for her welfare I stuck to my post. I sent love thoughts hurtling through space. I felt that they must reach her and tell her of my great love. Came the day of my departure for our home. Ours was a slow-sailing, ancient craft that seemed to creep through the waves. Day followed day of ceaseless yearning for the woman I loved. I paced the deck hour by hour, longing for the journey's ending. At last the ship slipped into the dock. I hastened through the customs, burning with the desire to rush to my loved one. I cursed the slowness of the taxi that bore me homeward. Would it never arrive? Finally the machine drew up before my door. I leaped to the ground, flung a bill to the driver, and fairly flew up the pathway. I noticed that the ground seemed unkempt. The pathway was weed-grown. These were but fleeting impressions which flashed upon me as I leaped forward, so that I might the sooner clasp my adored one to my pounding heart. It came to me suddenly. The house was deserted. What could have happened? Was she ill? Could she... But no! It could not be that. She could not have been taken from me. God could not be so cruel. Frantically I rang the bell. No answer came. I peered in at the windows. The house was deserted. I began my search. Friends at first sought to conceal the truth from me, but I forced it from them. My wife had proved faithless. Another had robbed me of my dearest prize. From the moment I learned the truth, the world took on a crimson tinge. Always was there a red blur before my eyes. I sacrificed everything, my position, my worldly goods. I turned everything available into money, money that I carried always with me. I trailed the pair from place to place. They were always ahead of me, but my searching was as relentless as death itself. At last I found them. They had fled to a cabin in the western mountains. Unknown to them, I watched them, and planned. I am a strong man. My hatred made me stronger. I came upon him one day, alone on a high peak in the mountains. I crept upon him slowly, cautiously. He did not hear my approach, and then I had him in my arms. He was as helpless as a child. In spite of his struggles, I bore him to the edge of a cliff, and lowered him until his fingers clutched it. He could not draw himself to safety, and I laughed as I saw his fingers clawing to the rock. They slipped! On his face was written agony, but there was also agony engraved upon my heart. As his hands lowered, I brought the heel of my shoe down upon his fingertips. I did not stamp, but pressed firmly, and laughed at the pain I knew I was bringing to him. He had brought pain to my heart. He begged, pleaded, entreated, but I watched him smilingly, watched him until he fell with a shrieking curse flung from his lips. I watched him fall, and then crash upon the jagged rocks below. I had far to go before I could reach the cabin where he had left her. I knew she would be awaiting his return, as she had once awaited mine. Night had fallen before I reached the cabin. A light gleamed from the tiny window of the log-built cabin. I saw this light gleaming through the openings, among the massive trees, long before I reached their love nest. It was her beacon light, the light that would guide him to her. Did she long for his coming, as I thought she longed for mine in the days of my happiness? Approaching in silence, I crept close to the cabin wall. I peered through the window. She was there, nervously pacing back and forth across the tiny room. The light of the fire burning in the open fireplace painted her scarlet. Noiselessly I opened the door, but she saw me almost as I entered the room. She did not scream, but the face grew white, and she trembled and swayed as a slender tree sways before the rush of a storm. My eyes drank in all her splendid beauty, but my heart did not quicken as it had in those days when I had possessed her. It beat with the slow, dull throb of the heart of a wounded beast. I was strangely calm. Her lips parted as though she would speak, but there was no sound issuing from them. I saw her tongue made the effort to moisten them, but they remained dry, pallid. Slowly I approached her. She shrank from me until she backed against the wall of the cabin. I reached forth and grasped her arm. It was cold. I could feel the tremor of fear at my touch. "I have come," was all that I said. What are you going to do?" she faltered, shrinking from me. I did not answer. My other hand sought her free arm, and I grasped it. I could feel her flesh quiver under my clasp. I drew her to me, and looked at the stark, naked fear in her eyes. There was a crude bunk builded in one corner of the cabin. An upright post ran from its corner from the floor to roof. Clasping both of her arms within the grip of one of my hands, I loosened my belt, forcing the fear-ridden woman slowly toward the bunk. I bound her with the leathern belt tightly to the post. When she was securely bound, I reached forth and pulled the clothing from her quivering body. Deliberately, ruthlessly, I stripped every vestige of covering from her. She stood before me, her glistening white flesh shrinking from my touch. I could hear the rattle in her throat as she made an effort to cry out. I had planned all that I would do. My hand sought the sheath knife that I wore in my belt. Slowly I drew it from its sheath. I tested its point with my finger. The steel felt cool beneath my touch. Again my eyes sought those of the woman, standing helplessly before me. She flinched under my glance, and then there broke from her lips a torrent of prayers, of entreaties, and finally she was silent. She had fainted. I set to work rapidly. There upon her tender flesh I began carefully to carve my name. She was mine, and upon her I would place my mark of ownership. None other could have her without the knowledge that she belonged to another man. As my knife bit into her flesh, she recovered from her swoon, but under the sting of pain she again collapsed. During her conscious moment, I told her of what I intended to do. Carefully, slowly, taking all pains that my knife did not bite too deeply, I carved my name upon the fair flesh beneath her firm, rounded breasts. The crimson blood flowed steadily downward, making branching paths upon the white skin. Jackson Carey, His woman. These are the words I left engraved with all my skill upon the woman to whom I had given my name, and who could never belong to another. Blood! Blood on white flesh! The blood of my name! Screamed number 47, crouching shiveringly in the corner of his cell. Poor devil, muttered Bill Waterman. We'll just have to put a coloured glass in the window. He's always worse when he sees red. End of section 4, read by Inkell. Section 5 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. Odd Facts About Insanity by Anonymous. Dodging streetcars, sidestepping automobiles, and eating rich foods are modern contributors to an increasing percentage of sanity, according to Dr. A. G. Hyde, for 10 years superintendent of Massillon State Hospital. Each year there is a larger number of patients admitted to the hospital, Dr. Hyde said. We have 400 over normal capacity now, and more are being admitted daily. There is no doubt that the speed with which the world is living is responsible in part. Infected teeth often cause insanity, he said, and bad teeth, due to eating rich foods, are more prevalent today than ever before. For that reason a dental clinic is maintained at the hospital. As soon as a patient is admitted, his teeth are examined, and suspicious molars and blue spids are extracted. Tonsils are next examined. Bad tonsils cause insanity in many cases, Dr. Hyde said, and in all cases where the tonsils are found to be diseased they are removed. The study of insanity is a matter of elimination, he asserted. We correct all physical ills as far as possible, and in a majority of cases an improved mental condition results. In fact, mental disease is now viewed in the same light as physical disease. Many more cases of mental trouble are being cured now than formerly. This is due to the fact such diseases are better understood, and also that patients are sent to the hospitals in early stages of their trouble than was formerly the case. It is when mental troubles are treated in the stages of inception that cures can be wrought, although advanced cases can be helped if treated vigorously. More men go insane than women, but men are more easily cured, Dr. Hyde said. Women patients cause more trouble than male patients. The proportion of male to female insane is now about 3 to 2, he estimated. Fear or sudden shock may cause insanity, but unless there is something in the brain that is not just right, the mind will not snap, Dr. Hyde said. The same is true of disease. There are many diseases that cause insanity, but if the person is free from hereditary trait of insanity and has a strong, healthy mind, in most cases the disease will not affect the mind. The rush of life in the larger cities is responsible for much of the insanity, and that is why when a city grows rapidly and people begin living faster, we have more insane from that city. Keeping the patients cheerful is one of the big things in treatment of the mentally diseased, he said, and for this reason plenty of wholesome entertainment is provided. Contrary to general impression, Dr. Hyde declared that straitjackets were not used. "I've never seen a straitjacket in use in an asylum in my life," he added. "Certainly we never use one here. We do not resort to solitary confinement either. When a patient becomes violent, we give him a shower bath. That usually quiets him." End of section 5, read by Inkell.
Section 6 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. The House of Fear by Albert Seymour Graham. A house of silence broken at times by a weird wailing as from the pit. A house of dreams gray in the moonlight under the leprous silvered finger of the moon, brooding now, a grim gray fortress of the accursed, the stronghold of the beast. Dense pines grew about it, and when the wind wailed among them, it met and mingled with an eerie ululation rising as if muffled by many thicknesses of walls, to end with a quick shriek and a sudden hush, broken after a moment by the faint echo of a taunting laugh. That laugh would have struck terror to the swart soul of a Lucivee, if Lucivees had souls. For it was like an eldritch howling, faint and thin, like the thin, tinkling laughter of a fiend, without pity and without ruth. Here in the sanitarium, Dr. Helmholtz, there were secrets within secrets, walls within walls, downward as in Dante's seventh Hades, and from this monastery of the hopeless, there penetrated on occasion, outward from its battlemented walls, wild, frantic laughter. But there was nothing demonic about it, because it was the laughter of the insane. But that other laughter, like a sound heard in dreams, passers-by, if there were any such, hearing it, would shudder and pass on. For the secret of that house of doom was terrible and grim, a secret for him who might have guessed at it, to be whispered behind locked doors and with bated breath. And there had been those who had whispered of the lost souls within those walls, and the whisper ran that they were indeed madmen who had not been always mad, but had become maniacs after their commitment to the bleak house within the wood. In a bare cell 6 feet by 6, a cubicle in which there was barely sufficient headroom for a tall man to stand upright, a figure stood with its hand clenched upon the bars, staring outward at the grim wood visible to the south. Harold Barron, banker, had abode here in this living tomb 3 weeks, say rather 3 centuries, in which, as in a nightmare of cold horror, he had been aware merely of a face, 3-pointed, bearded, the eyes active with a malign intelligence, the lips smiling always with the cold smile of death. Twice a day the small panel in his cell door had slid backward without sound to frame, in the opening, the face of Dr. Helmholtz like a face without a body and without a soul. Harold Barron, banker, knew that it was not a dream that would pass, because on the second day the head had spoken. Barron was scarcely a coward. He had fought like a baited grizzly when surprised in his house by the men who had brought him, under cover of the night, to this prison house. Now, at the voice, like the slow drip of an acid, Barron stared straight before him with the gaze of a man who has abandoned hope. "My dear Mr. Barron," the voice had whispered, "the little matter of that check, if you please. You will make it out to cash. Ah, that is good. I perceive you are wise." It had not been the pistol in the lean claw-like hand, nor even the eyes brooding upon him with the impersonal cold stare of a cobra. Harold Barron might have refused, if it had not been for the sounds that he had heard, and the sights that he had seen when, taken at midnight from his cubicle, he had beheld the administration of the cone. And like Macbeth, with that one sight and the sight of that which came after, he had supped full of horrors, until now, at the bidding of that toneless voice, he had obeyed. 3 times thereafter, at the command of his dark jailer, he had paid tribute. Nor had he been, of all the lost battalion, the single victim, for there had been others. Now separated from him scarce a dozen feet, a girl with golden hair sat huddled, eyeless and a sightless, staring upon the stone floor of her cell. Like Barron, she had not been mercifully killed. She had been saved for a fate unspeakable, beside which death would be a little thing. So far she had been treated decently enough. Her cell was wide and airy, plainly but comfortably furnished. But as to that look in the gray-green eyes of the master of black magic, she was not so sure. There came a sudden movement in the corridor without, a panting, a snuffling, and the quick pad-pad of marching feet. The girl, her eye to the keyhole of the door, could see but dimly. She made out merely the sheeted figures, like grim gliding ghosts, and a rigid figure, on the stretcher, moving silently on its rubber-tired wheels. Then, at an odor stealing inward through the keyhole, she recoiled. That perfume had been sickish sweet, overpowering, dense, and yet sharp with a faint, acrid sweetness, the odor of ether. And then, although she could not see it, a man in the next cell had risen, white-faced, from his cot, to sink back limply as the dark hand, holding that inverted cone, had swept downward to his face. Harold Barron sprang to his feet as the narrow door swung open to press backward against the window bars as the high priest of horror, followed by his familiars, cowled and hooded, entered with a slow, silent step. The doctor spoke, and his voice was like a chill wind. "My friend, I bring you forgetfulness. A brief lethe of hours, and then you will be a new man. A man reborn, my friend, now." Baron, his face gray with a sort of hideous strain, stared silent, white-lipped, as at a low-voiced order. The attendants came forward. The lean hand reached forward. It poised, darted, swooped. And in it was the cone. A choked gurgle, a strangled sharp cry, penetrating outward in a vague shadow of clamor, and then silence with the faint whisper of the wind among the pines, the brool of the rushing river, the faint, half-audible footfalls passing and repassing in that corridor of the dead. Once, and it was never repeated, a man came there from the capital. He had demanded to see the doctor's patients, and as the investigator stood there, viewing with a faint, creeping horror the nondescripts paraded before him, gibbering, mouthing in an inarticulate, furious babble, a man had burst suddenly from the line with a strangled cry. "Frank, don't you know me? I'm Baron, Carroll." The voice was the voice of Baron, but the face, it was the face of another, totally unlike. There had been no possible resemblance, but the man had been sane. The investigator was persuaded of that. He was suffering under peculiar delusion, indeed, but sane. The man rushed forward then, baring his arms, and there on that thin, pitiful flesh, which had once been healthy and hard, there ran a curious design in red. The investigator sucked in his breath as that telltale birthmark sprang, livid, under his gaze, for he had seen it before. The doctor's eyes narrowed to slits. Somehow the man from the capital gained the impression that it was the first time he had seen that mark. But the investigator could do nothing. Birthmarks can be duplicated. He waited then in a curious indecision as the bearded doctor interposed suavely. "Well, yes, of course, Commissioner, you're quite aware, or you should be, how it is. These paranoiacs are noted for their delusions. They believe themselves to be someone else, and always a bank president, say, a famous actor, an author, a great general. Now, Mr. Baron, you knew him, I believe." Beneath the silken tone there ran suddenly a hint of iron, of menace, veiled but actual. The investigator felt it. "The patient knew your name, of course," the suave voice continued. "Poor fellow, we must be gentle with him." And there the matter ended. Curiously enough, the man who had claimed to be Banker Baron had, after that first burst of frenzied speech, kept silent. Perhaps that mordant gleaming in the doctor's eyes had telegraphed a warning, a message, a command. Nevertheless, the investigator, still dissatisfied, took another walk through the corridors and determined to find the thing that seemed to be wrong. Corridor after corridor he traversed and found nothing amiss. But while going through a last corridor, he saw a woman standing before a mirror, gazing into the face that appeared to her, and laughing, laughing, laughing. But there was no mirth in that laugh. When the investigator returned, he looked at his own features in a glass, with the memory of that hideous laugh still ringing in his ears. He fancied suddenly beholding another's face where his own should be, and wondered whether that shock would not deprive him of his reason. For the woman he had seen, staring at her reflection in the glass, had had golden hair, pretty hands, and an adorable figure. But her face had been the rough, unshaven face of a man. But nothing could be done. The woman might have been born with the features of a man, but the investigator doubted it. Nevertheless, personal opinions have no influence over law, and law sometimes upholds crimes that have never been brought to account. The investigator went home, oddly shaken, to dream of a white face with staring eyes which changed even as he gazed into the face of his long-lost friend, Carroll Baron, to hear, even in his dream, a voice, and it was the voice of the living and of the dead. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. The Lip by Arthur Styron. You wish me to tell you the story of the lip? You have heard it before, perhaps. You found it amusing? A huge joke? No? You will not say. You will not commit yourself. Perhaps it is just as well you did not. For I believe if you did but mock me, in spite of these iron bars between us, I would slay you where you stand, would strangle you with these two bare hands, you with that ingratiating smile on your lips and that contemptuously pitying light in your eyes. But I will tell you the story of the lip, merely because I like to talk. Perhaps you will be more enlightened, if not more sympathetic. No, you will not be more sympathetic. And I am glad of that, for may I not construe your lack of understanding as evidence of my own originality? Yet, admitting my superiority, I recognize the fact that it is well everyone is not so. Rare logic, eh? Well, take the occurrence of which I am speaking. Did everyone think as I do, humanity would soon be lipless, would it not? But you think me light, frivolous? Ah, no. Though I take due pride in my originality, it pains me oft-times to think on the difference between other folk and me. Pains me for their sake. Ha ha. Perhaps you think me mad? Some folks do. But I am not. Observe, sir, here I sit, natural, gay, unrepressed as a child, while there you stand, austere, artificial, afraid to be natural. Since insanity is a breaking down of repression, are you not, being more repressed, the madder? Therefore, is not what men call the maddest person the sanest, and what they call the most normal person the maddest? No matter, you do not understand. Anyhow, you can understand why, if I have not the comfort of your sympathy, I can take a sort of bland satisfaction in your adverse views. What makes me think your views are adverse? Perhaps it is the way you look at me. I feel your mental attitude is hostile. Most people have this mental attitude toward me. They despise intellect and artistic imagination because it makes them seem, by comparison, cheap and vulgar. They like flattery, and to be around a superior person is far from flattering them. So they have recourse to persecution. Ah, yes, I have been persecuted bitterly, ceaselessly. There is scarcely a moment in my life when I have not felt the penalty of my rare mind. Perhaps I should have been happier had I not understood so well, for, as you have doubtless observed, I am exceedingly analytical. I can usually analyze any person, his motives and characteristics, merely by looking at him. So unfailing is this instinct, and so well do people know it, that I have frightened them merely by gazing at them intently. What do you say? Oh, the lip. Yes, I shall tell you about the lip. All would have gone well had I been wealthy, for then, you see, I could have employed myself as I would, and my delicate nerves, untouched by strain, would not have failed me, and I should never have seen the lip. For, as you have doubtless already noticed, I am very nervous, so nervous that I cannot tell you how nervous. Perhaps you can comprehend. Do you know what it is to be so nervous that you would allow yourself to become unconscious, rather than longer bear the consciousness of the anger and exhaustion produced by suppressing your temper and self-will? Epilepsy, they call it. But we whose nerves are so delicately wrought, whose temperamental intolerance for things monotonous is so intensified, know that it is a voluntary, self-induced unconsciousness. This ability to induce unconsciousness I acquired after I had been driven from home by an irate father, who sought to suppress my highly colored imagination to a prosaic and commonplace purpose. What a blessed relief it was! It was like being soothed to rest by my sweet mother, whom I have never ceased missing. But I dissertate, and I promised to tell you something about... what? Oh, the lip. But first I wished you to judge for yourself as to my sanity, though no doubt you have already discovered that I possess a clarity of mind, a singleness of thought, a choice discrimination of events, and an impartiality of view that could in no way be associated with abnormality. Indeed, what I cite is ample proof that I cannot be insane, as they claim. For one thing, I never feared that I should become insane. And I am always natural and loquacious except when they give me hot baths. Hot baths seem to make me slow and stupid, more like other folks, more like the attendants. Are you an attendant? With their thick intelligence and gross imaginations. My difference is psychological, not pathological, and my admission proves... Oh, yes, I remember. You wished to know about the lip. Very well, I shall tell you. You must overlook these temporary digressions. I have an unusually analytical mind, and once let loose upon its mission, it takes much restraint, of which I am quite capable should I desire to exercise it, to curb excesses. Most people's minds run in small circles. Mine is a series of tangents. Perhaps I do not interest people with my cleverness, perhaps. Listen, no greater outcast from society is there, no more bitterly persecuted criminal than the imaginative or artistic man, unless he is clever enough to hide his superiority. Now the lip. That reminds me, I promised to tell you about the lip. What a relief to have it out of my heart and mind. If it had not been for that cursed lip, I should not have grown as sick as I did. But it produced such fever in my soul that I could not but do as I did. Now they will not understand and free me. Do they think me malicious and cruel? I would not harm a kitten. All my earnings have I given to charity. My religion is an ecstasy. I have always gone to church with regularity, sometimes 6 or 8 times on a Sunday. I have no greater passion than that my soul may magnify my God, and my works reflect His greatness. But I had to do as I did. The same motive inspired me that forces one to jump from a height. Now they will cage me, will punish me for it, but thank God they cannot take away my peace of mind. I am at rest now. Strange, once I did not dare to imagine the lip, although I did not dare to forget it. Now I not only think of it freely, but discuss it coldly and unemotionally. It has become a danger overwhelmed, conquered, and therefore not to be feared. You wish to hear more of my life? With pleasure, sir, for I find you are an agreeable listener. There is always the hint of a pleasant smile on your lips, as if you wished to placate me, as if you partly feared me. I enjoy that. Yes, you shall hear all. Even in childhood, I possessed an imaginative and excitable temperament, an unusual degree of intellect, and an inordinate temper. Full of inchoate talent I was, shunning and shunned, proud, vengeful, misunderstood, yet thoroughly comprehending. Yes, even in childhood I thoroughly understood those about me, and distrusted them, for I was deeply religious and loved truth and beauty. With such brilliance and spirit, naturally I was sensitive and unhappy, feeling keenly the hatred of people and hating them in return. On account of my sudden and passionate outbreaks of temper, everyone persecuted me, but feared me. My playmates and even my parents regarded me with awe, helplessness, and even with terror, and made haste to do my slightest bidding. Do you wonder I grew up willful, triumphant over all and everything, save my own ungovernable passions? The 2 great emotions of my childhood, aye, of my life, were my love for my mother and my hatred of my father. But I was always afraid that my mother would die if she discovered my hatred for my father, so I carefully repressed the feeling, and no one ever knew. Why did I hate my father? Was it not he who forced me to go into a degraded life of toil which resulted in my illness? And did not this lead me finally into meeting the lip, which broke down the barriers of my composure? I hated him, shall always hate him, shall forever curse his memory for forcing upon me the horror of hating him whom I should have loved, the agony of disobeying a universal law. But that was not my sole reason for hating him. I think the real reason was that he was a type I have always abhorred, that smug, prosaic, self-reliant type that affects anger at abnormality. For my father was always commonplace and uninteresting, and undertook to reason with a minimum of imagination. He was a sort of lesion upon my soul, an indescribable mental irritant. He continually mocked and ridiculed my natural inclination, the artistic. Then, my anger aroused, he would become the object of my sarcasm and wit, which was so biting and clever he could not return. So he would resort to abuse, and flying to my mother for protection, I would find that she feared him. Thus my hatred increased, and I would plot revenge for both of us, my mother and me. At times I was indifferent to his stupidity, then amused, then annoyed, then angered. At times I feared him, but always on account of my mother. I remember I used to find him gazing at me in a puzzled, embarrassed sort of way. Ha ha! Children who embarrass their parents hardly fit in, do they? Sometimes, evidently moved by a spirit of fairness or kindliness, he would try to treat me as he did my other brothers, in a casual, gruff manner. Consequently, to me, he was crude, stupid. The greater attempt he made to appear paternal, the greater grew my contempt and irritation. Hence resulted the habit of doing everything I could to disturb him, particularly when he was hearty. As I was saying, this might have gone on indefinitely, and I might have been spared all my subsequent suffering had my father not been so intent upon my going to work. I was still a youth when his nagging became determination. He was a poor man. All of my brothers, one of them younger, were working, therefore I should work also. I undertook to be gentle with my father, and to enlighten his ignorance as to why I should not go to work. I pointed to my rapid and brilliant progress in literature, in art, in music. I explained that it would be my privilege to wander in the garden of the muses, whilst he and my brothers dealt in drab commercialism. He was little impressed by my artistic yearnings. "You fool!" he would shout, resorting to abuse as was his wont when worsted. "You fool! How do you think you can live on your silly twaddle? Nowadays people get paid for head work, not twaddle." Always ready with a pun, I would invariably reply, "What do you call head work, father? Barber or milliner?" Whereupon he would become more violently angry, and would reproach me with my worthlessness, my nerves, my queerness, until, goaded beyond endurance, I would reply stingingly. It was after such a scene as this, I remember it with characteristic clearness as if it were yesterday, that he ordered me to find work immediately or leave home. The stupidity, the pathos of it. How my pride was stung at the idea of going forth to mere barter and exchange, to sell my energy and initiative, divine passion, for hire, to be torn from my books, my art, my music, my dreams, and become a degraded slave. I, who could interpret the motives of the masters, leaping over the bridge of personality and making common cause with their feelings, to sell my ability, dear God, I could not do it. Death was preferable to this degradation. So, despite the tears and pleadings of my mother, I left home, first throwing a plate at my father, it unfortunately missed him, and taking my departure airily and hopefully. I planned to spend my time in the woods in introspection, composing and sketching, besides communing with those spirits which my dream mind, thus isolated, would learn to recognize. The first few days, I do not know how many, were happy. I built an altar and had daily worship of God through nature. I planned numerous compositions and wrought many motives for my future artistic creations. For drink I had the clear, cold water of the woods. For food, the delicate flower petals or grass blades. I laughed to myself to think of my father's chagrin when he should find out how happy I was. But soon there began to creep over me a restlessness for which I could not account. Likewise, I began to feel the pangs of hunger, and was forced to steal food from the neighboring farms. I grew irritable. The nights became depressing. I could not sleep. At times a loud ringing made itself heard in my ears. I seemed to hear small voices whispering, always whispering. Then I turned to my religion for comfort. It likewise availed me naught. Why should I be denied that boon? Was my faith unfounded? Impossible. Those in the outside world had greatest faith who believed in the supernatural. Why, then, was not my faith perfect, since I not only believed in the supernatural, but had dealings with it? I could not rest. I was never quiet. I was constantly engaged in one task or another, and the necessity for such tasks seemed to increase day by day, until I soon found that I had not enough time to finish them. Sometimes, working madly on one thing, I would suddenly remember another task. So I would rush to do the latter, forgetting myself in the intensity of my energy. Yet each day I desired to do a little more, and I became almost crazed with despair. Another thing that enhanced my excitement was the knowledge that my father had not ceased his persecution. I found that I was being sought. Everywhere I went, I saw men shadowing me. The number increased day by day, until it seemed there must be hundreds of them. This I could not bear, so I fled to a neighboring city and hid myself in the throngs. I walked the streets until I became famished and weary. My talents left me as hot tears of outraged pride, as bitter curses from an anguished soul, for I realized that now I must work or starve. With that realization came a bitterness of spirit that I cannot define. So far did it exceed anything previously felt. At last my father had triumphed. I was forced to lead a life of mental slavery, except for which my nervous system would not have been warped even for a time, and I should never have seen the lip. Oh, the lip! Curse the lip! Why were such things made for the undoing of mortals? Where is the God that dares justify an accursed way to perform his wonders? No, I shall not be quiet. Damn everybody, except my mother. About that time she died. No one told me, but I knew it. I saw her weeping, and I knew she was going away. I seemed to see her yet, her straggling gray hair parted smoothly over her wrinkled brow, her dear dim eyes shining with love and pity, her old hands, rough and coarse from work, plucking distractedly at her dingy black skirt. Thinking of her thus, I learned to give way to that blessed, self-induced unconsciousness, that restful bliss of oblivion which fools call epilepsy, but which I discovered in after years, when I had lost the power to induce it, was a sole opiate, the only balm save death. With the knowledge of my mother's death came one idea, to avenge her and myself. But how? I must be clever. I must be exceedingly wary. More than once I detected some poor fool looking at me queerly. I must play subtly against their suspicions. I must not resort to violence. I must be very cunning, very crafty. Then, in a flash, I have always been susceptible to inspiration. I had it. I recalled my father's oft-repeated phrase about headwork, and my witty reply as to whether he meant barber or milliner. How I laughed over the idea, and how I gloated at the prospect of punishing him so cleverly. I would repay him for every word of scorn, for every reproach as to my queerness. For though intensely poor, he had a family pride in proportion to his sternness and severity, and I knew he would be stung to the quick by my course. Do you know what I decided to do? Ha ha! I decided to become a barber. Once the decision was made, I went about it quietly and scientifically. First, I procured a place as bootblack in a barber shop. A bootblack? I. Is it not laughable? Ha ha! I, the companion of Virgil and Milton, the disciple of all that is cultured and sublime, blacking boots. In the secrecy of my room, how I laughed at my image in the mirror. I actually enjoyed the ridiculous position I was in, the incongruity of the thing. And so, in time, I became a barber. How my father must have suffered from the knowledge, how the knowledge of his suffering soothed my hatred-swelled soul. This knowledge made life bearable. This, together with the self-induced oblivion of which I spoke formerly, in which I began to indulge more and more freely, I found— What do you say, sir? Oh, the lip. You wish to hear something of the lip? Well, in goodness' name, am I not telling you the story? You are impatient, sir. We should change places. All these things led up to my finding the lip, and have due bearing upon the lip's effect on me, so they must be told you. Moreover, to understand fully my impulse for doing what I did, you must first know something of my temperament, which was so vitally affected by my life and profession. Temperament, you know, is not a constant gift. It is stretched here and there, distorted or straightened, abused or refined by environment and circumstances. Ah, yes, I shall proceed. As time went on, I began to grow ill. My artistic temperament began to suffer a reaction under the excessive aggravation produced by my terrible vocation. You do not know what it is to cut hair and shave faces all day, the while slowly dying of humiliation and despair, with hundreds of mirrors making a horrible mockery of your suffering. Pray God you may never know. Do you know what it means to ache and tremble with the craving to cut, and cut deep, yet realize you must be so careful that not one feature may be disarranged? I loathed the work, the customers, my associates. I despised the tawdry den with its mocking mirrors, its soapy scent, its cheap vulgarity. I abhorred the filthy instruments which I was obliged to sharpen and sharpen in order to purge nature. In the evenings, when, exhausted and enervated, I stumbled on my way to my small, dingy room, small voices began to grumble in my ears. Fantastic and undefined figures sauntered sneeringly before me, stepping backward, so that I could not turn and flee. Each day I found, with increasing terror, that the voices became more distinct and irritating, the figures bolder. I was consumed with the dread that they might be real, and my imagination not permitting me to prove them otherwise, I suffered accordingly. On such occasions as these, when I could no longer bear the fatigue and strain, I would long for my mother, for oblivion. Then it was that I would fain close my eyes and expel my strength, falling upon the street, unconscious. But alas, even that boon was to be denied me. More and more rarely did I find the ability so to rest, and finally I lost the power altogether. Epilepsy? Bah! Does one lose the power to afflict oneself with disease? Nonsense! Added to my cup of bitterness was my father's death, which occurred just at this time when my health was beginning to fail. I had gone into this disagreeable work in order to exasperate him, and had done so, but now that he was dead, my incentive was gone, and I could no longer find a particle of joy in my dreary vocation. Yet it was my life. I could not escape from it. I knew how to do nothing else for my livelihood. So I must go on clipping, singeing, massaging, shaving, with my health ruined and without the incentive of my father's wrath and broken pride. I felt that I must escape, yet I knew not how. I became angry. I despaired. Emotion would sweep over me like the surging of a thick fluid. My vision would become red. At times I would be incapable of speech, devoid of reason. Then my emotion, ebbing, would leave me languid with reaction, and everything would become drab and listless. What formerly had been intense discomfort was converted into bitter unhappiness by that monotonous work, those glaring lights and mirrors, those terrible noises, my initiative into inertia. When I attempted to think upon the situation, a sense of suffocation so overpowering and deadly would come upon me that I needs must rush into the street, anywhere, away from these suggestive surroundings, that scene of my torture. Why did I not seek diversion, you ask? Satisfaction of my artistic instincts brought only depression. Amusement? What sort of amusement is provided for a creature like me? Thoughts of a hereafter might have diverted me, but I could not think them. So I found diversion in examining my face in a mirror, in counting the pores of my skin, in forming enemies, and analyzing loneliness in the madding crowd. Ah, sir, do you know what it is, the loneliness of the singular? To hear no word of human sympathy and understanding? To yearn for sympathy and, through fear, forced to hide the craving in repression? To long for death, yet fear dying? To suffer in understanding, but in silence, always in silence, since the plea for surcease would appear to be a monster of disgrace? When you pray, sir, if you do not pray for the dead and dying, the innocent and oppressed. Let your prayers, yours will be the only ones, ascend for those whose souls are wrong, for those who fit into no known plan, divine or human, who dare not ask for a justice the understanding of which would disgrace the universe, who must suffer mutely, ever mutely. I am nervous, sir. I ask you to overlook a digression. What was the nature of my illness? I do not believe it was anything organic, yet I was exceedingly nervous. Perhaps my imagination, developed to a point ordinary people cannot comprehend, was perverted, suppressed too much by a wretched environment, and cursed by a lack of sympathy, which I, being forced to exist in the world, needed from the world. Perhaps I was born devoid of pure idealism, sensitive to morbid pleasure and pain, and imagination overbalancing intellect. Daily I became more nervous. My sleep grew more and more disturbed until finally I scarcely knew the blessing of rest. Ofttimes from my stupor of exhaustion, I would be awakened, shaking and terrorized by loud, nerve-wracking cries, only to find that they were the suppressed, silent groans issuing from my own agonized soul. I grew sick with agony. My head ached incessantly and miserably. I always feared the unexpected, and with this fear I became apprehensive, and then I feared that my apprehension was being detected. For hours every night I would examine my face in the mirror for some telltale signs of my agony, but no. Save for a slight twitching of my left eyebrow and the corner of my mouth, and perhaps a glassier expression in my eyes, I was gratified to find no trace of my mental and physical suffering. I was sure no one suspected, and I seemed to babble contentedly to my reflection, though I do not remember now what I said. Thus I would have gone on indefinitely, a little sick, as I said, resentful of my wrongs and persecution, and perhaps a trifle eccentric, as are all geniuses. But I would have gone on, enduring my agony with perfect self-control and stolidity, had it not been for the cursed lip. Indeed, so well did I conceal my feelings that I was a favorite barber, hateful term, with my many customers. The lip was among my customers. Just why he first became attracted to me I cannot say. It was the fascination that makes a man rush headlong to his fate. Certain it is that the first time I set eyes on him, he irritated me in an indescribable way. I pondered the matter deeply and considered it from every angle in my endeavor to ascertain the cause of my resentment. He was short, fat, and had a high, thin voice and an inoffensive manner. His eye was mild, he was timid and retiring. Why did he excite me so? I questioned my looking-glass at night. I drew caricatures of him and studied them. I did everything in my power to solve the mystery, but in vain. It was not a mental hostility, for I felt sure he had no mentality. He could not be an agent seeking to confine me, for my father was dead, and no one else hated me enough to take that interest in me. But one night in my sleep the spirits must have told me, for the next day when he stretched himself in my chair for a shave, I discovered, without any mental effort, that it was his lip, a long, pendulous organ, shaped like the peel of a quarter of an orange, flapping over his big yellow fangs. Truly a disgusting object, a hideous spectacle. As I shaved it, in my heat-oppressed brain it seemed to grow until a wave of hopelessness and despair swept over me at ever being able to finish so great an area. Then, when I had finished it, it seemed to wave almost imperceptibly, to taunt me. This faint quivering lashed my nerves uncontrollably. Goaded to fury, almost to madness, I could scarcely refrain from slashing the cursed object. As I have intimated, the advent of the lip led to the climax of my illness. As time went on, he came with unfailing regularity to be shaved by me. More and more did that hideous monstrosity pluck away the remnants of my self-control, until I felt I could not stand it much longer. I became sick unto death. The days were years of pain. My suffering became so intense that I had great difficulty in keeping from gibbering. More than once I noticed people turning to look at me on the street, and even the barbers began to act queerly. I was certain that unless I could get away from the lip, I should be unable to retain my self-control much longer. I struggled, oh, so hard, to get away from that part of myself that was so cowed by this damnable object. I even contemplated suicide. Do you think suicide would be normal for me? But refrained because I knew people would say I was crazy. And I was afraid of dying, too, though I had no morbid fear of death itself. Your desire to live, sir, is organic. My desire to live, the desire of a sufferer, was, then, sublime. I chose to live and suffer. I am, then, a saint. For who, after all, can gainsay the privilege of dying? I had it at my command to satisfy the most imaginative longing for quest, to find surcease of sorrow, my mother, and the reward of my soul's development through suffering. Yet I resisted the temptation because, as I have already said, I am naturally religious and introspective. Why did I not go away? I thought of it, but I had nowhere to go, no way to live. I knew not where to obtain work, and I was afraid. Besides, even had I gone away, I should sooner or later have returned like a murderer to the scene of his crime, to gaze upon that fearful lip. But surely no murderer was ever so tortured as I. At night the hard wall, padded with leering faces composed mostly of lips, seemed to give to my touch when I fearfully reached forth to feel it. Mark well, the wall seemed to give to my touch. My hearing, sharpened to sounds that you do not hear, ached from constant straining to catch the weird music and faint, awful cries issuing from the other world. And when the first dawn looked over the east, I would arise, weakened, groaning, and almost blind from pain and unrest, with spots dancing before my vision, cold sweat dampening my form, and penetrating noises echoing through my head, and walk about the house, the street, anywhere. Once, in my agitation, I forgot to dress, and the servant girl coming upon me in a lower hall cried out in fear. I remember thinking it might be well to kill her then before she should have a chance to tell anyone about my illness. But I was too weak and nervous. But though present fears are horrible, they are less than horrible imaginings. And as time went on, the fear that my illness might be discovered grew less as my suffering increased. Indeed, for some reason I began to take a sort of fiendish satisfaction in the knowledge that they must suspect. Yet when I recollected that it was because of the lip that I had grown so ill as to excite their suspicions, I was filled with such an increased loathing and hatred for that hideous, flapping deformity that I determined it should no longer make a hell out of my existence. With this resolution came the knowledge that I must play warily against their suspicions. I must be calm, though my whole soul shrieked with dread and my heart beat to suffocation, for only thus could I determine the manner of my emancipation. It was on a morning after a night of terror such as I have just described that there came the brilliant thought, the illuminating idea, that was to change my whole existence, you might say, at least to lift me from the depths of despair and suffering to the height of contentment. It came, as do all my ideas, not as the result of concentration and effort, which but drive me to fury, but in the calm of my despair, when one thinks so unemotionally, so clearly. I was shaving the lip, gazing at it intently and shudderingly, and fearing it with a sort of fondness and fascination, such as one has for a crawling, writhing reptile, in the same quiet way that had come the knowledge, a long time ago, that it was the lip that irritated me, came the knowledge as to how I must dispose of it. No effort being required to conceive the idea, there was no corresponding excitement. I calmly finished shaving him, politely wished him good morning, and retired behind my paper to gloat. Ah, how I chuckled and gloated! Would you believe it, sir? From that moment I seemed to grow better. My headaches abated, my mind grew clearer, and my sleep, except for terrible dreams instead of real presences, improved perceptibly. It was almost too good to be true. From the chaos of my despair had been born a world of hope. Why did I not accomplish my object then and there? Ah, no, that were premature. I wished for a period in which to perfect my plans, and to enjoy the bliss of anticipation. I tried to keep my ecstatic joy from shining from my countenance. I constantly struggled to repress my gaiety. But sometimes I would catch myself smiling or laughing or emitting faint purrings like a cat, which I would hastily check. I did not want anyone to suspect my purpose. Ah, no, I was too crafty, too cunning for that. Once or twice I thought I detected the barbers glancing at me curiously. Perhaps I did talk in tones too high, and perhaps I chatted too fluently. So I redoubled my vigilance in watching myself. But their curiosity was not suspicion, I saw, so, secure in my composure, I made my plans, and decided upon a certain date for their execution. Then I waited. The time passed all too rapidly, time full of pleasurable anticipation and high hopes. I arose early and breakfasted heartily, though you, of course, do not know that. I remember drinking 8 or 10 cups of strong coffee, after which I proceeded to the barber shop in high spirits to sharpen my instruments and wait. I was early, and the first to reach the shop. Silently I went about my preparations. As I sharpened my instruments and tried to think of my happiness just in sight, a strange change took place in my feelings. All my cheerfulness seemed to depart, leaving me sick with my former lassitude and despair. I was filled with forebodings. The ghastly mirrors on the walls mocked my misery. My head began to ache with its old-time persistency, and a painful throb made itself felt at the back of my neck. I began to wish the deed over, to think of flight. Still I remained. I became more and more depressed. It seemed my nerves would snap. Where was the elation I had looked forward to? Was I losing the courage to emancipate my soul? Blankly I admitted to myself it was so. Then I understood my depression. Whereas I had been gay and happy in the certainty I would be free, on the day set for the deed, I was afraid to accomplish my purpose, and was, therefore, miserable and unhappy because I was uncertain of my freedom. In some way there had seeped into my imagination the fancy that if I perpetrated this deed, it would mean the end of everything for me, and this fear had sapped my courage and endangered my resolution. I understood vaguely that if I did not accomplish my purpose this day, I should never accomplish it. Could I endure going on in torture and suffering? Oh, God, never! Customers arrived. The shop became alive with the senseless jargon that befits such a place. Then came he of the lip. Have I described it to you? Oh, well, it does not matter. His iron-gray hair, bristling in 1,000 cowlicks, smote me like a club. His beetling red face, encased in large eyeglasses, made my rancor surge. I did not understand why any human being could be so, but since he was, it would have displaced all my faculties in accepting him thus. How could I be indifferent to that pendulous lip, that awful quarter-mooned labial? To me it symbolized the swelling terrors of the night when I shrieked aloud within my soul, and the dreadful stillness drove me from my bed into the deserted streets, anywhere away from myself. Whenever I gazed upon that seething, undulating lip, I lived anew the concentrated horrors of the night. My agony was intensified 1,000-fold. This morning, as I shaved him hastily and nervously, cold sweat gathered on my brow and nose and dripped into the lather. The tremor of my loins made itself felt even to the top of my head, until I feared it shook the entire room. Half of his face was shaved. I must decide quickly. My nerves became perfectly lax. I felt I could not do this thing. I, who had never spilt human blood. Then a miracle happened. Just when I had decided I could not accomplish my designs, something seemed to tell me that my purpose would be accomplished without any effort on my part, that a higher force, firm and steady, would act for me. With the knowledge, then, that the deed would be accomplished, I again grew elated, exultant. I spoke of trifles with infinite wit. Thought was become a pain, so I must exclude it by talk and laughter. Gradually everything besides myself grew quiet, oppressively quiet. The voice of the lip became faint, then hard, then penetrating. His voice waved as did his lip. It was absurd. I giggled and sighed and delayed the shaving. I was playing with my victim. Once I thought I detected a look of terror in his eyes. This filled me with ecstasy. I gazed upon the lip hungrily, gloatingly. I fingered it softly, while hell flamed into being in my heart. It lay there, the lip, faintly quivering, distinct, blue, hellish. Slowly a hazy mist obscured the room, obscured everything save the lip, which lay before me sharply defined and seemingly glowing, though completely covered with lather. This, I knew, was the consummation of my entire life, my art, my religion, my suffering. Soon I should find peace. Time would be no more, space would be only infinite. Something seemed to snap within my brain. A clear voice bade me consummate my plans. Sensations swam, then departed, leaving me numb. The face before me looked like clay. The eyes were watery and, methought, pleading. Immediately, I acted, not potentially, but automatically, as if I were the calm and yielding agent of some unseen force. My left arm passed swiftly across the neck, and with that hand I grasped the chair. He could not move. He was choked beyond utterance. The whole thing took scarcely a moment. No one had time to observe, much less interfere. One shriek I gave, a loud shriek of triumph. Then my strong right hand grasping the glittering razor descended with terrifying swiftness, and that curse of hell was severed forever from the face that suffered it. Ha-ha! I shall never forget that moment, never. Though they take my freedom, aye, my life, they cannot take that one moment of ecstasy from me, nor the subsequent peace. Even now I recall the frightful shudder that passed through him, while I shrieked with laughter. The startled cries of the barbers who stood staring with horror came to me dully, inconsequentially, monotonously, in a jumbled, muffled sound. One thing more I remember after his agonized shudder. The shining, yellow teeth, now entirely exposed, glittering with blood, through the assembled forms of demons and devils who came with a sudden swirl and ear-splitting clamor to applaud my deed. Time seemed to stand still. The grinning devils flitted about noisily and rapidly. Their cries became louder and louder until I could stand it no longer. I could not see. I had laughed so much it had become a pain. Nothing seemed worthwhile any longer. Then I regained my longed-for power to induce self-unconsciousness. When I recovered, I was here. Someone had been giving me a hot bath, and I felt enervated. I consider warm baths injurious to one's health, don't you? I find they always leave me dull and fatigued. Although ordinarily a good talker, after taking a hot bath my conversation never seems to flow fluently. I do not seem to be as analytical, and I miss much of the detail that I am usually so quick to perceive. Sometimes they're soothing. They make me think of my mother, and then I long to die. So I shall ask them not to give me any more hot... About the lip? Ah, yes, I am glad it is over. I now have a peace of mind I did not think I should ever possess. Surely the law will punish me, but I always did have a contempt for the law, haven't you? That makes me think, why do you suppose the lip is not grateful to me? Before I carved him, he was deformed, unnatural. Now, he has nothing worse than an exaggerated hare lip. I presume, however, that the discomfort he suffered has robbed him of a sense of gratitude. Ha ha! The situation has its degree of humor, has it not? I shall go to sleep now. I am a little tired. Strange, is it not, that such a brief recital as this should make me sleepy? Me, who have been accustomed to talking all my life, even when no one is around. Perhaps I am not so nervous. End of section 7. Read by James T. Oligney.
Section 8 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. A Mind in Shadow by Tessida Swings. I can't keep it any longer, Doctor. I must tell. It's too much for a boy to keep to himself. I can't tell my mother, 'cause it's so terrible. And I haven't any dad anymore. And you know me since I'm born. Oh, Doctor, please come nearer. I don't want to say it out loud. I guess I'm a murderer. Yes, don't be frightened, but I killed my baby brother. I killed Freddie, not once, but twice. You see, I'm what I said, and I'm only 15 years old. No, Doctor, I'm not feverish anymore. I know what I'm talking about. I'm almost well. You said so yourself. It's 5 weeks, isn't it, that I've had this brain fever? I guess, Doctor, it's because I've had this all on my mind, and telling it will help me, truly and honest. Just let me hold your hand and tell you. And please listen, and listen hard, 'cause I'm going to tell you just how everything happened. You know how I loved my little brother, and he was crazy about me. I honestly liked to take him out in his carriage and show him off to the other kids on the block, 'cause Freddie was the cutest and smartest and brightest. Say, Doctor, you ought to know. You helped when he was born. Wasn't he a wonderful kid? Oh, Doctor, I didn't mean any harm. You know that. And I guess he up there knows too. Where was I? Oh, yes. Well, I used to take him in his carriage up that little hill. Then I'd run down ahead and be ready to catch him, with my arms open like this, see? And Freddie'd clap his hands and make such cute, funny little noises, 'cause he was having such a bully time. He'd kick his fat legs like he always wanted some more of that game, and his blue eyes be big and happy and shining. And then, please hold my hand tight. Now comes the hard part to tell. Well, one day the carriage came down the hill, and there was a stone, and I didn't see it, and the carriage bumped up sharp, and Freddie fell out, sideways. Oh, Doctor, you don't know how scared. I was scared so stiff. I couldn't move for maybe 2 hours, only I suppose it wasn't so long anyhow. But honestly, it seemed so, 'cause I couldn't make my legs go, and I got most awful cold, and I could only look at Baby on the ground. At last I saw Freddie's arm move, then the ice in my legs melted like, and I could go to little Freddie and pick him up, but his eyes were closed just like he was asleep, and I waited for him to wake up. Well, he did wake up. Oh, yes, he woke up, and I thought everything was all right. Next day I licked a guy who did that carriage catching stunt with his baby sister, and told him he might kill her. You see, Doctor, some of us kids don't think until something happens, and that was me too. No, Doctor, that isn't all. I was just thinking. Now, please, will you listen some more? Well, when I came home from school next day, Freddie didn't smile at me and stretch out his arms. He didn't make those cunning little noises like goo-goo. He didn't know me. Mama said he didn't seem to be sick. She couldn't make it out, and she got awful worried because, you see, he didn't even know Mama. We waited another day and watched, and then she sent for you. You remember you examined him, and you felt him all over, and you kept shaking your head. Then you felt his head all over again, and he looked sad, and asked if he'd had a fall. Oh, Doctor, I was terribly scared. I was hiding on the stairs and shaking something awful. No, please, Doctor, I won't work myself into a fever again. It does me good to tell it. Honest it does. If you'd only let me get it off my mind, and please listen. Yes, I'll take it easy. Let me see. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Mama told you how careful and trustworthy I was, and that nothing could happen to Baby in my care. That made me feel worse yet, and I started to tell and cried out, only it was a funny thing that no sound came from my throat because it felt so tight, like I'd swallowed something too big and it stuck there. Well, I couldn't eat any more, and I couldn't play, and I couldn't study, and I felt awful sick and miserable. I hardly talked any more. All I could do was just watch Freddie and wait for him to notice things. But his blue eyes were always like a candle was blown out behind them. You was coming all the time and looked awful sad and sorry, and shook your head a lot, and talked more about Freddie's head, and one day you put your hand on my mother's shoulder and said something low about being afraid for Baby's mind. You remember how excited Mama got, and she looked terrible white and yelled out, "It can't be. I won't believe it. God couldn't let the bright little spirit of this child be killed." That's what Mama said. I remember it, you see, 'cause the way she said it made me get cold all over, and I shivered, especially about the killing, 'cause you see, I killed Freddie's bright little spirit, and you know how I loved him. No, I'm not crying. It's only awful sad for Freddie and poor little Mama and me too. And yes, I'll take the medicine now, Doctor. Now, can I go on? No, it won't hurt me. What was I saying? Let me think a minute. Oh, yes, I heard a neighbor say to another lady, "Isn't it awful for that poor bright child to be an idiot?" They said he should have been killed outright rather than be an idiot, and they said it was God's blessing my mother had me to comfort her. When I heard that, I locked myself into my room and told God I wasn't a blessing. I was a murderer of a bright little spirit, and that he ought to let me die because I was wicked. I got thinking and thinking terrible things until my head ached something awful, and I guess I was very weak from not eating. Next thing I knew, you was saying I had diphtheria. The worst of it was, I couldn't have Freddie with me any more. I couldn't kiss him good night. You wouldn't even let me see him, 'cause you said my sickness was very catching, and if Freddie got my breath, he'd die. Then I thought maybe now I'd soon be dead like I told God. I ought to be for punishment, and I wanted to help myself die, so I didn't take the medicine, and didn't mind you, so I got worse, you remember? Well, that's why. You see, Doctor, I thought then Mom would feel so bad about Freddie when I told her about the fall that it was better I should help myself to die. Don't you see? Where was I again? Do you remember, Doctor? Oh, yes. Well, once I woke up and Mama was kneeling by my bed. I guess she was praying, 'cause she said, "Oh, dear God, have mercy. Spare this one of sound mind. Don't take this one, not this one, not this one." She kept saying that over and over like she wanted the other one taken. Well, Doctor, I had to do a whole lot more thinking after that until my head ached. But I was too tired out to talk anyway, and only sometimes when I come back from far away, like I knew I must try to get better 'cause Mama wanted it. But I heard things. I heard Nurse say one day it would be a blessing if the other child, Freddie, you know, could die on a bed of sickness instead of me. You said to her something about you wished you could be brave enough to let the other child catch it and die on a bed of sickness and put it out of its misery, but you shook your head sorry-like and said that not many men were brave enough for that. Ouch, Doctor, you're pressing my hand too hard now, and please don't look so angry. Was it wrong of me to listen that time? You see, I couldn't help listening. Don't you want me to tell this part? I'm only telling you. All right. After that, I guess I was feverish a whole lot, 'cause I had terrible dreams about putting Freddie out of his misery. And even when I could think, it was always that if I killed Freddie's bright little spirit, maybe I should be that person brave enough to put him out of his misery. And maybe then I'd be forgiven, and everybody'd know that it was 'cause I loved Mama and Freddie so much. I did an awful lot of thinking about the blessing if he could die in a bed of sickness, and about catching my disease, and little by little I had it all thought out. Yes, Doctor, I know you said I was in high fever, but I tell you, all the same, I thought it out just as plain can be. Now please wait, Doctor. There's more coming. I'm feeling all right. Truly I am. Just feel my pulse. See? Oh, all right. I'll rest a minute. Now can I go on? One night, Mama took Nurse's place, and 'cause I guess she was so tired worrying about everything, she fell tight asleep, so no one was watching, and something in my head kept saying, "Now is the time. Be brave. Put him out of his misery." So I got up and went to Freddie's room. I told him to forgive me, but it would be better for him to die in a bed of sickness, and I was going to help him do it, 'cause I was brave. I put my arms around him and held him tight and kissed him on the mouth and breathed my catching sickness onto his face so he could catch it quick, and then I said goodbye and put him back in his crib. I was awful weak, and I guess I almost fainted, and I dropped him back on the bed so hard that I'm afraid I bumped him too hard, but I guess it didn't matter, 'cause I'd fixed it so he'd be out of his misery soon anyhow. Oh, look, Doctor, you dropped a tear on my hand. Are you feeling so sorry? Please hold my hand yet a little while. It makes it easier for me. Well, next day I heard he caught it, and no one knew how he got it, and I don't remember much 'cause everything was sort of confused in my head. Only once I remember hearing someone say it was a miracle and a blessing, so I guess he died soon, 'cause you see I gave him the blessing, and then I don't remember anything till I woke up here, and he said I had brain fever. Now you know why. All the same, I wish I was dead, 'cause now I'm not feverish, and I can see I was wicked and not brave. I'm a murderer, and all because I wanted to play a nice game with Freddie in the carriage. Yes, I'm listening to you, Doctor. I'm paying attention. What, Doctor? I told you in my fever that I let him fall, and he knew before that. You guessed it by my actions? But then, why are you so proud that I told you everything? Oh, I see. Yes, Doctor. I'll rest until you come back with the medicine. You back already? Listen, someone's knocking. There's my mama coming, and Doctor, am I feverish? Listen, I think I hear Freddie. Freddie? What's the matter? Oh, look, there's Freddie. Then he didn't die. He didn't catch it. And he knows me. Look, Doctor, Mama, he knows me. Listen, he's making those cute, funny noises. Goo-goo Freddie. He knows me. He knows everything again. Maybe I'm dreaming. Are you sure he's all right? I did it when I bumped him back into his bed? I can't understand. What bone, Doctor? Oh, never mind. I don't understand all those big doctor words anyhow. And I don't care. Freddie's got his bright little spirit again, and everything's all right. I guess I'm some happy guy right now. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. The Phantom Drug by A.W. Kapfer. This document, written in a clear, bold hand, was found in the burned ruins of an old insane asylum. The records of this institution had been saved, and upon investigation, it was found that an eminent drug analyst was confined within its walls for one of the most horrible crimes ever recorded. He was judged and found insane after telling, as his defense, a fantastic story which was interpreted as a maniac's delusion. After reading his story, which coincides so well with the known facts, one cannot help but wonder. It's night again, one of those threatening, misty nights that you see in dreams. I'm afraid of it. It returns like a mockery to goad my memory to greater torture. It was on a night much like this that it happened, that horrible experience that gives my mind no rest, that fear that gives shadows ghostly forms and limbs and added terror to the scream of an insane inmate. They put me in a madhouse because they judged me insane. Me, whose mentality is so inexpressibly superior to those that judged me mentally unbalanced. They wouldn't believe the facts I told them. Said my story was the fabrication of an unsound mind as an alibi for the horrible crime I had committed. I swore on my honor that I had told the truth, but even my friends refused to believe me. So it is with little hope of winning your credulity that I leave this written document. But here are the facts. I was at work in my laboratory analyzing some drugs that I had received in a new consignment from India. A tube, which contained a phosphorescent liquid, attracted my attention, and I read the note my collector had sent with it. He stated that it was supposed to have the power of transforming the mind of a human into the body of an animal, a superstition which the natives of the inner jungle firmly believe. They claim it is compounded from the brains of freshly slain animals, each brain containing an amount of this substance relative to its size. I naturally scoffed at the claims for this drug, but decided to test it on one of my laboratory animals so that I could place it in its proper category. I injected a small amount into the system of a rabbit and watched closely the reaction. For a minute it was motionless, except for the natural movements of breathing. Then its eyelids closed slowly until they were completely shut, and it appeared in a deep lethargy. For half a minute more there appeared no change. Then its eyes flicked open, and I looked not into the timid eyes of a rabbit, but those of a scared animal. With a sudden spring it leaped for the laboratory light, which was suspended by a chain from the ceiling. Its paws, however, were unfitted to grip the chain or the sloping reflector. and it fell to the floor only to spring frantically at the curtain in a vain attempt to climb it. Another leap sent it to the top of a cabinet, where it upset several bottles which fell to the tiled floor and smashed. This aroused me from my stupor, and I endeavored to catch it. I might as well have tried to catch its shadow. From cabinet to mantel, from mantel to curtain, curtain to shelf, leaving a trail of spilled and broken bottles in its wake. As it sprang about, strange squeaky barks came from its throat. Perspiring and out of wind, I gave up the chase, picked up an overturned chair, and sat down to ponder the matter out. I observed the rabbit's actions closely. Now it was on a shelf looking at its short stump of a tail and chattering excitedly. Then it rubbed its ears and seemed startled at their length. I wondered what was the explanation of this. It flew around like a monkey. A monkey? That was it. The drug made animals act like monkeys. Then the claim of the natives was true, and the drug did have the power of performing a transition. I wondered if the drug always had the same result, and decided to test it again on a white mouse that I took from another cage. I carefully injected a small amount into its bloodstream. After a minute had expired, during which it made no move, it began to twitch about. The blood was pounding in my temples, and my eyes were glued to its quivering form. Slowly it roused from its stupor, and then stood on its hind legs while it flapped the front ones by its side. "What the deuce?" I began. Then I understood. The drug affected each animal differently, dependent on the amount of the dose. As I arrived at this conclusion, I noticed the rabbit was hopping about in its natural way, all trace of its former erratic movements gone. Never before in my experience had any drug such a startling effect on the brain as to give it the complete characteristics of a different animal. My old and dearest friend Rodney Caleb was living with me, and I went to his room to tell him what had occurred. He was lying on the bed, covered by a heavy blanket which did not entirely conceal the hulking form, once the proud possessor of enormous strength, now robbed by sickness and old age. He was 20 years older than I. He liked to talk of the days when his prowess was commented upon, where strength and courage counted. His voice still held some of its old timbre as he greeted me and noticed my excitement. "Hello," he said. "Something interesting happen?" With eager enthusiasm, I detailed the effects the drug had had on the rabbit and the mouse. I could tell from the expression on his face that he was intensely interested, but when I had finished, he lay back on his pillow as if in deep thought. "Doc," he said quietly, "I think that at last I'm going to have my wish fulfilled." I looked at him uncomprehendingly. "You know," he said, growing excited, "you know how I've longed to have my old strength back again, or at least to be active for a time. Well, there you have the substance that can perform the miracle." "What do you mean?" I gasped. "Why can't I take some of that drug," he reasoned, "and control the body of some animal for a while?" "Rodney, you're crazy," I cried aghast. "I will not consent to your doing such an insensate thing. It would mean your death within a few minutes. Can you imagine yourself as a monkey hopping and swinging about with that old body of yours? It could never stand the strain." "You forget something," he smiled. "What?" I asked. "My mind would no longer control this body, but that of some active and healthy animal." "I should say not," I began, then stopped and reasoned the matter out. The rabbit had been controlled by a monkey's mind. What happened to the rabbit's mind? It was only logical to suppose that they had been exchanged, that some monkey in far-off India had been hopping about like a rabbit during the transition. "It is probable," I admitted, "that you would be controlling another body, but you forget that your body would be controlled by an animal's mind. That would be far more risky, as was proved by the rabbit's antics in the laboratory." "You can take care of that," he argued, "by giving me a potion to numb the motor area of my brain and by giving me a sleeping powder. Then, no matter what impulse is aroused, it cannot be carried into an action." I pondered his words carefully and had to admit to myself that his reasoning was plausible. Rodney pleaded his cause with desperate earnestness. "Here I am, an old man, chained to a bed for the rest of my life, a year or so at the most. Life holds little attraction for me, handicapped as I am. My body is weak, but the spirit of adventure is still strong within me. Surely you cannot deny me this favor. if not to gratify the wish of an old man, then on the claim of our friendship. I have but one thing left to say, I replied, and that is, if you take some of this drug, then so will I. Rodney hesitated at involving me in his rash wish. It is not necessary for you to do so, he said. You are healthy, and in the name of your profession, you owe the world a service. Nothing claims me. Nevertheless, that arrangement stands, I said. Do you think I could ever bear to have anything happen to you through this enterprise without my sharing it? Never. We have stood together in all things in the past and will continue to do so until the end. Rodney placed his hand on mine. Neither of us spoke for a few minutes, but we felt the bond of friendship more closely than ever before. I can't ask you to risk it, he said huskily, and tried to hide the disappointment that his voice betrayed. And I cannot refuse your wish, I replied. Besides, it is in a way my duty to undergo an experience that may prove of value in research. I must admit that I feel thrilled at the prospect of this adventure, too. When shall we try it? I am ready now, he replied. What preparations are necessary? Hardly any, I said. I'll go down to the laboratory to get the sedatives and a hypodermic needle for this drug. I may as well bring my safety kit along. Before I locked the back door, I glanced out into the night. The air was surcharged and oppressive, and the uncanny stillness that precedes a storm sent a chilling premonition over me. I locked the door, gathering the articles I needed, and returned to the bedroom. An electrical storm is coming up, I said. Rodney did not answer. His eyes were on the tube containing the phosphorescent drug. He was breathing faster and becoming excited and impatient. Better quiet down a bit, Rod, I admonished. My own heart was pumping strangely, and the air seemed exceedingly warm. I thought it best to hide my perturbation from him, however. An unexpected crash of thunder made our nerves jump. We're as nervous as a couple of kids on their first pirate expedition, laughed Rod. His voice was high-pitched and taut. I mixed a sedative and a sleeping potion for him and a stronger mixture for myself. These we drank. Then I took off my coat, bared my left arm, and bade Rod roll up his pajama sleeve. We shall not feel the effects for a minute or two, I told him, and by that time the potion we drank will start its work. Just lie quiet. I forced my hand to be steady as I injected the drug into his arm, then hastily refilled the needle chamber from the tube and emptied it into my own arm. Rodney had put his hand by mine as I lay down beside him, and I clasped it fervently. A drowsiness crept over me as the seconds slipped by. Then something snapped, and I knew no more. An unfamiliar atmosphere surrounded me when my mind began to function again. Slowly the haze wore away, and I stirred restlessly as strange impressions flooded my brain. I was amongst a heavy growth of trees, rank grass and bush. My nose felt peculiar to me. Then I cried out in wonder. It was not a faint ejaculation that came from my throat, however, but a roar, a volume of sound that made the very earth tremble, and with good cause, for I, or rather my mind, was embodied in an elephant. My nose. It was now a trunk. I became intoxicated with the thought of the strength I now possessed, seized a tree with my trunk, and with a mighty tug pulled its roots from the ground and hurled it aside. My cry of satisfaction was a boom that rolled like a peal of thunder. A low growl sounded behind me, and I swung my huge bulk quickly around. A tiger lay crouched in the undergrowth. I raised my trunk threateningly and stamped angrily, but the beast did not move. Then I looked into its eyes and understood. It was Rodney. He had possession of a tiger's body. He was overjoyed at my recognizing him, and although we could not talk to each other, we showed our pleasure plainly enough. He gloried in the agility and strength that were now his, and took prodigious leaps and flips in a small clearing. Finally, tired and winded from his play, he came to me and rubbed his back against my leg, purring like an immense cat. With a flip of my trunk, I swung him on my back and raced through the jungle for miles. A river cut its way through this wilderness, and we drank our fill. A gallon of water seemed but a cupful to my stupendous thirst. I was amusing myself by squirting water on Rodney when a roar came from a distance, accompanied by heavy crashings. We faced the direction of the disturbance and waited breathlessly. Over the top of the waving jungle grass there appeared the head of an angry elephant. That its temper was up was all too plain. Its ears stuck out from its head like huge fans, and its upraised trunk blasted forth a challenge as it charged along. I looked anxiously at Rodney. The light of battle was in his eyes, and I knew that he would be a formidable ally. It was too late to flee. My opponent was too close, and the river was a barrier which, if I tried to cross, would give my adversary the advantage of firmer footing. My temper was aroused also, and as it was not my own body that was at stake, I did not fear the coming conflict. The huge elephant facing me charged, and I met him halfway. 2 locomotives crashing together would not have made that glade tremble more than it did when we met. My enemy gave a scream of fear and pain when we parted, and I soon saw the reason why. Rodney had waited until we were locked, then had launched himself at the throat of my rival. He had sunk his teeth deep into its tough hide and was tearing the flesh from its shoulder and chest with his bared claws. All this I had seen in an instant, and as the monster turned on Rodney, I charged it from the side, driving both tusks deep in. Almost at the same instant, Rodney severed its jugular vein. The elephant trembled, swayed, and toppled to the ground. I was unhurt except for an aching head and the result of that first onslaught, but Rodney had not fared so well. As we turned from our fallen adversary, I noticed that one of his legs had been crushed. The light of victory was in his eyes, however, and he seemed happy despite the pain he must have been suffering. It was then that I noticed a change coming over me, a sort of drowsiness. At first I thought it was due to the exertion I had just gone through, but, as its effect became more marked and insistent, I realized with a tremor of terror what it really was. The elephant's mind was trying to throw my own out of possession of its body. I glanced at Rodney apprehensively to see if he was undergoing the same change. He was still in complete control. Then the truth dawned on me. The immense bulk I had been dominating had absorbed the power of the drug faster than the body Rodney controlled. I hurried to his side and tried to make him understand that he should crawl into the jungle and hide until the effect of the drug had worn off. It was of no use. The more I stamped and raged, the more his eyes smiled at me as though he thought I was trying to show him how pleased I was at our victory. More and more insistent and powerful did the elephant's mind become. It began to get control of its body and fixed its eyes with a baneful glare on Rodney's recumbent form. I struggled desperately to wrest control from that conquering mind, but in vain. The drug's force was ebbing fast. One last warning I managed to blast out, and Rodney faced me. Horror of horrors. He thought I was calling him. Slowly and painfully he crept towards me. My thoughts became dim, and I struggled as if in a dream to conquer again the huge bulk he was approaching. But it was too late. The monster I had once controlled was in almost complete possession now, and I was but an unwilling spectator viewing things through a veil that grew steadily heavier. When Rodney was but a few feet away, the body under me reared in the air. A flash of fear showed in Rodney's eyes as he realized the awful truth, and as his shrill scream rent the air, I was swallowed in blackness. I don't know how long I lay in a daze in Rodney's bedroom. Consciousness came back slowly. As events crowded themselves into my mind, I felt for Rodney's hand. It was not by my side. I sat up in bed, weak and trembling all over. At first I did not see him, then I screamed in livid terror. Rodney lay beside the bed, every bone in his body broken, as though something weighing several tons had crushed him. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan Gurzynski. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. The Confessions of a Madman by James Cox. The curtain is parted by an honest, fearless man whose education was just sufficient to make a good, laborious living and give him command of a coastwise ship. He knew nothing of the so-called cults of the past or present. Although he was not a scholar, his consciousness was thrilled with the knowledge that he was a man. He knew virtually nothing of what other men may have thought or written, but by virtue of the consciousness of manhood that abided in him, he dared to think and ask the reason why, and with equal persistence search out the answer. 1. For reasons I need not explain here, I spent 1 week in the quaint little town of Padstow. It was a snug little seaport town, teeming with industry, having no less than 2 shipbuilding yards working at full speed. It lay embedded in a small valley, protected on 3 sides by high rolling hills, a haven in time of storm. The entrance to this port is one of the most dangerous on the Cornish coast. Padstow points on one side, Pentyre points on the other, both bristling with jagged rocks like the fangs of some huge monster. Some distance in from the open sea, there is a bar of sand called the Dune Bar. This lies in the very center of the passageway leading into Padstow, and can be seen when the tide is low. Only a skilled pilot can guide a ship through in safety. Hundreds of ships and men have been engulfed in its treacherous quicksands. The main walk leading from the town forms a large circle above the cliffs, designated by some as the Lovers' Walk. However, it is used by all alike, for it furnishes a continual refreshing view. As one traverses this winding path, it brings to view the sand dunes on the opposite side of the wide channel. Tradition says that here lies an entire town, buried by a terrific sandstorm. As one travels around the high cliffs, he is led directly to a commanding fort, containing a few guns which silently watch the entrance to this land-protected port. A little farther around the cliffs is Padstow Cove, where the high rolling ground is suddenly parted as if hewn out by some titanic force. A number of neat little cottages dot the sloping sides, and a pretty sandy beach slants gracefully into the channel. Immediately in the center of this beach stands the lifeboat house. My advent into Padstow was in November. The weather was cold and unsettled. In the early part of my first evening in this quaint old town, I was sitting in the bar parlor, smoking a cigar and warming my knees by the fire, perhaps feeling a little dull. In a little while a strong wind came up, which soon became a gale. Mine host came into the room and sat down opposite me by the fire. He said, in a very serious tone, "I fear, sir, we are in for a terrible storm tonight. God pity any ship that comes near the points." In answer to my casual inquiry, mine host pointed out the many dangers that confronted the mariner in time of storm. Before he had got through his rather prolonged description, the wind began to whistle around the corners and eaves of the roofs. The town seemed suddenly to wake up. Many people were hurrying on the streets, and excited voices could be heard every few minutes. Then an old seafaring man burst into the room and, looking at mine host, shouted, "By God, Henry, there's a foreigner's ship on the Dune Bar!" I sprang to my feet, put on my top coat, and left the room. Following the crowd, I came to the Lovers' Walk. I did not recall ever seeing such a change in the weather in so short a time. The sea was lashing itself into a fury, and I recalled mine host's remark, "I would pity any ship in such a storm." In a very short time we had reached a point overlooking the cove. There was indeed a ship fast going to pieces on the Dune Bar. The terrific monster-like clouds were parted as if by some magic hand, leaving a clear space over the huge points and revealing the terrible drama being enacted before our eyes. Never saw I such a scene, and never do I wish to see it again. The foundering ship was lifted as if by gigantic hands on the crest of high waves, bristling in their terrible whiteness. Then they receded, leaving the trembling ship to strike the cruel Dune Bar with a sickening crash. Even above the thunder and hiss of the sea, we could hear the piercing shriek of splitting timber and the snapping of bolts that once held the stately ship together. In a few minutes, the ship was a mass of floating wreckage. My attention was directed to a commanding figure standing alone on a jutting piece of rock overhanging the frightful sea. His sea cap seemed glued to his head and shoulders, and his beard was combed by the cutting wind. Both hands were shading his eyes. He was scanning the angry sea. I turned to a man by my side and asked, "Who is that man out there?" The man replied, "Why, stranger, that's Tom Edvin, the lion-hearted, the bravest man that ever stood in two shoes." This stalwart dark figure, silhouetted against the sky, with pen-tire points frowning in the distance, seemed to fascinate me. Suddenly this figure turned and sprang like a cat from the jutting point and tore down the sloping hill to the cove. Many followed his example, but I was the first to get near him. There were many men and women at the cove, some bitterly weeping, for they knew only too well that on the morrow there would be bodies washed ashore. I saw the beautiful lifeboat, spick and span, shining like a thing of life in the semi-gloom. On each side of her were the crew. I thought I had never seen such giants of manhood before. I knew these brave Cornishmen would sacrifice their lives without an instant's thought, if need be, to save the life of their fellow man. Tom, as we now shall call him, strode over to this group of silent, determined men. As I was soon to learn, Tom Edvin was one of the bravest men on the Cornish coast. He was a powerful man, 6 feet 3 inches in height, wide-shouldered and somewhat gaunt, alert, as agile as a cat, as strong as an ox, with muscles of whip-like steel. He wore a full, well-trimmed beard, and though kindly-looking, was grave in his demeanor. As gentle as a lamb, yet he knew not the meaning of fear. Such were the general characteristics of this man, whose figure, silhouetted against the sky on the jutting rock, had fascinated me. Some who had been with him in absolute danger, with death staring them in the face, said his eyes shone like balls of fire and flashed like miniature lightning. 100 times he had taken his life in his hands to rescue some mariner. When Tom reached the lifeboat's crew, he cried out with a loud voice, "Come on, men! There's a man out there alive!" He pointed to the raging sea. "He can't last more than a few minutes." The captain of the crew replied, "Tom, it's no use. No boat can live in such a sea." There were now hundreds of people assembled, and all the eyes were centered on this group of men. Tom cried out, "No man shall die with Tom Edvin looking on." His little boat was near at hand, and the next moment he was gliding with it over the slanting, slippery beach. With the receding wave, he launched himself into the seething sea. A cry rent the air. "Brave Tom has gone to his doom." Every few minutes, Tom was seen on the crest of a wave, battling with the sea, and every time he appeared to view, a shout of thankfulness went up to God. He disappeared in a great hollow of the sea, with a piece of wreckage to which it clung the last life of the doomed ship. An instant later, he was seen on the crest of a wave. There were 2 men in Tom's little boat. Breathlessly the throng watched him. Could he make the narrow cove? If he could not, no power on earth could save him from certain death. Ah! An intense sigh seemed to ooze from hungering hearts. He's going to make it as sure as heaven. In a few minutes he was seen on the crest of a mighty wave opposite the mouth of the cove. In another instant, like a feather, he was carried on to the cove and dashed upon the beach. 2. In the lifeboat house, men and women ministered to the seaman whom Tom had rescued. The fellow was badly shaken up and dazed from his trying ordeal. He was sufficiently recovered, however, to recognize in Tom the one who had saved his life. Soon he was comfortable asleep between warm blankets. When Tom was himself again, he came and looked at the man he had saved. He gave a start. Then a shade of pallor swept over his features, and this was quickly replaced with a look of fondest affection. He made no remark to those standing by, and soon he joined the others in watching for the floating dead. A few evenings later, I sat chatting with mine host in the bar parlour of the Cornish Arms. The weather was cold, and the fire was very cheering. There seemed unusual activity in the tavern room, termed by some the tap room and by others the kitchen. Soon there came the notes of joyous song, accompanied by the sweet strains of a violin. I sensed a wistful longing to be among those men of toil, to share with them their simple amusement. Mine host seemed to have anticipated my desire. "The boys will have a pleasant evening in the tap room tonight," he remarked. "I have seen to it they shall have a cheery fire. It will be a cold night, and many will have an extra pint of ale. If you would care to pass an hour with them, I will introduce you to the boys. I can assure you, you will hear some good yarns, songs, and jokes." In a few minutes I was comfortably seated in their midst. I was surprised to learn that there was an organized rule for the evening's amusement. They had a regular chairman, who sat at the center of a long table, somewhat elevated, where he could command a view of the large room. He knew each one of them that could sing a song, tell a joke, or dance a jig. It was strictly understood that no orders could be given or filled while a part was being rendered. If the story was a long one, at given points there would be an intermission for a few minutes to satisfy the wants of the throng. This order of procedure was only one evening of each week. If a stranger came, the privilege of contributing to the evening's amusement was extended. I was gratified to see Tom Edivan seated at the end of a large settee near the fire, immediately opposite where I sat, so I had a splendid opportunity to study him. He was certainly a remarkable-looking man, the most powerful I had seen in many a day. He was not fleshy, yet he was not thin, but bony and sinewy. His full beard was neatly trimmed to a point a little below his chin. His eyes were large, with heavy lashes, and crowned with bushy brows. His hair, beard, and brows were dark brown, a fitting background for his expressive forehead and rounded cheeks. He wore a heavy, coarse blue shirt, open at the throat. His head was capped with a heavy oiled sou'wester, with sea boots reaching above his knees. To my sense, he was a perfect type of the man of the sea, an ideal model for an artist. We had been enjoying a short intermission when crack, crack, crack came from the chairman's hammer. "Tom," said the chairman, "it's a long time since you told us a story. I have been reminded by your old friend Moses Dingle here that there is a story you've been promising to relate for more than 5 years. We have a long evening before us, and if you feel like telling it tonight, we shall be mighty glad to hear you. What do you say?" A smile lit up Tom's grave features as he replied, "Mr. Chairman, there's a stiff nor'easter blowing. I have just come in from the cliffs. It's mighty cold outside, and very comfortable in here by the fire, so you are welcome to my story to pass the evening away. Boys, strange as it may appear to you, I am more than willing to talk. In fact, I am eager, for it has fallen to the lot of but few to experience what I shall relate this evening. You may wonder what could have happened to make Tom Edivan eager to talk. This last storm, the loss of life along the coast, the rescue of this man, whom you call the Grateful One, because of his undisguised gratitude for saving his life, this is the cause. It has touched every fiber of my being and set my mind ablaze. As you know, I have been scarcely outside of Padstow town, yet I have known this young man, termed the Grateful One, for many years. He is now being taken care of by my family. Boys, how often we've said to each other, if anyone had ever come back after being dead and would tell us about it, we would believe in the hereafter. It is as one who has returned from the dead that I shall tell my tale. Before I'm through with my story, you may think I am still affected with my old complaint. I do not ask you to believe one word I'm going to say. It would not make any difference anyway. I'm going to tell you my story because I feel compelled to do so. Perhaps, right down in my heart, I want to stir you up a bit and make you look a little closer to your compass and chart, or think a little differently from your custom. Boys, I am going to refer to a period of my life that I know will surprise you. Out of respect to my feelings, you have never whispered of it in my presence. I refer to the 10 years of my insanity, or more particularly that period of my life between the years of 25 and 35. This coming Christmas I shall be 60 years old. The record of my life, with the exception of those 10 years, is fair, and known to most of you. As you know, I am not given to talking about myself. On this occasion, however, I cannot help myself. as the tale concerns myself only. I can say honestly and fearlessly, without fear of contradiction, that outside of those 10 years of incarceration in the Bodmin Asylum, I never cherished an evil thought against my fellow men. Why is it that a strong and robust man, with 50 years of unblemished life to his credit, should have sandwiched into it 10 such years and yet not be conscious of a single act or a moment of its time? From what I have learned from the testimony of others, I went insane without a moment's warning, and when I came out of it, I did so just as quickly. At the moment they said my reason had returned, I felt as if some indignity had been put upon my person. I said to the professor, "Why is it I have been called to pass through this ordeal? I feel as if I've been imposed upon." He replied, "My dear sir, you have had a disease. Our treatment has rid you of it. You are now restored to your wonted health and strength." I said very quietly to the professor, "I'm certain that you have had a terrible time with me, and I'm grateful for the care you have given me, but your treatment has had no part or place in the return of my reason. Boys, I was born and raised in this little town. Some of you have known me since I was a youth. I went with you to the penny-a-week school. I passed some of you a little in education. Through the kindness of the Honorable Mr. Brune, I spent 1 year with his boys under their private tutor. I attended the Sunday school Bible class and all the preaching services. My boyhood was clean and, I've heard, manly. My young manhood was virtuous. The energies of youth were conserved. I was as sound physically and mentally as any man that ever stood in a pair of shoes. I speak plainly, to show there were not the gross errors of youth and ignorance, whereby my future might have been undermined and weakened. When I reached my 25th year, a point that marked an epoch in my life, my mind was as clear as the noonday sun. The blood in my veins tingled with health. I felt as strong as a young bull. Life was sweet. I loved my fellow man. The appeal of want hurt me. The cry of help pierced my heart like a knife. I loved my wife and children, and they, thank God, loved me in return. Work was a pleasure, and idleness distasteful to me. I loved the sea. Its jagged cliffs fascinated me. When the storm was fiercest, I was there, for I could not enjoy the genial comfort of my home while the storm was raging. A great upheaving force ever prompted me to help my fellow man in distress. Boys, I have walked that dune bar all hours of the night and day, trying to grasp the meaning of its treacherous depths, which have sucked down so many precious lives in its quicksands. I know you'll be surprised that I'm blowing my own horn. My only excuse is that I've not blown it very much in the past. Many times I, Tom Edivan, your townsman and comrade, have gone out to that dune bar and bent my knees over its ghastly depths, an unknown dead, asking God to accept the strength of my limbs and the devotion of my heart, to consecrate me to the service of my fellow men, in saving them from its depths and the jagged rocks. I am simple enough to believe that the gigantic force which we call God heard my prayer and desire. The longest way around to a sick neighbor's cottage was my shortest way home. Once only have I felt like fighting and hurting my fellow man. One morning, when I was out on the cliffs scanning the sea with my telescope, my attention was drawn to the dune bar. I saw something sticking out of the sand, and I knew it was not the topmast of a ship, slowly being sucked down. There was seaweed attached to it. I could not make out what it was, so I went out to investigate. When I had removed the seaweed, I gave a gasp of pain, for there stood revealed a man's arm sticking out of the sand. This is the only instance I know of the dune bar ever giving up its dead. On the index finger was a gold ring. For a moment, I was startled. It looked as if it was being offered me. I dug out the body, placed it in my boat, and brought it in. When I reached our docks, I came alongside of a schooner lying there. She hailed from Liverpool. Her captain, a massive man, looked over the side and saw the corpse in my boat. "Ah, you big landlubber," he said. "So that's what you do for a living, scraping sand for dead bodies. A low-down body snatcher. Why in thunder don't you go to work?" Well, boys, those words made me feel as I had never felt before. I made my boat fast and went on the quay where the schooner lay. I said, "Captain, step ashore a minute. I want to say a few words to you." He jumped on the quay mighty quickly. I said, "Captain, my name is Tom Edivan. Take a walk for 10 minutes and inquire about me. When you come back, if you don't take back your words, I'm going to ram them back down your throat. This is a new business to me. If I get started, I ain't quite sure when I shall quit." He came over and glared into my eyes. "Our noses almost hit." I said, "You had better hurry along or I shall withdraw the privilege." At that he smiled and replied, "You look pretty good, but I think I can go you one better. You'd better take off those sea boots and your coat. You can't scrap with those things on. I suppose I'll find out you're the best man in port, and the bully as well." "Tarnation!" I said. "You'd better hurry along. I'm getting impatient." Well, boys, in about 15 minutes he came back, held out his hand with a good-natured smile on his face, and said, "Tom, those words don't go. I'm sorry I said them. Put on your boots and coat, and let's have some home-brewed ale." There was nothing on the corpse to identify it except some tattooing on the right forearm, a full-rigged ship, an anchor, and the letters CM. I gained permission to retain the ring. On the inside was engraved, "From Mother to AM." This ring I retained up to about 5 years ago, when I returned it to the mother of the young man I had dug out of the sands of the Dunbar. I want you to remember this incident, for I shall return to it again before I am through with the story. 3. Boys, I asked a while ago, how is it that a strong, robust man with 50 years of unblemished life to his credit should have sandwiched into it 10 such terrible years, and yet not be conscious of a single act or a moment of its time? I feel now, as I felt when my reason returned, that some indignity had been put upon my person, that I had been imposed upon. My whole being welled up in protest. Here was I, a young man of 35 years of age, in the full vigor of life, with 10 years literally stolen out of it, over which I, that is to say, my individuality, had absolutely no part nor place, not even the consciousness of one solitary moment of its time. If it had not been for the testimony of my loved ones, and the growth and change I could so plainly see in them, I could not have believed that 10 years of my life had been passed in an insane asylum. What was I to do? I had reasoning powers, and was analytically inclined. I was confronted with a blank wall, an impassable gulf. When I returned to the bosom of my family, my children around me, my wife placed her arms around my neck, and with tears streaming down her cheeks said, "Oh, Tom, it has been such a long wait." I replied, "My dear, I do not understand. I know that something has occurred. I know there is a lapse, and even the sense of lapse is so indistinct, I cannot in any way define it. I sense a seeming haze. It has shape, circumference, color, and form, yet I cannot express or define a single detail. It is something between this moment and yesterday, but you say that my yesterday is to you 10 years of loneliness, waiting, anxiety, and untold suffering? My wife," I continued, "I can assure you, to me it has been a very little while, just a short nap. Perhaps I can best explain it as a dream, and a pretty dream it must have been, for I am sure there was no element of nightmare in it." Then I saw the lines of care and sorrow. Her hair was streaked with premature gray. My little boy of 5 was standing before me, a robust lad of 15. My sweet baby girl of 2 was now a splendid girl of 12, with a wealth of rich brown hair falling to her waist. I took them in my arms and wept, Those were the tears of a baffled man. When alone in my bedroom, I studied my features in a mirror. I looked older then, at 35, than I do now at 60. Some diabolical change had taken place. I removed my clothes and examined my person. It was covered with scars, bruises, and contusions. My limbs and body were black, green, and blue. My soul rebelled at what I saw. What cruelty, what indignity, shame, and injustice had been inflicted on my person. I, who had devoted every breath within me to alleviate suffering, and had used my strength to battle with the unreasoning sea to help my fellow man, had been dashed unmercifully on jagged rocks and reefs I knew not of. No galley slave had been humiliated like this. Was this indeed I, who had been called by some the lion-hearted? Every idealistic thought within me cried out. I walked my room in anger. I again felt that I would like to fight, just as I felt when that captain called me a body-snatcher. After I'd become used to my surroundings and felt settled, I called on good old Dr. Morley, one of the grandest men Cornwall has produced. I put the matter to him and told him of my predicament. He said, with all the compassion in his nature, "My dear Tom, why bother about it? The indisputable fact remains. You have been insane. There has been a lapse in your memory of 10 years. It is absolutely lost to you. It is impossible for you, while sane, to apprehend the state of your mind when insane. Boys, this matter was always on my mind, yet I confided in no one, for I did not want my problem to become a theme for idle tongues and gossip. Well, I took up my life at 35, where I had left it off at 25. My mind was as sound as a bell, but my body was in fearful state. My limbs were like props under me. The strength of my arms was gone, and the elasticity of my muscles missing. I felt as if I owed someone, or it, a good licking for misusing my property so. I was reminded of old Mother Jones, who went to Plymouth to spend a month with her daughter. She left her cottage spick and span, everything in order, everything in its place. Tramps took possession in her absence. When Mother Jones came back, the bed was in disorder, the carpets ruffled, and the floor dirty. Disorder, filth, and neglect everywhere. I felt shocked, just like Mother Jones when she realized how her home had been desecrated. It took me a year to patch up my body and restore it to its previous condition. Thank God I succeeded. At this point, crack went the hammer at the chairman, and there was an intermission of a few minutes. Tom looked at me and said, "Stranger, I see that you were taking notes of my story. Well, I'll finish my tale if you think it is of sufficient interest. You may publish it to the world." The waitresses were busy for a few minutes. Then Tom continued, "Boys, what proof have I that I am in your midst tonight, telling you my story, my confession? That's the problem I have to work out. Existence, consciousness, love, harmony, spirit, power, knowledge are everlastingly existent. Their laws are never for one instant inactive. I know that I exist because the knowledge that I exist is the proof of my existence. Reasoning along those lines, that my knowledge of existence had no part in what took place at the asylum, I was forced to the conclusion that if my identity, my knowledge of self, was not at the Bodmin Asylum during those 10 years of so-called insanity, it was simply somewhere else. 4. Boys, one beautiful moonlight night, I took my boat and fishing tackle and went out to the dune bar. After setting my lines, I sat down and mused on many things. Then I gave a start when my 10 years of oblivion were brought to mind. I sat up stiff with the thought that my problem's solution was in my own mind and not in someone else's. I began to think about the lecturer that paid this town a visit. He told us about our objective and subjective minds. Now, I don't pretend to know much about this, but it was made plain to my understanding before I had been long at the dune bar that whatever the objective mind experienced in its daily routine was recorded somewhere in our own selves. Call it subjective mind if you will. It could never be lost or annihilated. though we might lose all consciousness of it for many years, maybe a lifetime. I clapped my hands with pure joy when I understood this. Then I tried to lose all sense of my surroundings. The gentle swish of the water playing on the edge of the dune bar became as distant music. After a while, I seemed to be looking at a large volume of distant haze, mist, or cloud-like substance. This was slowly drawing toward me. As it drew close, I could distinguish indistinct forms and color, not unlike a picture out of focus. I felt that if it came any nearer, I should be swallowed up or enshrouded in it. A cell-like something opened in my mentality. Instantly, my mind became flooded with understanding. I was as one in an audience watching the projecting on the screen of a story in which I was the principal actor. As each scene was unfolded, I knew absolutely what the next scene would be. I saw a stone cottage with a straw-thatched roof, having a center entrance for 2 families. On one side lived a childless couple. Their only child had died and was buried in the churchyard nearby. The mother gathers some flowers from the little front garden and visits the flower-kept grave. She returns to her home, takes out her child's clothes from a bureau drawer and kisses them affectionately, while tears roll down her cheeks. She prays to be blessed with another child. On the other side of the cottage lives a widow with 3 children, a small boy and girl, and a grown son named Heaney, a fine, strapping young man who follows the sea as able seaman. His ship is docked in the adjoining port, and they are expecting him home. The widow looks often out of the small 4-paned window, and then at the cook stove. The table is laid for the expected visitor. The little boy and girl at the front garden gave a cry of delight and rushed to meet their big sailor brother. There is a happy gathering as they sit around the table. Heaney fondles the little ones and produces some presents. The widow, looking very serious, comes to Heaney, places her arms around his neck and shoulders, and says, "My son, your father lost his life at sea. Won't you give it up and stay home and live with us?" Heaney replies earnestly, "Mother dear, I, like my dad, am cut out for the sea. I, too, expect to find a watery grave." Boys, far more quickly than I'm telling you, the action of these 2 families was unfolded to my apprehension, yet there was no sense of hurry. Every incident was properly punctuated with comma, colon, semicolon, and period. The mental atmosphere and inner workings of these homes were fully understood. With the passing of time, the childless couple's prayers are about to be answered. "Now, my boys and friends," continued Tom, "I am coming to the great secret that baffled all my inquiry for years, and to me the most wonderful experience that could unfold to the consciousness of man. On the morning of that fateful day when Padstow Town mourned for Tom Edivin, their townsman, that is to say, the morning of the day I was judged insane and committed to the Bodmin Asylum, I went out to Gull Rock. While I was there, a ship signaled for a pilot. I boarded her and brought her in. When my day's work was done, I never felt better in my life. We have our gloomy days as well as our bright days, and this day was exceptionally bright. I returned to my home with a song in my heart. When the supper was over and the things cleared away, my wife came and gave me a kiss and said, "Tom, the children and I are going to sing for you, to comfort your great big heart." "All right," said I, sitting back in my easy chair and lighting my pipe. She sat at the organ, and the children stood at each side of her. She sang a number of songs. Then she sang "Nearer, My God, to Thee." With its opening strains came a warm, mellow feeling in my bosom. As she continued to sing, I felt it stealing through my entire person. I felt the blood quicken in my veins. My chest seemed to expand with glorious fire. A great light seemed suddenly to have become ignited in me. Joy and love filled my soul. The lamp on the organ seemed magnified 1,000-fold. It was a living brilliancy. It enveloped their persons. Their forms seemed spiritualized and resplendent in their beauty. I, Tom Edivin, big, rough, and clumsy, felt like a little child then. Like a lightning bolt out of a clear sky, I was seized with a sudden pain in my head and heart. I sprang from my seat to go toward my wife. I said brokenly, "Mary," I said, "I don't feel, I... Then I fell, my head striking the edge of a chair. Then came an utter blank. Up to this point, nothing had been added to what I already knew. Though not a single incident or emotion had been omitted, I experienced the entire day over again. Yet it was as one apart from it that I witnessed what occurred. I saw the fearful anguish of my beloved little family around my prostrate form. Then I was startled to see the skulking, hideous form of a hunchback in a corner of the room, looking with a leer of expectancy. Though I knew what was about to follow as a third party, apparently, I simply marveled at what I saw. From the top of my head to the soles of my feet, a something left my body and remained stationary just above my head. It was not unlike steam rising from a hot cloth. I saw a look of devilish glee stealing into the horrible features of that thing in the corner. In a few seconds, I saw my complete form suspended in the air, rigid and in line with my body. And then, marvel of marvels, I saw my great, some call it astral, form, contracting within itself with a slight inward rolling movement until it assumed the perfect size, shape, and form of a babe. I experienced a thrill and emotion, an exquisite vibration of ecstasy that I have not language to express. Instantly, the hunchback came between my infant form and the prostrate body and spread himself over it. As my form had been exhaled, his form was inhaled or absorbed. He disappeared. As his actions for 10 years while occupying my body were not a part of my consciousness, I was forced to learn from other sources what occurred. While I was seeing with my objective sense all that occurred, I was realizing the unspeakable joy of an infant. With the shrinking or diminishing of my 6 feet 3 inches of form, my gross sinful nature shrank with it, until it became so minute it was lost to consciousness. I was a pure babe. In and of ourselves, we cannot prove we were ever infants, or were ever born. Memory takes us back to a very early period of our life, and then ceases. There is a gulf between the beginning of memory and the birth of our present existence, and we are forced to rely on the testimony of others. But how different with me, your humble townsman. I sensed and enjoyed all that took place during this period of infancy. There was no sense of time. My family was forgotten, for the 4 walls of my home disappeared. My infant form was surrounded with myriads of other babe forms, some more and some less developed than my own, luxuriating in billows of downy clouds, accompanied with the sweetest music mortal ever heard. Then my infant form was released from its companions. Infinitesimally, I sensed a feeling of fatigue. Then I lapsed into a state of restful peace, from which I evolved to a consciousness of new objects and surroundings. I was a babe at my mother's bosom in the straw-thatched cottage. 5. At the cottage there is great rejoicing. Heaney the sailor is home for a visit, and he is fascinated with my baby self. He enjoys fondling the babe, whom he has dubbed Sonny. My parents and his family marvel at his great love for the little one. Whenever he is away from home, every letter inquires for little Sonny. Naturally and quickly, I saw the unfoldment from infancy to childhood, then from childhood to boyhood. I was thrilled when Heaney wrote that he had bought Sonny's first suit of clothes, a velvet sailor suit with gold buttons. I, with his young brother and sister, rushed down the lane to meet him on his momentous visit. He carried a bundle, and in it was my first suit of boy's clothes. He played and romped with us. To me, he was the great big man of the sea. On every visit, he spent all his time with us children. I, being the smallest, he gave me the most attention. With childish awe, I listened to his tales of the sea. Hand in hand, we would wander to the cliffs to view the passing ships and watch the humble fishermen and seabirds. I was never very robust, though I was perfectly happy and knew nothing of pain or discomfort. This caused them to be more thoughtful, loving, and kind. At this point, Tom stopped his narrative for a moment, then looked around the room and continued. Boys, I must cut my story short, for it would take me a week to tell you of the joys, hopes, and desires of those glorious 10 years of my life, experiencing again the throbs, impulses, and inspirations of childhood. From the limitless depths of my subconscious mind, an idea would well up. My objective mind would grasp it and put it into practice. I built a ship that Heaney thought was nothing less than a marvel in detail. When I had finished it, I rushed to my parents, crying, I did it! I did it! I built a ship that Heaney thought was nothing less than a marvel in detail. When I had finished it, I rushed to my parents, crying, I did it! I did it! To my young, informative, objective sense, it was absolutely new and original, yet every thought expressed in this piece of work was learned here in our own shipyards. I mentioned this as one of the 1,000 things I experienced. I can only touch upon a few. When I was between 9 and 10 years old, a birthday party was planned for Heaney when he came home for his vacation. A mysterious visit had been made to a nearby town. A gold signet ring had been purchased, and on the evening of Heaney's homecoming, everything was ready for the celebration. A jolly lot of villagers were assembled. After the presentation and the drinking of everybody's health, the fiddlers started up, and young and old joined in the dance. One day, Heaney and I paid a visit to the old parish churchyard. We sat in front of an old moss-covered headstone, trying to decipher the sunken letters. We cleared away the moss and dirt and discovered a verse. Heaney prompted me to copy it into my school book. I also memorized every word. It read, Here lies the remains of rraem, who dug the graves from day to day. At last he could not dig no more. For want of breath he died for sure. His work is finished and well done. He liked his ale and a little rum. He's done his best his whole life through, paid his debts, was honest and true. Then we visited my little brother's grave, which had not been neglected during the past years. I turned to Heaney and said, Heaney, they have buried my little brother's body in there. I pointed to the grave. Where is he now? Heaney looked at me in surprise and shook his head. I then looked at him full in the eyes and said with a smile on my lips, In a little while, Daddy and Mommy will put my body in there too, but I shall be somewhere else. Time and again, during my 10th year as Sonny, I was dimly conscious of my former stature as a man. To my immature boyhood mind, it appeared to me as a state I would attain to, not already realized. Some months before my 10th birthday, I was conscious I should leave my parents and loving friends through the gateway called death. Yet death itself had no terrors. As the months passed, I gradually became weaker, though I experienced no shadow of pain. A shadow fell over the 2 homes in the cottage, for I had ceased to leave my room. I sat the time away in a large elbow chair. Within reach were my boats and other things I prized. The widow and her children and my parents were present. I turned to Heaney and said gently, Heaney, please play your music and sing me a song of the sea. Heaney, almost choking with grief, got his concertina. Smiling through his tears, he sang the desired song. I saw a spiritual halo cover my features and the eyes take on additional light as my boyish mind formed the powerful body of my former and present self standing in the room. Then I held out my hands to the figure of my imagination. They said good night. Then the cottage was wrapped in darkness. My last birthday came as Sonny, and the hour of my departure was at hand. I saw myself on soft pillows. I looked lovingly into the eyes of my dear ones. I looked lingeringly at my boats and ships. Then my eyes wandered to my best piece of work, the ship, and stand set on a small table. I smiled and beckoned Heaney to me. I whispered to him, I did it. I did it. Heaney took my frail body in his arms and smiled on me through his tears. I closed my eyes with one hand on my boats. Heaney whispered to the others, "Sonny is going on a long cruise. His little boat is going to founder." I felt too tired to open my eyes, but I smiled and said, "Dear Heaney, I shall not founder. They are all waiting for me." Then I fell asleep. My spirit passed. My consciousness of another 10 years of childhood was sealed in my subconscious mind. They called it death. 6. Comrades, I've reached the end of my confession. It took me 8 long years to make the discovery of my whereabouts during those 10 years. For 9 years, the great secret was locked in my bosom. I dared not make it known, even to my family, for they would surely think I was losing my reason again. But the knowledge that I was never for a moment insane filled me with an unspeakable joy. The widow and her young children, my parents and Heaney, were ever bright and burning in consciousness. When I awoke to my surroundings in the Bodmin Asylum, I was in a stupor of thought for some time. Then my thoughts became normal. It seemed as if I had awakened in the morning following a night of sleep. The night before I had fallen and struck my little girl's chair and hurt my head. When my wife said, "Oh, Tom, it has been such a long wait," it was simply all Latin to me. I did not know but that she had been sleeping by my side as usual during the preceding night. Where the cottage was located, I had no means of knowing. Then came the morning of my discovery of something sticking out of the dune bar. Under ordinary conditions, I would not have paid any particular attention to it, but I was filled with a burning curiosity. I was impelled to go and examine that something sticking out of the sand. When I removed the seaweed, as I've already stated, I gave a gasp of pain, for there stood revealed a man's arm sticking out of the sand. On the index finger was a gold ring. For a moment, I was startled, for it looked as if it was being offered me. Then I recognized its peculiarity, it being a gold signet ring. I hastily got my cockle shovel from my boat and dug the body out. From some cause I know nothing about, the body was in perfect condition. I got some water and washed the sand and slime from his face. Then I stood up and looked the body over. Great God, I thought, my heart would burst, for I was looking at my childhood friend, my beloved Heaney. I fell almost fainting to my knees by his side. I wept like a child. When that Liverpool captain looked over the gunwale of his ship and saw the corpse in my boat and said, "Ah, you big landlubber, so that's what you do for a living, scraping sand for dead bodies, a low-down body snatcher." Had we started to fight, I almost sure I would have killed him. I relieved the parish of the funeral expenses. Someone said it was one of my peculiar notions. The flowers on his grave are not allowed to die. As all know, my family and I visit the grave often. 2 years after the burial of Heaney, my boy visited the city of Truro. While there, he bought an album of pictures of the unique spots of the Cornish coast and villages. In looking over it, I discovered a good picture of the straw-thatched cottage and underneath a description of its location. It is less than 75 miles from here, not far from Truro. The following week, I started out for a visit to the cottage. Great was my emotion when the widow, now a sweet old lady, opened the door in answer to my knock. I spent 1 hour with her. It was taken up in praising her children. Lingeringly, she dwelt on Heaney and his great love for Sonny. Heaney's ship, she said, had been lost with all hands on board some 2 years before. When I told her of the finding of his body and presented her with his signet ring, she bathed my horny hands with her tears. While she was yet speaking, her daughter, a woman of 30, married and a mother, came in with her brother, a fine manly boy of 33 years, now the sole support of his widowed mother. I dared not tell them I was Sonny and their childhood companion. I inquired about the family next door. Together we went in to see them. They were living in the memory of their 2 beloved children. With pride they pointed to the life-sized crayon portrait of Sonny beautifully framed on the wall. They showed me his school books. Here I read again the epitaph of Hiram May, every word of which I had long ago committed to memory. When they pointed to Sonny's best piece of work, a full-rigged ship, my heart nearly overflowed. I murmured, "I did it! I did it!" They were thankful that Sonny had come in answer to prayer and filled the void in their hearts for 10 sweet years. I longed to tell them all, but my lips were sealed. I had to hasten my departure, for, strong man though I am, emotion was tearing my heart apart. On my way home, I visited the old churchyard. I sat in front of Hiram May's headstone and pondered. The following week, they all visited Padstow and Heaney's flower-kept grave. During Tom's story, the silence was so intense one could almost have heard a pin drop. Every eye was fixed upon him. He stood up and looked around into the eyes of his listeners. His great figure seemed to fill and round out. His chest heaved with inward emotion, and his eyes flashed with joy and inspiration. He said in thunderous tones, "Boys, he whom you have termed the Grateful One, whom I rescued from the death jaws of the Points and Dunbar, is Heaney's brother, the widow's only support, and Sonny's childhood companion and playmate while at the straw-thatched cottage." End of section 10. Section 11 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan Gurzynski. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. Nerve by Charles Frederick Stansbury. Prelude. De Maupassant tells us, inimitably, of an officer who was afraid to fight a duel, to avoid which he killed himself before the hour for the conflict arrived. Doubtless you have never heard of a certain warden of the Tombs prison who had his nerve with him all the time. He died not long ago. There was a prisoner in the Tombs under indictment for an atrocious crime. He was tagged and thumbprinted bad, and bad he was. Why his hatred for the warden, I know not. But he had sworn by the eternal God to kill him if chance paved the way, and doubtless he meant it. The warden sat in his office. He touched a button and sent for the barber. He had the barber lay razors and other tools for shaving on the desk. Then he dismissed him. The warden touched another button and sent for the bad man. The man was brought in handcuffed. He looked as though he had just broken loose from hell. "Take off the bracelets and leave us," said the warden to the keeper who had brought the thug in. The warden and the man who had sworn to kill him were the sole occupants of the room. The former went to the door and locked it on the inside. He handed the key to the convict, who took it somewhat sheepishly. The warden took an automatic pistol from his pocket and placed it on the desk near the razors. He then removed his coat, waistcoat, collar, and tie, while the prisoner eyed him with dazed intenseness. The warden sank easily into his desk chair, leaned back his head, placed his feet upon the edge of the desk. He appeared to be quite at ease. The grim ghost of a smile traced itself in the small wrinkles about his mouth. "Shave me," he ordered. It was called a sanatorium, such appellation being de rigueur sanitarium, sufficing for the needs of the proletariat. It was set in the midst of a glade as beautiful as any spot in nature. A purling brook meandered through groves of silver maples, aspen, and oak, fringed with orchards deep laden with glowing, luscious fruit. In front of the building there stretched an extensive group of firs, beech, and oak, the ground carpeted with pine needles and murmuring golden leaves. Bright birds peopled the grove. Some of them sang sweetly, and others talked confidentially. At least they talked to the gentleman with the wet brain, whose barred window looked out up on the pleasant wood. The gentleman with the wet brain was locked in room number 7. To analyze or explain a wet brain would tax the ability of a greater alienist than any now extant. The delicate laminated gelatinous membranes enveloping the brain and cushioning it against the walls of the skull become highly inflamed. They assume an individuality of their own and talk to the brain proper. They tell tremendously interesting lies, keeping the patient awake as they tell them. The brain proper believes these lies, whereupon gentlemen, yclept alienists, say that the patient is suffering from delusions. There are delusions of grandeur, which make the patient happy, and delusions of persecution, which make him melancholy or suicidal. Now, what do the alienists do to this creature with the inflamed brain? Soothe him, of course. They soothe him by injecting crotalin into his veins. Crotalin is the venom of the rattlesnake, Crotalus horridus. It turns the blood to water, and when it fails to kill, it evokes loathsome sores. So much for the alienists and the gentleman with the wet brain. Locked in a room without books or a light at night, left alone with his delusions, congestion, inflammation, and rattlesnake poison combined, tended to make him unruly at times. The hell of indignation broke loose within him. To stay the paroxysms of these tempests of the brain, they had him beaten. No easy process when dealing with a brain on fire with envenomed blood. A word about Chally. In addition to serving as attendant or orderly in the sanitarium, he acted as chauffeur of a car the name or make of which suggested the nickname of Chally. His real name, I trust, is over his grave, wherever that may be, but I doubt it. Chally possessed an indefinable quality of lovableness, of which possession he was totally unaware. A bright-faced boy with an engaging smile, in which there could be traced a tinge of melancholy, doubtless the result of sensibility of temperament. Chally sometimes brought number 7 his breakfast, or saw to his bath. A strong feeling of attachment grew up between the normal lad and the morbid patient. Chally would have cheerily committed crime to assuage the agony written on the wan face of the elder man, but he could not encompass the impossible or neutralize the irony of fate. The wet-brained one had been manhandled before, but Chally had not been commandeered for the bout. The chastisement had been administered by 2 husky young assistants. One, a tough lad, of the stuff of which gunmen are made. The other, a dreamy young giant when normal, but an accomplished devil when under the influence of heroin, to which drug he was an addict. Night had fallen on the glade, bringing insufferable depression of soul to the patients there environed. The bird voices were hushed, and the little brook murmured to itself in the darkness, possibly in protest at man's inhumanity to man. The locked-in one had developed a meticulously abnormal acuteness of hearing, an effort of the ears to do duty for the eyes. Groans, stertorous breathing, and hysterical laughter reverberated through the corridors, and then the eager listener heard the vehement whispered protest of Chally, who had been ordered to assist in the punishment of unruly number 7. Chally implored, said he had never done such a thing, didn't know how. Yet even in his misery he was too astute to claim fondness for the man who was listening behind the door. His protests were in vain. He was peremptorily ordered to join the other lads and do the job. Why he did not run away at this juncture will never be known. Perhaps he, too, was a prisoner by night. The wet brain was prepared for the worst, but determined to put up a fight. He pressed his ear to the crack of the door, listening intently, when he was convinced that the 2 other lads had left Chally alone in the corridor. "Thank you, Chally," he called through the door. The boy must have heard, but doubtless could not trust himself to reply. An hour passed in which the silence was as dense as the darkness. Then a sound as of muffled sobbing, then running water in the bathroom. but a few feet away, a stifled groan as the bathroom door closed. They found Chally's body in that room. He had filled the bath and held his head under the water until he was stone dead. They found him so. For hours that seemed eons, the imprisoned man continued to listen in the darkness. He felt that he was in the toils of mystery insoluble. Then he heard furtive whispering in the passage. He heard the soft sad of felt slippers. A soundless noise like that made by black trackers in the dark Australian forest. He heard anxious murmuring and the swish and plash of water in the bathroom. They were washing the body. More hours passed. In the presence of tragedy, number 7 had evidently been overlooked or forgotten. The silence was broken now only by the stertorous breathing of a sufferer. The wet brain was getting wetter. The man crept to the window and tore his hands in a wild effort to wrench the steel bars apart. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed through the trees in the grove, fronting the house as the twin acetylene reflectors of a motor hearse illumined the dark aisles as it wound its silent way through the roadless wood and stopped in front of the house of hopelessness. The position of the stars told the watcher that it was between 2 and 3 o'clock. A sound of chanting, soft and low. The doors opened, and a radiant light flooded the roadway in front of the main entrance of the building. The hearse reflected it with ghastly brilliancy. By pressing his face against the bars and straining his eyes in a sidelong glance, the tortured soul in number 7 could see clearly all that occurred. 2 sisters in wide-winged white coronets came forth and stood on the porch in an attitude of prayer. They were followed by 2 men, alert and businesslike, who bore between them a metal box that looked like a steamer trunk. They clicked it into place sideways at the rear end of the hideously up-to-date vehicle. The sisters retired, and the closed doors left a black void pierced only by the bright eyes of the death wagon, which retraced its noiseless way like a guilty thing, throwing a ghastly light upon the tree stems until its diminishing glimmer faded into infinite darkness. With an icy sinking of the heart, the overstrained observer of this horrible function fell to the floor. There they found him next day. Chally was seen no more of men. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. Neurotic women have queer mania. The astonishing fraud perpetrated by Evelyn Lyons of Escanaba, Michigan, who, with the aid of a hot water bottle, fooled the doctors into believing that she had a fever of 118 degrees, is not without precedent. She was the victim of an odd mania that often seizes abnormal women who crave wide notoriety. Doctors and psychologists have long been acquainted with this strange caprice of neurotic women, but it is rarely that one maintains the fake illness for as long a time as did Miss Lyons, who set the nation's medical fraternity in a tempest of learned discussion before her sham was discovered. This erratic desire to be an object of curiosity often takes other forms, as in the case of Mary Ellen MacDonald of Antigonish, Nova Scotia, who, in order to attract attention, turned herself into a spook by starting mysterious fires around her home, walking stealthily through the farmhouse at night, and slapping the faces of sleeping persons, rapping on the walls, and so forth. She contrived to spread a feeling of dread throughout the countryside. The superstitious country folk were sure that the house was haunted, and as Miss MacDonald carried her hoax still further, sending weird radio messages, tying knots in the tails of cows, attiring herself in ghostly gowns, and fleeing across the moonlit fields, the fear of disembodied spirits spread rapidly, and the uncanny manifestations became a matter of nationwide discussion. Spiritualists, mediums, and others journeyed to Antigonish, and after watching the unearthly phenomena, were unanimously agreed that a spirit or spirits had returned to haunt the community. Then Dr. Walter Prince of the Psychical Research Society went there, investigated the ghost more thoroughly, and traced all the terrifying happenings to Mary Ellen MacDonald. Meanwhile, however, Miss MacDonald, like Miss Lyons, the fever girl, had gratified her craving for notoriety. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. The White Scar by Nellie Cravey Gillmore. Am I crazy? I do not think so, but I do not know. Anyhow, I am in an asylum for the hopelessly insane. I was sent here a long time ago, weeks or months or years, I cannot say. Time has lost its meaning for me as far as calendars are concerned. The interminable days, the intolerable nights are all merged into chaos. Out of it but one thought, one hope, comes clear: the longing for death. Only dimly do I recall my last experience among sane men, when I was on trial for the murder of Buck Gordon, a man whom I had never known, had never even seen until the moment my hands closed about his throat. I'm glad I killed him, unutterably glad. The one joy of my wretched existence is the memory of those bulging, bloodshot eyes, that rasping death gurgle as the breath went out of Gordon's body. I was stunned by the verdict the jury brought in, by the judge's words that followed it. I had hoped and prayed for the chair. My mission had been accomplished, and I was prepared to face my Creator. I shall never forget the sick desolation that swept over me when I learned that I was not to die after all. And so I exist on and on, a thing, a living, dead creature among scores of other living, dead creatures, yet certain in my heart that I am absolutely sane. You, who may read this, shall decide. This is my story. At 28, I married Dorothy Wayne. I had adored her for years. Ours was an ideal union. We were not only lovers, we were friends, pals. I suppose our happiness was almost too perfect to last in a hard, ruthless world. We shall find it again, in heaven. Nothing can cheat me of this belief. Just a year after our wedding day, a telegram announcing the serious illness of my wife's mother down in Louisiana came to me. I dreaded to convey these tidings to Dorothy in her frail condition, but I had no right to withhold such information, and so I hurried home at once with the message. She was very composed, very brave, but equally determined in her purpose to start south at once. It was impossible for me to accompany her, owing to important deals pending, and with a heavy heart I drove her to the station and kissed her goodbye, little dreaming that I was never to see her again. For the first few weeks Dorothy wrote daily the bright, loving letters that were so much a part of her happy, radiant self. Then suddenly the letters ceased. Days passed. She had written that her mother was improving, that she would be able to start for home soon and would advise me by wire. Yet a week went by and no wire came. Restless at first, I grew anxious, and finally downright alarmed, unable to bear the suspense but trying to laugh at my own fears. I dispatched a message myself to the Louisiana address. An answer came late in the afternoon of the same day, announcing that Dorothy had left Gretna for New York almost a week before. I was like a wild man. What was the meaning of it all? Where was she? What had happened? I threw down everything and took the first train south. Investigations were futile. Mrs. Wayne had died suddenly while I was en route to Gretna, and the daughter with whom she was making her home, Dorothy's elder sister, could tell me only that my wife had called a taxi on Tuesday night and started for the station. There was no clue to identify the driver, and a thorough probing failed to reveal anything on which to work. It was as if the earth had opened and swallowed her up, and the whole world was a sphinx. The wonder to me now is that in those first few days I did not go quite mad, yet I didn't. Perhaps it was the desperate necessity for clear thought, for action, that steadied my brain and my nerves. Hope buoyed me up in the beginning, but as the mystery became denser, blanker, and more baffling, I saw myself changing into the pitiful wreck of what I once had been. I roved from place to place, unshaven, unkempt, with only one purpose in life, to find my wife, alive or dead. I had sacrificed my entire business interests for what cash I could recover to keep me fed and clothed while I pursued my desperate quest. Police, detectives had exhausted their ingenuity and dismissed the case, but every minute, every day, every year, as long as I breathed, my life would be devoted to digging out the truth and to revenge. I was certain she had been murdered, for by no mere accident could such a complete disappearance have come to pass, and no evil or treacherous design could have lurked in the heart of the woman I loved and who loved me. Of that I was even surer. Not once, nor twice, but hundreds and hundreds of times I went over the same ground, convinced that sooner or later some unguarded word or circumstance would betray some vague hint of a clue. Apparently the world had wondered 9 days, and then forgotten the tragedy of my poor little Dorothy's strange disappearance. But as time wore on, the poignancy, the ghastliness grew more and more acute in my own heart. At 35, I was an old man. My hair had turned snow-white, my shoulders sagged, my hands were palsied, my voice was hollow and cracked, but inside were blazing still those deathless, consuming fires that seemed to gather fresh force with every passing day. I began to be shunned by fastidious passers-by, regarded with suspicion by all with whom I came in contact, or pitied by the few who were perhaps kinder of heart. I was now merely a vagabond, caring nothing for snubs or slights, every conscious feeling merged into the one imperishable purpose for which I lived. Toward the end of the 7th summer of my wanderings, I found myself back once more on familiar Louisiana soil. I had traveled all the way from Memphis along the river banks, begging my way now, for my last hoarded funds were gone and there was little work I could find or do. Weary and footsore from a whole day's uninterrupted trudge, with only a meal of wild grapes for sustenance, I felt my knees tremble and sink beneath my frail weight. I was in the heart of a wilderness. Following the torrid day, a lashing rain had set in. In a little while came night, impenetrable as ink. A quarter-hour's blind search brought me, drenched and shivering, to an old, abandoned, tumble-down shack, close to the edge of the swirling Mississippi. I forced one of the rickety windows, and, clambering inside, I dropped helpless to the floor. I must have lain unconscious for a long time, for, the next thing I knew, a clock somewhere was booming midnight. The sound seemed to come from a distance, and it was oddly familiar. Then I remembered it was the town bell at Gretna, and this was an old-time shrimper's haunt, deserted now for more modern equipment. My skin was parched, and it burned like flame, and my eyes seemed to be coals of fire dancing about in my head. My tongue was hot, thick, swollen, yet icy rigors shook me convulsively. I was ablaze with fever. I wondered dimly if this were to be the end of my pilgrimage, a drowsy lethargy and blankness. I was roused from my coma by a woman's shrill, terrified scream. The scream was followed immediately by a succession of short, choking, gurgling sounds, then a man's fiendish, exultant laugh, almost a snarl, and gloating, savage words. "Mine at last, my pretty Dot. Scorned me, did you, for the fine New Yorker who stole you from me? I promised you I'd pay, remember? Stop that squealing, damn you. The river sharks are playing around tonight. They'll manage so's he'll not get you again, and in an hour's time I'll be hauling passengers just the same as usual. I tried to move. I was paralyzed. I attempted to cry out, but no sound left my stiff lips. And then, of a sudden, before I could free my limbs from that deadly atrophy, before even thought might be framed, there came more cries, even more terrible than those that had gone before, frightened, almost unrecognizable, but unmistakably belonging to her. Great God! Dorothy, my wife, murdered before my very eyes, and I helpless, moveless, dumb. There was the sickening bump of a body against the floor, and a man's maniacal laughter. Then suddenly the heavens parted in a lurid flash, and I saw, not the woman's face, nor the man's, but a pair of huge, hairy arms, folded triumphantly over a bulging, naked, and equally hairy chest. On the left forearm was a large, jagged scar in the shape of a cross, clearly visible against the hirsute blackness of the rest of the limb. A simultaneous crash of thunder shook the battered old structure and split it like an eggshell. I sat up, cold with perspiration, straining my eyes through the blackness, straining my ears in a tense horror of expectancy. But all I could see now was the dense blackness of the night, and all I could hear was the weird shrieking of the wind in the trees. My delirium had passed, but, still rigid in the grip of that horrible nightmare, I huddled in a corner of the wrecked shanty and waited for dawn. Eternities passed. Then slowly, after the storm, a soft, pink glow in the east heralded daylight. It was a little more than an hour's walk to the outskirts of Gretna, but horror lent speed to my trembling limbs, and despite my physical weakness, I made it in much less time. I needed food sorely. If I could not earn it or beg it, then I should have to steal it. Suddenly I came upon a group of laborers gathered about a corner grocery, waiting for the factory whistle to summon them to work. I approached timidly. Perhaps in the crowd someone would be kind enough to give me the price of a meal. "Hey, old-timer! Kinder need to shave, don't you?" Their jeers affected me little. I replied as kindly as I could. "Perhaps, but right now I need something else more. I am hungry. I have had no food for 48 hours. A pleasant-faced young fellow instantly produced his dinner pail. "Help yourself, mister. You're welcome to it all." After I had eaten, I sat down among them to rest. "Looks like you've had a night of it, Colonel. Which way'd you come?" asked one of the men. "I spent the night at an old shack down by the riverside, about 3 miles away, I reckon." Instantly 8 pairs of bulging eyes were riveted on me. "Good Lord, man! You ain't telling us you stayed all night at the haunted house, are you?" "Why do you call it that?" I asked, recalling with a shiver my frightful nightmare. "Well," the speaker went on, "all the folks who used to live in that direction have moved away. Ain't a soul stayed near it since that night when Miss Polly Sims told she heard a woman screaming, years ago. Shut up, Bill. Polly Sims was an old fool. You ain't getting superstitious, are you?" I put my hand to my head. A woman screaming? There was something queer, my thoughts muddled. Then the factory whistle sounded, and there was a scuffling to be off. I, too, rose, not knowing what else to do. One of the men, a big, burly ruffian, turned to me with a leer. "Come on down and we'll get you a job as a water boy, old top." Guffawing at his own wit, the speaker flourished a brawny arm and finished his laugh with a grin of derision. For a second I stood petrified, the blood freezing about my heart. "Come along, Buck. Ain't you got no sense? Let the gentleman be." Before Buck Gordon could speak, could move, I was upon him with the savage ferocity and strength of a wild beast, notwithstanding my weakened and broken condition. My hands were on his throat, my claw-like fingers sank into the thick, red flesh. For on that bare and hairy arm, clearly visible against the hirsute blackness, was a jagged white scar in the shape of a cross. Damn you, I've got you at last, thank God! Dorothy Wayne is avenged! Buck Gordon was quite dead when they finally loosened my fingers from his throat. He lay in an inert heap on the sun-seared grass, his tongue hanging in a purple lump from the swollen lips. His terror-glazed eyes popped from their sockets. For one tense, triumphant, never-to-be-forgotten second I stood there looking down at my handiwork. For the first time in long years I knew relief and joy. I cared very little what happened now, for my mission was accomplished. Then the world swam round. Everything went black and my knees gave under me. Rough hands laid hold of me, and utter blankness. Those endless days in my narrow prison cell, waiting, hoping, praying for the trial and the sentence that would bring death, and the reunion with my beloved, my cruelly murdered little Dorothy, waiting for me up there. Paranoia, they call it. And instead of the longed-for chair to set me free, I must spend the remainder of my wretched days in a padded cell. How many of them have come and gone, I do not know. How many are still to come and to go, who shall say? I am writing this purely as an outlet to my feelings that sooner or later must drive me mad if I held them in any longer. If my poor narrative, my pitiful story, should ever find its way into print, it may be there is someone who will understand. Am I crazy? I do not think so, but I do not know. End of section 13. Read by James T. Oligney. Section 14 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. 2 Hours of Death by E. Thayles Emmons. A few weeks ago, while looking over some old papers which I found in the desk of my deceased father, I chanced upon the following manuscript. Whether it is a true record of some adventure in my father's life, or a bit of fiction which he had at some time prepared for publication, I do not know. But I am inclined to believe that it is indeed a true narrative. I have ascertained that such a man as Felix Sayers actually did exist, that he was an intimate friend of my father, and that he died in the strange manner described in the manuscript, but further than that I know nothing. However, I submit the whole thing as I found it, without change. As I picked up my morning paper, the first item to catch my eye was the following: Dies in Madhouse. Inmate for 35 years dies suddenly. Felix Sayers, aged 69 years, who has been an inmate of the Eastwood Asylum for the Insane for the past 35 years, was found dead in his cell yesterday morning. At one time he was a well-known scientist of this city, but at the age of 34 became hopelessly insane and has since been confined in the asylum, of which he was, at the time of his death, the oldest inmate. Felix Sayers was my college chum, and in later years my closest friend, and now that he is dead, I am at liberty to reveal the remarkable story concerning him, a part of which not even he has ever known, though a principal actor in the awful scene which has been indelibly stamped on my memory, haunting my waking hours and recurring to me in oft-repeated dreams. My friend was a man of genius and ability, and had it not been for the terrible misfortune which came upon him, he would have become famous in the scientific world. Nearly all of his time, day and night, was given over to scientific research, in finding and working upon new hypotheses and bringing to light discoveries in that strange world into which he had evidently been born. I was at that time his most intimate friend, and to me a great many of his hopes and secrets were confided. Many nights have I passed in his laboratory, listening to his explanation of some new theory or aiding him in his experiments. It was always a source of great pleasure to me thus to pass a portion of my time, although my mind was not of the same scientific trend as that of my friend. His theories were always so lucidly elaborated and so strong fundamentally that the most abstract of them seemed, even in the embryo, capable of actual demonstration, and so great was my confidence in him that I always stood ready to assist in any experiment or test. At one point, however, I drew the line. Serres, while nonetheless engaged with material subjects, was constantly dabbling in various psychical experiments with which I refused absolutely to have anything to do. The occult, I argued, should remain occult. Had it been intended that we should see beyond the things of this world, the power would have been given us ages ago, I maintained. And the less one dealt with such unsolvable problems as vexed my friend, the happier would be his life. Having no desire for knowledge of the supernatural, I studiously avoided all dealing with it, and it was tacitly understood between Serres and myself that beyond the line of ordinary conversation the subject was forbidden. I knew, however, that for him the thing had great fascination, and that my opinion did nothing to banish it from his mind. At the time of which I write, I had not seen Serres for several weeks, as was often the case when he was deepest in his books and experiments. I had called at his laboratory, but his servant had said that no one was to be admitted, and I knew that it was useless to attempt to see him. At length I received a letter from him, saying that he had something of interest to disclose and urging me to come tonight. When I arrived at my friend's laboratory, I found him in a high state of nervous excitement, pacing back and forth like a caged tiger. He greeted me effusively, and with his usual directness plunged at once into the matter at hand, which was evidently uppermost in his mind. Seating himself at the opposite side of the table and directly facing me, he began. "Thornton, I want you to prepare yourself to hear of something that is to be entirely different from anything I have heretofore shown you. It is something that to mankind has always been vague, uncertain, unfathomable, something, in fact, that has existed only in imagination and in theory, but never in demonstration. I will show it to you tonight and to the world tomorrow in such a manner as entirely to revolutionize life and living, death and dying. As you very well know, my religious beliefs have always been skeptical, but my skepticism has arisen rather from insufficiency of faith with which to overcome the lack of direct evidence which mortals have concerning spiritual things than from stubborn unbelief. That there is a supreme being I have never doubted. His many works are too manifest, and it is impossible to conceive of such a creation as this earth and all its delicate mechanisms, and of the rest of the universe with all its unknown wonders without some vast supernatural oversight. Although I have never discussed the subject to any great extent, I have nursed it as a pet and secret hobby, and I have spent many hours in work along certain lines in connection with it. In the beginning, I put finiteness aside from the question. The human mind, or soul, with its unlimited powers, has always been regarded by me as the most wonderful of all creations. I have been able to find no entirely satisfactory definition of this mind from a purely physical standpoint, and therefore sought to obtain one. Nobody will say that the soul is material. It belongs to the body and develops with it, but is no part of it. Life is but a taper, which a slight breath may easily puff out, but this indeterminable thing called mind, I reasoned, must be governed by different laws. Is it possible that the Creator ruled that the greatest of all his works should be blotted out with the cessation of life in that sordid mass of clay, the body? Or did he arrange to reclaim it, together with its spiritual complement, to a world of its own, as men have for ages believed? Skeptic as I have been, I have always been willing to concede that the idea of a spiritual existence, while vague, seems no more wonderful than thousands of other things which we see about us daily, and for the reason that they are manifest, give them no thought whatever. As the basis for the theory which I set myself to formulate, I took what I shall term mind atoms. As I have before said, we cannot regard the mind force as a material thing, but, as a contradictory fact, we know that it is something, and further than that generality we are ignorant. Then, as the mind force governs alike every portion of the body, This indeterminable something of which it is composed, I reasoned, must be in one portion as in another. I then placed these mind atoms as being diffused in the space occupied by the body and lying even between the atoms of its material composition. If, at death, this mind is merely withdrawn from the body, all of which I worked upon as already determined, would it not occupy in the spirit world the same space and retain the same shape of the human form from which it had fled? Then the idea suggested itself that if some powerful and undiscovered action could be produced, by the use of drugs probably, causing an instantaneous and simultaneous separation of every mind atom from the physical atoms, the effect would be a spiritual death, while at the same time physical vitality would not be in the least impaired. I then went one step further and added the supposition that as the effects of the action wore away, it would be possible for the soul to re-enter the body, even as it had been driven out, and creation would again be complete. I have worked untiringly and wrought experiment after experiment until at last I have succeeded in producing a drug that will accomplish all that I have explained to you. I have used it on various animals, and have seen them recover from the effects of it, and thus have ascertained that it is harmless. I ventured to try it on myself, and I know that I have certainly solved the mystery of the future. Although during the brief period in which my soul was in the spirit world, I could make but few observations, and those of minor importance. I saw no other spiritual beings, but remained, for the most, close by my soulless body, waiting for the proper moment to return to my physical life, if it were indeed to be possible, but I am confident that what I have accomplished renders the unrevealed capable of being revealed, and robs the hereafter of all its secrets. He paused, and for a moment so bewildered was I by the strangeness of it all, that I sat speechless, my brain in a whirl. Thinking to overcome my amazement, I reached for the wine decanter which was on the table before me, and into the glass nearest me I poured some of the strong wine which Serres always kept at hand. After draining it, I looked up to see a gleam of satisfaction flit across his countenance. "Thornton," said he, "in that glass of wine there was enough of the drug to render you temporarily dead for 2 hours, as I can best calculate. In 5 minutes you will be unconscious. I want you to undergo the same experience which I have safely passed through, so that we may later exchange ideas on the subject." In spite of his assurance, a deadly fear took possession of me, and I swore and expostulated at his unfair treatment. With undisturbed calm he again spoke to me, endeavoring to dispel my fears and assuring me that he would be conversing with me again at the end of the 2 hours. Even as he was speaking, his words became indistinct, and an overpowering dizziness seized me. Then came a moment of which I have no recollection, after which, by the fact that I stood or seemed to stand within a few feet of the chair in which I had been seated, gazing at myself, even now in the same position, I knew that my body was without a soul, even as Serres had said, and that I was the soul standing there. I looked about me, and in place of the invisible atmosphere which I was accustomed to, the room seemed filled with a constantly moving, pulsating vapor, dense, gray, and fog-like, but through which I could discern objects with as much ease as ordinarily. I saw my friend lift my body from the chair, lay it on a bench, and place a cushion under the head. Then he began pacing to and fro, up and down, back and forth, and I found that I could move about at will and to follow him. I attempted to speak to him, but now there was no sound. I reached forth my hand to grasp a chair, but it offered no resistance, and I realized that I indeed occupied no space, but was nevertheless in space and a part of space. I saw my friend's lips move as though he were speaking. I heard no sound, but was able to understand his words, although he did not address me. The glare of the lamps gave me a sensation which, had I been in my physical form, I should have termed pain, and I much preferred to keep in a dark corner. By a direct mental communication, of which I was not at the time aware, I was able to signify this fact to Serres, and he at once turned out all the lights, leaving the laboratory lighted only by a low fire in the grate at the end of the room. I was then astonished to find that the absence of light had no effect upon my visual powers, and that I could see in the dark as well as before. From this I drew the conclusion that in reality I possessed no visuality, as it seemed. My senses I had left behind with my physical self, and here they were replaced by a strange comprehension of everything about me. I still had the abilities which the senses convey, but their actual presence was lacking. I could flit through the air with as much ease as I could walk on the floor, and could even have sunk through that same floor had I desired. For the most solid substance offered no resistance to my form. I was able to pass directly through anything. The success of the experiment up to this point served to restore my confidence in Sayers, and I entertained no doubt but that at the end of the stated time I could return to my body again. I therefore determined to lose no time in making all the observations possible. Sayers was still pacing the room, and it was evident from his actions that in a large degree fear was the cause of his restlessness. He knew that in all probability I was constantly near him, and he would have avoided coming in contact with me had he been able to do so. Felix Sayers possessed courage beyond that of many men, but few mortals can be brought face to face with the supernatural without experiencing fear. All of us have at various times, sometimes by day, but more often at night, undergone the feeling of the proximity of some ghostly presence, giving rise to a sensation of coldness or choking horror. This was clearly demonstrated to me now, for whenever myself and Sayers came within a few feet of each other, I could easily see that he felt my presence. He made no attempt to communicate with me, and paid no heed to the various things I did to attract his attention. After a little, he seemed to recover himself and calmly walked across the room to where my soulless body lay, and stood looking down at it. By the gleam in his eyes, and by my wonderful supernatural power of comprehension, I knew in an instant that overwork and nervous strain had at last done their work, that the cord of reason had snapped, and that my friend was a madman. His lips moved, and I heard him, or rather felt him, address my body. "At last I have you in my power. I have waited long for this moment, and at last my waiting is to be rewarded. I have driven the soul from the body, and the body lives. But now I will take away life itself, and you will be dead." The word seemed to please him, and he murmured slowly, "Dead, dead." I heard him continue in his madness. "It is you who have stolen the honors due me. It is you who would prevent me from becoming famous. It is you, curse you, who will marry the only woman I can ever love. And then you ask me to let you live? No, damn you!" He then took from a drawer nearby a large and peculiarly shaped dissecting knife which I had often seen him use, and, with the deliberation of the insane, he proceeded to sharpen it on a steel, testing it from time to time with his thumb. In my overpowering fear for the safety of my physical self, I know not all that I did, but I do know that it was all in vain. How I longed for the power of speech, and what would I not have given for the use of my own strong body with which to cope with him? But I was utterly in his power and at his mercy, and the sickening thought came to me that I, the spirit, must stand passive by his side and see my body, still living, hacked and mutilated by the knife he held. I called for help, but knew there was no sound, and in despair I waited. I heard the madman that was once my friend mutter, "That will do," and, with the gleaming blade in his hand, he started across the room, and I knew that the awful moment was at hand. I attempted to grapple with him, but my hands felt nothing. Another step, and he would be at the bench, and it would all be over. Instinctively, I threw myself between the madman and my body, with my arms stretched forth as if to keep him away. How it was accomplished I cannot tell, but by the look of mortal terror that came in the face before me, such as I have never seen drawn in any countenance, I knew that I had become visible and that he saw me. I can imagine the picture at this moment, the spirit guarding the helpless counterpart of itself, and indeed it must have been a tableau to have struck fear to the stoutest heart. My friend's eyes dilated with horror. The knife dropped from his hand. One moment thus he stood, then his lips parted, and I knew that he had uttered a shriek. He then fell at my feet, blood flowing from his mouth and nostrils, his eyes rolling in terror. I remained chained to the spot by the fear that he would recover from his fit and carry out his fiendish intention. At length, the same feeling of dizziness which I had before experienced returned to me, and almost before I could realize what was taking place, I found myself sitting upright on the bench, body and soul again united, and the form of Serres at my feet to convince me that all was not a hideous dream. I placed my poor friend on the bench, and finally I succeeded in bringing him back to consciousness, but in a very weak condition. He passed through a very severe illness, but never regained his sanity. He remained hopelessly insane. Of this awful story I have related, he never recollected any part. I was unable to find any of the wonderful drug in his laboratory, and am as ignorant of its composition now as I was on that terrible night. I have been silent on the matter, hoping that some day Serres would again regain his reason, but now that he is dead, I have been impelled to write this narrative. End of section 14. Read by James T. Oligney. Section 15 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. White Orchids by Gordon Philip England. Men call me mad. They have labeled me a maniac and shut me away in this grim asylum. The more I try to convince them of the truth, the more they laugh. Bad I am, a criminal I am, but insane I am not. Now, incarcerated within madhouse walls, I will write my story, and perhaps, after I have gone, they will believe. It all began last September. Now it is June. In a tall maple outside my iron-barred window, robins are singing. To the birds it is summer. 9 months ago it was summer in my heart, too. 9 months ago. How long it seems. 9 months ago, I visited the Western Hospital of that old French-Canadian city, Montreal. And there, on a cot near the door in the 5th Public Ward, I saw old Mathewson, the orchid-gatherer. Fever was devouring him, and part of the time he was delirious, but during lucid moments he told me his strange story, told me of the marvelous flowers for which I have sold my soul. I laughed at him at first, I remember, laughed incredulously. Had not I, myself, for many years collected orchids, searched them out from the farthest corners of the globe? Certainly I had. And critics had pronounced my collection the most excellent of any, better even than that of Jasper Carrington, my most bitter rival. Old Mathewson saw me laugh, saw my sneer of unbelief. Then with shaking fingers he drew from beneath his pillow the map, and pointed out to me the place far in the interior of Brazil where the flowers grew. And as his finger touched the rude sketch, his forehead contracted, a look of fear came into his pale blue eyes, and from his burning lips trembled the word, "Danger." Suddenly he raised himself upon his elbow and stared in horror, past me into nothingness. Then, uttering a sharp cry of "White orchids!" he fell back dead. As the nurse came hurrying from the other end of the ward, I thrust the paper into my coat pocket. After all, the man was dead, dead as a smelt. Why then, as he could not use his map, should not I appropriate it? I calmly listened to the anger of the nurse, who accused me of exciting the patient. Then, as she turned again to the body, I walked quickly from the building. Next morning, I returned to my home in New York, taking the map with me. That evening, I spread it before me on a table in my den and gloated over it. I studied it intently, studied it till every point upon it was firmly fixed within my mind. Finally, putting the chart aside, I sketched it from memory upon another paper, then compared the two. In delight, I found my map was a counterpart of the original. True, I had left out a few minor details, but all important features were identical. Placing my own sketch within a book, I folded Matthewson's and put it in my pocketbook. Then I went down to the Collectors' Club. Many of the members were there that night, among others, Carrington. I behaved foolishly that evening. Excited by my discovery, I drank deeply and became badly intoxicated. During a discussion with Carrington regarding the merits of our collections, I boasted of my new find. Carrington laughed contemptuously. "You're dreaming, man, or rather, you're drunk." Taking out the map, I waved it dramatically. "Drunk, am I?" I exclaimed. "There's the map to prove what I've told you. Oh, no, you don't." As he reached for it, "The secret's mine, mine alone. I'm the only white man who knows where those orchids are." Carrington's eyes sparkled with desire, and for a moment he appeared almost ready to assault me. Then, with a muttered oath, he walked away. Flushed with my triumph, I called loudly for another drink, then for another, and another. At an early hour next morning, I staggered to a couch in an inner room and, falling upon it, lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I remembered what a fool I had made of myself the night before. I could not recall all the idiotic things I had done, but I could remember enough. Then I thought of my map. I felt for my pocketbook. What a relief when my fingers touched it. Reassured, I went back to my house and, entering my den, locked the door. I opened the pocketbook. The map was gone. For several minutes I paced the room wildly cursing. Though I had no proof, I was certain that Carrington had stolen my chart. Then I laughed. After all, I still had a reliable map. I crossed to the table and opened the book. Yes, there lay my new map, just as I had left it. I went to the phone, intending to enter a complaint at the club. Then I paused. Such a proceeding would be useless. Most of the members were good friends of Carrington's, and many were my personal enemies. If I spread the news of my loss, I should gain nothing, and besides, I should make a laughing stock of myself. I wished, however, to learn what Carrington was doing, so I rang him up. A servant answered, a new servant who did not recognize my voice. I asked to speak to her master. She told me that Mr. Carrington had left that morning for his house at Jacksonville. No, she didn't know how long he'd be away. But I had found out enough. I knew why Carrington had gone to Jacksonville. It was there that his powerful biplane was housed. I made a rapid calculation. Carrington's airplane had been used in a long, non-stop flight a few weeks before, and would need a thorough overhauling before it would be fit for service. He could scarcely have it ready before a fortnight. Then, too, an accident might delay him, nor could he depend upon finding a good landing place in those South American jungles. I consulted shipping lists. The fast steamer Bolivia was to clear for Para, Brazil, that very afternoon. I acted immediately. When the Bolivia sailed, I was aboard. Leaving the steamer at Para, I procured an Indian guide and a swift motorboat and started up the Amazon. From the outset, disaster attended me. When near the place where I intended leaving the boat, we ran against a submerged rock. Being very near land, we managed to save both our lives and part of our supplies, including my rifle and several boxes of cartridges, but the boat sank before we could get out everything. Nearly all of my collecting paraphernalia went to the bottom. All I had left were a few large manila envelopes, such as I used for pressing flowers. That was bad enough, but worse was to come. On the third day after we had left the river and struck inland came tragedy. We were pushing our way through dense jungle, when suddenly my young native, who was some distance ahead of me, uttered a despairing shriek. Running forward with rifle in hand, I was horrified to see the poor lad in the embrace of a huge anaconda, anchored by its tail to a small tree. At close range, I discharged the contents of my heavy rifle into the boa's head. It sank to the ground, its coils spasmodically tightened. Then it unrolled and, releasing its victim, thrashed about in its death agony. Knowing I had nothing more to fear from the big snake, I turned my attention to the native. The poor fellow was already nearly dead. That awful hug had crushed his ribs, and driving them against his lungs had forced the breath from his body. Even as I bent over him, the last spark of life flickered out. Never shall I forget the despairing scream of my unlucky guide when the sinuous coils caught him, nor the sight of his unbroken, squeezed body, no, nor the look of anguish pictured upon his dead face. I buried my guide where he lay. Then, after consulting my map, I continued my journey. 10 days later, I knew that if map and compass had not misled me, I must surely be near the place of the orchids. My heart tingling with excitement, I hastened on. Above me in the tree branches, small green monkeys chattered indignation at my intrusion, while gaudily feathered parrots shrilled insults. I scarcely noticed these, so intent were my thoughts upon the flowers. Where is Carrington, I wondered? Perhaps already he had reached his objective, perhaps already he had won the rich prize. Spurred by the unwelcome thought, I quickened my pace. As I advanced, I saw the forest becoming more open, and I felt certain that I was nearing the end of my quest. Then, suddenly emerging from the shade of the forest into clear sunlight, I gasped in amazement. No, the map had not lied. There, not more than 100 yards in front of me, were the orchids, hundreds of them, in full bloom. And such orchids! In my most fantastic dreams I had never imagined anything so beautiful. They were white, of a spotless tint of whiteness that shamed all other colorings. Petals were white, even the leaves and bodies of the plants were of the same shade. White orchids! At first, feasting my eyes upon the orchids, I saw nothing more. Then, as my gaze dropped upon something lying on the ground a few yards from the flowers, I sprang involuntarily back. The white, sun-bleached something had once been a living man. Glancing about, my terrified eyes saw other things of a similar nature. In all scattered about near the orchids, I counted a full score of skeletons, every one a human's. I now recalled the dark warning that old Mathewson had uttered, just as life was leaving him. What meant these flesh-bared bones in this lovely flower garden? Look where I might, I could see nothing which appeared dangerous, yet the skeletons showed that danger threatened. Then again I looked at the white orchids, and desire gripped me. Momentarily forgetting the grim spectacle of the dead men, I ran with outstretched hands toward the flowers. As I drew nearer them, I became aware of a sweet, powerful scent. The aroma of it filled my nostrils. The whole atmosphere seemed clouded with subtle perfume. I was running no longer. Instead, I was drunkenly staggering from side to side. The force of the perfume was overcoming me. My senses were reeling. Now I realized the meaning of the danger, yet despite this, my desire for the orchids drove me on. Thunder rolled within my brain, my eyes were darkening, breath was leaving me, yet still I stumbled onward. I had been about 300 feet from the orchids when I had started. Now I was a scant 100, but my powers of endurance were rapidly diminishing. My very life seemed ebbing from me, and finally I fell headlong. For some minutes I lay dazed, then with dogged effort again went forward, creeping upon hands and knees. After covering a few feet in this manner, my limbs refused to function, and I fell again, stretched at full length on the ground, my fast blinding eyes fixed covetously upon the orchids. I knew that I could not reach them. I had crossed little more than 2/3 of the distance, and already was almost lifeless. What then would be the result if I attempted to advance farther? I hated to go back, but to remain meant death. Yet the perfume, so dangerously sweet, was luring me on. Every impulse in my body, mind, and soul clamored to me to go onward. But common sense told me to retreat while there was time. So I commenced my backward journey. Too exhausted to rise, I crawled weakly toward security. For minutes at a time strength deserted me, and I lay motionless, unable to move a single muscle. Then my powers would return for a brief period, and again I would resume the fight. My granite-formed will urged me on. Had it not been for that, I must have lain down and let the poisonous breath of the orchids destroy me. But that strong will saved me, and at length I again reached the edge of the forest. Rolling beneath the cooling shade of a tree, I lay still. How long I lay there I do not know, but it was doubtless several hours. Suddenly I heard a sound that I recognized, a sound apart from the jungle noises, the drone of a motor. I turned my gaze upward. Was I dreaming, I wondered, or was that big, humming thing high above me in the sky really an airplane? Then I remembered Carrington. Eagerly I watched. The machine was dropping lower. Evidently its pilot had seen the flowers. He volplaned down to a perfect landing on the other side of the orchid garden. The pilot stepped out, and at sight of him my heart thrilled. There would be no mistaking that stalwart figure. While I looked, Carrington started toward the flowers. Watching my rival, I could see how I, myself, must have behaved. I smiled grimly as Carrington's stride slackened and his steps became uncertain, and laughed aloud when he began to sway from side to side. At last Carrington fell even as I had done, and again as I had done he crept forward on all fours. I now expected to see Carrington overpowered by the heady perfume, and believed he would soon abandon his attempt. But after some moments I saw in mortification that he was evidently stronger than I, and that where I had failed he might succeed. Still he held to his course, gradually, inch by inch, cutting down the distance between him and the orchids. Now only 10 feet separated him from the flowers. With one last, desperate effort, Carrington flung himself forward. Seizing the nearest orchid plant, he tore it from the ground. Then he sank unconscious beside the flowers. I watched, expecting each instant to see him begin his return trip, but he remained motionless, and finally I realized that the scent had completely overpowered him, and if he should lie there many minutes longer, he would surely die. And then I made a decision. Frantically I looked about but could see nothing to aid me in my purpose. Then I thought of the airplane and hurried over to it. In the machine I found what I had hoped for, a coil of rope. Unrolling it, I saw I had about 120 feet of cord. I set quickly at work, and a few moments later held a serviceable-looking lasso. Then, drawing a long breath, I stepped into the poison-charged area. Several times the dreadful perfume almost overcame me, but I finally arrived within about 100 feet of Carrington. Whirling the lariat above my head, I cast. Straight and true sped the noose, encircling my rival just below his shoulders. Carefully I drew the rope tighter. With a sigh of relief I felt the slack grow less. I began to walk backward, pulling Carrington after me. Soon both of us were beyond reach of the deadly perfume. Still Carrington held the white orchid clutched fiercely in his hand. I took hold of the plant and tried to pull it from him. His clenched fingers were like a vice. Then I used both hands, and putting forth all my strength bent back the rigid fingers. A moment more and the wonderful orchid was in my possession. I cried aloud with joy. I gazed upon it in rapture. At last, carefully laying the flower aside, I again turned to Carrington. My noose was still drawn tight about his body. His eyes were closed. I began to fear that he was already dead. I caught him by the shoulders and shook him roughly. He wriggled weakly in my grasp. His eyes slowly opened. I saw that he recognized me. He opened his mouth, tried to speak, but could not. I smiled cruelly. I picked up the white orchid and held it above him. At sight of it, passionate desire filled his eyes. He reached for it painfully. I laughed and drew it away. His almost powerless arm dropped back. He groaned. I laughed again. Bending over him, I said mockingly, "You want white orchids, Carrington? Then you shall have them. I will give them to you. I will give you to them." Catching hold of the rope, I savagely dragged him toward the flowers. I drew him far within the poison belt. Drew him till I felt myself weakening, till my tortured lungs, crying for air, hammered at my ribs. Then I left him. All this time Carrington had said nothing, though he fully realized what was happening. That is, his lips had not spoken. But what a curse his cold gray eyes had uttered! They had bored me through and through. But when I returned to the orchid, Any faint qualms of conscience left me. I would have killed another man if need were, aye, 100, 100, to obtain the flower. From infancy I had loved flowers, almost worshipped them, but this white orchid, words cannot describe it. I held the flower a long time in spellbound admiration. I would have liked to take the plant intact to North America, but I knew this would be impossible. Could I have used the airplane, I might have preserved the orchid alive, but unfortunately I had never learned to operate such a machine. But the flower, even if pressed, would excite the envy of other collectors. In my pocket were the manila envelopes. Taking one out, I carefully broke off a big blossom and placed it inside. I sealed the envelope, then returned it to my pocket. And then, going toward the orchids, I tossed the blossom-raped plant in the direction of my victim. Going back to the edge of the woods, I picked up my rifle, which I had laid down when attempting to secure the orchids, and after casting one last look at flowers, skeletons, and Carrington, I entered the jungle. I was now faint with hunger, but the forest teemed with game. An hour later I killed a peccary, built a fire, and roasted it. Then I heaped on wood and made a big blaze to keep off wild beasts. Completely worn out by the day's excitement, I lay down by the fire and fell asleep. Early in the morning I awoke and continued my way back toward the river. The fourth afternoon of my journey back, I felt sharp pains shooting through my head. I staggered on, but rapidly my strength forsook me. Fever had gripped me. At last my senses left me. I became delirious. What I did, I know not. When I came to myself, I found myself in a boat on the Amazon in the company of a party of American hunters. These told me that they had found me burning with fever, helpless in the jungle. They had done everything within their power to aid my recovery and were now taking me back to civilization. My first thought was of my orchid. I searched my pocket for the envelope, found it gone. I demanded it. They told me they had seen nothing of it. That when they had found me, I had not so much as a rifle or compass with me. I refused to believe my rescuers. I became violent. I cursed them for a lot of robbers. My excitement raised my temperature, brought on a relapse. Again, I lost my mind. Of course, I do not remember what happened then, but have been told that the hunters brought me to Para, where they placed me in the care of an American doctor. He recognized me and did everything possible for me. Gradually I recovered from the fever, but for a long time my mind was a blank. The doctor took me back to New York, and some weeks later I regained my memory. With remembrance there came a strange feeling. I was sorry I had killed Carrington. More than sorry. I hated myself for having done so. Had I still possessed the orchid, perhaps I might not have felt remorseful, but its loss had in a measure softened me, and I realized what an awful thing I had done. At last the strain became too great to bear. I felt that even death would be preferable to my soul anguish. So I went to the chief of police and told my story. He only laughed at me, declared that before leaving America, Carrington had told the press he was attempting a non-stop flight across the Atlantic, that his flight had been unsuccessful, and the accepted belief was that he had fallen into the sea. As for my own tale, the chief considered it utterly absurd. He hinted that I was suffering from hallucinations. I grew angry. A red film danced before my eyes. I struck him in the face. It was then that they called me mad. Then that they gave me a maniac's number and dragged me to this horrible asylum. Death I would not have minded, but this. Since coming here, I have been tormented with awful visions. In my dreams and often when awake, I have again seen those flowers of hell and Carrington. I have seen his cursing gray eyes malignantly fixed upon me. I know that if I remain longer in this lonely, dismal madhouse, I shall indeed become insane, but I will not remain. This morning I discovered something. One of the iron bars on my window is loose, not very loose, but enough so I can pull it out. The maple tree where the birds are singing is quite near the window, and one of the branches is within easy reach. Tonight, when all is still and the guards are asleep, I will escape. I have friends in the outer world who will hide me. They will give me money and help me to get away to some other country, and perhaps, when I am out in the busy world again, I shall not mind those cursing eyes, shall not behold such visions so often. Tonight I will escape. Extract from the report of Charles Warren, Superintendent of the Asylum. Yesterday afternoon, inmate number 17 asked for pencil and paper. All afternoon he wrote, until nearly dark. This morning when I entered his room I found it empty. The pile of paper and pencil lay on the table, but inmate number 17 had gone. A brief examination showed that he had wrenched a bar from his window and crawled through the opening. Going to the window, I looked out. Inmate number 17 was lying on the ground 20 feet below. A broken branch lying beside him explained what had happened. Going downstairs, I went out and examined the body. Inmate number 17 was dead. His neck was broken. End of section 15. Read by James T. Oligney.
Section 16 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KristynaVavrikova. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. The Black Box by H. Thompson Rich. When they told me Ainsworth had been committed to an asylum for the insane, Ainsworth, the comrade of years, at first I could hardly believe it. He had always seemed so sensible, so strong of mind. But when a scribbled note from him finally reached me, I could no longer doubt. Insane he certainly was, and apparently in a condition bordering on the maudlin. I give you the note as he penned it, though nothing less than the original scrawl could possibly serve to convey anything like a correct impression of his mental state. My dear Conway, in the first place, I am not insane. I am as rational as you are. Surely, old fellow, you must know me well enough to know better than that my mind could be unbalanced. Why they have put me in this terrible place, I cannot imagine, unless it is more of Harrington's diabolic revenge. He has murdered my wife, and now he wants to murder me. Yes, murdered her! That is what he has done. Oh God, but it is harrowing. I have a story, Conway, but only you shall ever hear it. If you care to come, come. If not, then silence. I haven't long to live. In great agitation, Ainsworth. These are the words, but the scrawl and blur of the writing were so great as to make it almost unintelligible. Lines were written over lines, and there were almost incessant scratches and erasures. I was 3 days puzzling out the contents before I was able to read the letter in the form above. Then I went, for I knew that somewhere in his crazed mind there was a powerful reason for his desire to see me. I found him in a worse condition than I had imagined. In fact, on my arrival at the asylum, it was only with great difficulty that I was admitted to his cell. He is mad, positively mad, they told me. He raves continually. In his frenzy, he is likely to do you harm. Nonsense, I said. He asked me to come, and I must see him. He knows me too well to harm me, even in his present agitation. So they admitted me to his cell at last. As I entered, taking cognizance of the pitiful surroundings, his eyes met mine with a sad, unsteady look. At first, he failed to recognize me. Then, deep within those phantom pools, some remembrance seemed to flame. Conway? He exclaimed half inaudibly. So you have come. I rather thought you would. You see, I'm not insane. Yes, I see, I managed to say. Well, he broke in, I suppose they have told you a lot of lies. They've got me down for a murderer, but I swear, as there is a God in heaven, my hands are clean. At any rate, it was not my wife. Harrington, I might have murdered, and even so I could take oath he lives. But that is the story. Do you care to hear it? Yes, I answered. And yet, Ainsworth, if the telling is to cause you pain, I'd rather not. Nothing of the sort, he hastened in reply with some show of his old brusqueness. If you really are willing, I'll tell you. But I must be brief, for those guards will come presently and take you away. I'm seldom allowed the luxury of a visitor any more, and then only for a few minutes. With that, he seated himself and entered into the most amazing account that it has ever been my fortune, good or ill, to hear. You remember reading in the papers of my engagement and, subsequently, of my marriage? The woman, as you recall, was a southern lady of rare beauty. I met her after my last hunting trip together with you, and you have never seen her except for the pictures in the papers, which quite failed to do her justice. Fred, old fellow, she was handsome, and you know that my eye was never an easy one to please. Need I tell you more? It was while on a visit to my uncle's plantation in Alabama that I met her, at one of the big weekend affairs where all the beauty of the South seemed gathered together. And yet, even in such a coterie of charm, she stood out easily from the rest. I was attracted to her at once, and, in spite of the dark-complexioned gentleman who seemed to be her most ardent admirer, I lost no time in meeting her and getting acquainted. He eyed me with suspicion and ill-concealed jealousy. But I was never a man to fear a fellow man, especially in the matter of a woman. I laughed at him and took her away. We danced and talked, and I managed to be with her the greater part of the evening. Her name, I learned, was Aline, and I called her that. When the time came to go home, it was I who escorted her, and the last I saw of her dark admirer was an open look of hate he flung at me from the veranda as I helped her into the waiting coach. Then we drove off, leaving him standing there in a burning rage. Acquaintance rapidly deepened to friendship, and friendship to love. I asked for her hand, and she accepted me. The engagement was announced. We were to be married in the fall. Then it was, one night in midsummer. How well I record the odor of jasmine that hung in the air. I was awakened from sleep by the stealthy opening of a window, and, rising suddenly from my bed, I saw silhouetted against the moonlight a dark figure. Even as I looked, I caught a flash of gleaming steel in its left hand. "Harrington," I cried, leaping from my bed, "what are you doing here?" "Damn you," he spat out through clenched teeth, and I rather fancied I detected a tremor of intoxication in his voice. "I have come here to kill you. You shall never have her. She is mine." With that he sprung upon me, and I had barely time to guard myself before I was in his clutches. Being a strong man, I would not have feared him in the daytime, but in the night, with that deadly dagger in his hand, I realized that the chances favored him. Even as the thought of death flashed through my mind, there came a sudden chill in my back near the shoulder. "You have stabbed me!" I cried, and my mind went faint. But only for a moment, for suddenly I saw that he had drawn the dagger out and held it ready to strike again. Straight over my heart, I saw it poise, saw it descend. When summoning all my strength, I grappled him about the waist, flinging him heavily to the floor. Then I leapt upon him, seized the wrist that held the deadly knife, and fairly crushed it in the grip of my hand. He uttered a cry of pain. His fingers relaxed, and the weapon fell to the floor. Seizing it, I flung it out of the window, where I saw it sway glitteringly through the moonlight and vanish. Then I hurled myself upon him with all the frenzy of madness. "So you would take my life," I muttered in a low voice, fearful lest someone in one of the adjoining rooms should hear. "So you came here seeking to kill me." Of a sudden, my mind seemed to leave me. Scarcely knowing what I did, I reached for his throat. With all the strength I could summon, I sank my fingers into his fleshy neck. I felt them press against his windpipe, and I heard him gasp. Then, as the frenzy grew, I relaxed my hold on his throat, and my tense fingers crept over his face. I came upon his eyes, and with a fury that had never before been aroused in me, I sunk my thumb into his left eye socket, and in an instant had gouged the eye bodily from its fixture, and had flung it away, leaving him there, half frantic with pain, in a horrible pool of blood. Then I came to. My mind cleared, and I realized what a fearful thing it was that I had just perpetrated against a fellow being, and my heart sickened with horror and remorse. What was I going to do? Morning would come, and they would find him there. Perhaps he would die before morning, and I would be judged his murderer. "He must not be found," I exclaimed in a low voice, thinking of my love for Aline and for the marriage that was near at end. "For her sake, for the sake of our happiness, which we have a right to, he shall not be found." Suddenly I turned again to him in the darkness. He was half conscious and moaning feebly. "Harrington," I whispered, "you came here to murder me. You inflamed my mind, and but for the grace of God, you would now be dead. Your life is in my hands. You have willed it so. Therefore I offer you one chance. Either leave this room and this house and this state forever, or I will kill you as you lie here, and carry you to the marsh. There I will sink your body among the reeds, where it will never be found, and Aline and I will be happy. Choose. Either get up at once and go, or you die." He groaned, and his single remaining eye opened and looked wildly at me there in the moonlight. I shall never forget its stare. I will go," he gasped, and sank once more into unconsciousness. What a pitiable beast he is, I thought. How dimly the spark of life smoulders within his breast. A little more punishment, and the end. "But he shall live," I cried, and I bent over him again. Taking his scarf, I bandaged it around his bleeding and empty eye socket, and tied it in a firm knot at the back of his head. Then I got out a bottle of brandy, and, putting the neck to his mouth, poured half a glass of its fiery contents forcibly down his throat. As the fumes of the strong liquor rose to his nostrils, and the burning spirits rushed against his palate, impelling him to swallow, he gave a violent shiver and sat up. "There," I said, helping him to his feet. "That is what you needed. And now come with me. Here." I put the bottle in his pocket. Take this along with you. You may have to use it before the morning." Stealthily, I led him from my room and down the stairs to the hall below. We walked together across the veranda and descended the short flight of steps, then out over the road, keeping on until we were a good half-mile from my uncle's house. Then I paused. "Now," I said, "out of my sight forever. If you ever cross my path again, I will kill you as I would a dog. Goodbye. And remember." "Goodbye," he muttered as he staggered away. "And oh, I will be revenged for this." That is the last I ever saw of him, and whether he lived to reach some adjacent town and received the medical attention he so sorely needed, or whether he wandered off into the lonely swamp and was drowned, I know not. From his condition, it would seem almost impossible that he could have walked the 5 or 10 miles that would have meant life to him. And yet, from what subsequently occurred, I would say that he must indeed have reached help, and must still be alive. At any rate, by the living God, he has had his revenge. That Helene is dead, that I am here today, is the work of Harrington. Of that I am convinced. Yet of the living man, or of the spirit that lives after death, I know not. But the time is brief. Presently the guards will come, and you will have to leave. Let me relate the rest, and you shall judge for yourself. I returned to the house that night, and removed from my room every trace of the fearful crime I had perpetrated. Carefully I rubbed the blood-stains from the floor. Carefully I rearranged everything so that no sign of the struggle could ever be visible. Carefully I bandaged my wounded shoulder and disposed of my bloody garments. I even went to the garden below my window and found the knife I had flung there, carrying it to the river and hurling it forever out of sight. Then I tiptoed back to the house once more, locking every door just as I had found it, and returned to my own chamber. Had it not been for one odd, though apparently trivial circumstance, I would have slept more or less peacefully the remainder of the night. But, due to a single curious fact, I lay awake, tossing for hours, unable to quiet my nerves to slumber. The thing seemed incredible, but nevertheless it was so. The eye I had gouged from Harrington's head was not to be found anywhere in the room. Though I searched the chamber minutely, I could discover no trace of it. So, agitated and ill at ease, I at last gave up the search and got to bed, where I lay wakeful all the long hours till dawn. When the morning came, however, my nerves seemed to steady themselves somewhat. I got up, and after I had shaved and dressed, I felt almost myself again. In fact, at breakfast I even remarked that I had been troubled with insomnia the night before, thus allaying the suspicions of anyone who might possibly have heard the struggles that had issued from my room. But apparently no one had, for the remark did not engender any reply, and the conversation rapidly turned to other things. That morning the whole party went for a tramp over the plantation, visiting the various negroes' cabins and overseers' quarters. I walked with Aline, and as I gazed upon her, I thought she had never seemed lovelier. An unusually rosy colour suffused her cheeks, and a spontaneous and girlish vivacity manifested itself in her every action. Her eyes looked up frankly and innocently into mine, and as I looked back at her with half-lowered lids, my soul almost shrank within me. In that moment I realized that with my deed of the night before I had sacrificed forever the joy of frank and happy companionship which would otherwise have been hers and mine, for never more would I be able to meet that clear, wondrous gaze, and always there would now be between us an invisible, blood-red barrier, and the memory of a ghastly human eye and a hideous empty socket. But somehow the days passed, and gradually I gained back my old composure. By a heroic struggle of mind, I was freeing myself of the morbidity that had at first hovered about me like a fog. Harrington had been as the dead, and I was beginning to think that the episode was over, except that every now and then some memory of that hideous night would flash phantom-like across my brain, to be wiped out almost immediately by a snatch of melody or a burst of merriment from gracious and charming Eileen. With the first days of fall came our marriage. Never will I forget the festivities of that day. I was happier than I had ever hoped to be in this life. All memory of Harrington and my crime were now forgotten, and I entered into the spirit of my wedding with a glad and open heart. Many and beautiful were the gifts that were showered upon us. Eileen was like a diamond in a setting of emeralds and rubies and opals, and every manner of precious stones. One gift, however, stood out from the rest. That was a black box, small and antique, fantastically carved on every side with ancient Chinese or Japanese figures. But the curious thing about this box was not the carving, but the fact that it came to us by post on the day of the wedding, with no hint as to the identity of the sender. Even this, curious as it seemed, was not the most peculiar thing about the box. The thing that struck me as strangest, and that gave me a feeling of foreboding such as I cannot describe, an odd, peculiar sensation of fear and suspicion, was that I was unable, after the minutious examination, to find any method of opening the box. In fact, it seemed not to be a box at all, but a solid cube of ebony or some other dark, heavy substance. But why should anyone wish to send us a mere specimen of some antique oriental carving? Surely it must be a box, and being a box, must have an opening somewhere, must in truth contain something. But, as I have said, in spite of the fact that I went over it carefully, I found no opening, nor did I discover any hidden spring about it, upon whose touch the lid might fly open, as in certain similar boxes I had seen while in various parts of the world. And I would to heaven I had never learned it was in reality a box. I would it and its awful secret had forever remained unknown. But such was not to be. Prompted by a desire to learn the nature of this mysterious gift, I took it with me to the banquet in my uncle's house the night of our wedding, and in the course of the merriment that followed, laying it on the table, I rose, and lifting my glass offered a toast. "Here's to the box! Fortune attend whoever shall open it!" They all raised their glasses, and the toast was drunk. Immediately afterward, my uncle, who was seated at my right, took the box and started it around the table. As it came into the hands of each guest, he or she would turn it over, shake it, examine it, press it, and in every way try to discover its hidden secret. It had perhaps passed halfway around, and I had quite forgotten it, and was talking and laughing with Eileen, my wife, when suddenly there came a scream of horror, and everyone immediately looked in the direction whence it had issued. There sat Mrs. Fitzheron, the box open in her shaking hand, lying across the table in a half-faint. "My God!" I remember hearing Uncle Henry exclaim, and leaping to his feet, he rushed to her. Bending over her, he took the box from her hand and peered inside, when with a low cry he dropped it and stood there trembling, pale as death. I leapt to my feet and asked him what the matter was. He turned, and with eyes that seemed dazed he looked at me, and his lips moved. "That box," he said. "For God's sake, Ainsworth. Harrington—" Then he stopped, his lips compressed. "Where is it?" he suddenly demanded. And then I looked. It had fallen to the floor and snapped shut. Stooping it, I picked it up and attempted to hand it to him. "Take it," he said, drawing back, and an unaccountable expression crept across his face. "Take it, and for God's sake keep it shut." So I took it, wonderingly, and set it down on the table beside me. Aline picked it up and began regarding it with increased curiosity. Meanwhile, some of the men had succeeded in reviving Mrs. Fitzheron, and she sat there listening, positively pallid. Uncle Henry bent over to her. "Did you see it?" I thought I heard him whisper. "Yes," she replied slowly, hardly able to speak. "Harrington's?" "Later," said Uncle Henry, checking her. "No more here." Then he turned and addressed the table. "Mrs. Fitzheron is not feeling well. If you will excuse me, I will escort her home." With that, the two of them left together. What passed between them I shall never know, but when my uncle returned, he took me aside. "Frank," he said, "I am not going to question you about that box. Whatever it is your affair and not mine. But I am going to insist that if you and Aline wish to remain under this roof, you must get rid of it. I refuse to have it in this house overnight." "Why?" I replied. "I do not understand." "I am not so sure you do not understand," he said slowly. "That is between you and your conscience. But I insist that you get rid of the box at once." "Very well," I said dully, and left to carry out his wish. The whole affair had thrown a damper on the party, and they were now breaking up and leaving for their rooms, those who were staying with my uncle, and the rest were taking their carriages and driving off. In half an hour, everyone had either retired or left. But the box, where was it? For the moment I could not think where I had left it. Then I remembered last seeing it on the banquet table where I had laid it after Uncle Henry refused to touch it. Hastily I ran to the banquet room. It was gone. Then I noted the absence of Aline. She had doubtless gone to her room, I thought. And swift as a flash the realization came that the dread box had last been in her hands. She had been exceptionally curious about it. What if she were even now attempting to open it? In an agony of apprehension and dread, I rushed upstairs. I must get it away from her. She, most of all, must never see its contents. Dashing into her room, I turned on the light. "Aline?" I called. There was no answer. "Aline, where are you?" I repeated the call. Still there was no answer. Suddenly a wave of terror engulfed me. Had she opened the box? Had its dread contents exerted some horrible spell on her? Oh, my fair young wife! I turned from the library and ran into her bedroom. "Aline!" I called once more. There came no sound but my voice, which echoed strangely in the still room. Striking a match, I lit one of the tall candles on the dresser, and by its first feeble ray I saw her. There she lay, in a little crumpled heap on the bed, in her hand the black box, shut. Bending over her, I took it gently from her hand and laid it aside. "Aline," I whispered, "answer me. What is it? Are you ill?" She didn't move. In a frenzy of fear, I laid my hand over her heart. There came no answering beat, and as I looked at her eyes, a sudden icy chill struck me to the heart. They were glazed, and on her lips was the frost of death. With a moan, I flung myself upon her. "Aline! Aline!" Again and again I called her name, but the only answer was the echo of my voice, which reverberated out of the room and down the dark, still corridors of the old mansion. In a frenzy of anguish, I seized her, I held her close to me, and implored her to speak. I stroked her soft, dark hair, and kissed those pale, cold lips, but she made no move. She was dead. I think it was then that the madness came upon me, if I am mad. I seized the box and struggled to open it. Madly I worked over it. I stamped on it, bit it, flung it against the wall. I prayed, screamed, cursed over it, but it would not open. Finally, in a fit of insane, hopeless rage, I seized an enormous andiron from the grate, and with all my strength brought the heavy metal piece crushing down upon that dark, mysterious box. The impact was sufficient. The lid flew off, shattered, and there it lay, with the mystery all revealed. Taking the candle from the dresser, I brought it over and peered down into the recess of the box. As I looked, a wild cry escaped me. I looked again. I could not believe my eyes at the dread horror that lay therein. Seizing the box in both hands, I held it close to the candle and gazed straight into it, and beheld, oh God, I know not how I can ever tell it without being utterly engulfed in madness. Beheld there, in that dark recess, rolling and gleaming as if set in a socket, staring straight at me, the hideous bloody eye I had torn from Harrington's head on that tragic, never to be forgotten or expiated night. As I looked into that awful orb, and as it looked back at me, I felt my reason go. Fascinated, I gazed on, and the more I looked, the more hideous became the stare that met my stare. How long I sat there, spellbound, hypnotized, I do not know. Finally, it seemed hours afterward, I rose, and with a wild, hysterical laugh, lifted the eye out of its socket in that awful box, and, putting it between my teeth, crunched it, spitting it out upon the floor, a mangled pulp. Then, laughing deliriously, I took the box itself and hurled it through the window into the night. I heard the glass tinkle. I heard the box strike on the ground below. Then I flung myself into a chair and laughed loud and long. It seemed as if I should never stop laughing. And there they found me. Even yet, when I think of it, I must laugh. I drew back, sickened as Ainsworth maudlin laughter rang through the steel corridors of the madhouse. That is all. Shortly afterward I left him. 3 months later he died. Died laughing insanely. End of section 16.
Section 16 of Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katie Johnstone. Weird Tales presents Asylum Atrocities, The Tortoiseshell Comb, The Fantasy of a Mad Brain, by Royalston Markham. Well, the ghosts of the men hung at East-Serteel have company. For myself, I wouldn't even want a photograph of the place. No, sir, not me. I can remember it without that. That's why they've put me in this hospital with all these crazy people. Yet a tortoiseshell comb
is as good an alibi as any." "What? Ghosts? No, sir, of course not. I don't believe in 'em. Not on this side of the Atlantic. Whoever told you I believed in ghosts?" "The hospital intern. If they'd kept me round that chateau in the woods at Is-sur-Tille, it might have been different. It had a queer story about it, that chateau. That's what set me off. That and the fact that I never did like Captain Bott. He was hard-boiled, that guy was. No, sir, he didn't own that French chateau, although at one time he acted as though he thought he did. I'm coming to that. Over there, the frog said the original owner of the place, in his youth, had fallen madly in love with a young girl and married her. He must have been crazy about her, all right, because, according to their story, he often was seen combing her hair. Yes, sir, the French folks are like that. That's romance. Combing her long red hair as it hung over the back of her chair, touching the floor. I particularly remember that they said her hair was long, very long, and red, like copper is red in candlelight. After a year she died, suddenly, of heart disease. Killed by love itself, one of the frogs said. That's romance. And he, her husband, the owner of that chateau there in the woods at Is-sur-Tille, left that part of the country on the very day of her funeral. The place probably is there yet, like it was when I saw it, late in the summer of 1918. The house was set back from the road among the trees. It looked then as though it had been deserted for a long time. Most of the furniture had been removed from it, except in one room. I'm coming to that. And the gate leading into the yard had fallen open on one rusty hinge. Grass filled the paths, and you couldn't tell the flower beds from the lawns, except by the weeds. Nobody had used the place, even in wartime, until our outfit was billeted at Is-sur-Tille. That ghost story of a dead bride begging someone to comb her hair had kept the Frenchies off the place. But Captain Bott was a hard-boiled guy. We went into the house late one afternoon, Captain Bott and me. He led the way into the kitchen and through the first floor, into a large hall, where the stairs went up to the floor above. Dust was over everything. The only room in the house that looked at all as though it had been occupied in years was that bedroom upstairs, where, they had told us, the bride had slept and died. We recognized it because it was the only room in the house where the door was shut. We opened it. That is, Captain Bott did, and went in. I stood in the doorway until he swore at me and ordered me to follow him in. The room smelled moldy. It smelled dead. It was a fine room for a ghost. It was dark in there, but gradually my eyes got accustomed to the gloom, enough to make out that there was a bed in it. On the captain's orders, I went to the window to open it for light, but I had to break the rusty hinges of the outside shutters before I could loosen them. At the court-martial inquiry, they wouldn't believe me when I said that was the only reason I went into the room, and on the captain's orders. The room was on the north side of the house, and the sun was setting, so opening the window didn't help much. There was pillows and a mattress and sheets, yellow with age, on the bed. The chairs seemed all in confusion. There was another door in the room, probably leading to a closet. It was closed. Captain Bott went over and felt of the mattress and patted the pillows on which they had said the bride's head, nestled in its mass of copper-colored hair, had rested when she died. Captain Bott was hard-boiled, like I just said. He didn't believe in ghosts. He said it was the best shakedown he'd seen in weeks. I'll damn soon get a good night's rest, he said, and he ordered me to go for some candles and his stuff, and when I got back I was to clear the place up. I went. I was glad to go. but I hated like hell to return. When I did get back into the house, it was twilight and inside as dark as a black cat's belly. Downstairs in the kitchen, I lighted one of the candles and held it before me in one hand, the other being occupied with the captain's luggage. Then I went through the first floor into the large hall where the stairs went up to the floor above. In the light of my candle at the landing, I saw that the door into the bedroom was closed again, as it had been the only room in the house where the door was shut when we first went up there together, the captain, who didn't believe in ghosts, and I, who did, over there. No, sir, of course not. I don't believe in 'em. Not on this side of the Atlantic. But in the woods, at Easterteal at night, that's different. And it must be worse, since they hung those men there, and with Captain Bott, who thought the bed of a dead bride was a handsome billet. He sure was hard-boiled, that guy. I hated him for it. When I left him to go for the candles, that door had been open. When I returned, it was closed. I didn't like to open it again, but he was alone there in the dark in that bedroom. I knew that if I waited for him to come to open the door, stumbling across chairs and things, he sure would cuss me out. That's the hell of being a private and a servant to an officer. No white man likes it. So finally I opened the door with the hand which held the candle. Everything seemed as before, but so quiet. My ears were straining for sound like they used to do at the sudden cessation of barrage firing, but I heard nothing at all, and the place smelled moldy. It smelled dead. It was a fine room for a ghost. I thought of it then. And as I stepped across the threshold, I noticed that the other door in the room, probably that of a closet, was open. It had been closed. I thought perhaps that the captain had opened it while I was gone. It wasn't so dark when I left him as when I returned, and maybe he would have been snooping around a bit, out of curiosity perhaps. I'm not curious like that. But Captain Bott was hard-boiled, and he didn't believe in ghosts. All these things I'm telling you, about what I saw and thought and felt, they wouldn't hardly listen to at the court-martial inquiry. I don't know how long it was from the time I lighted the candle in the kitchen downstairs until I stood with it in the doorway of the bedroom of the dead bride. Not very long, probably, because the melting candle grease was just beginning to run hot onto my fingers when I turned to glance toward the bed, wondering why the captain had kept so damned quiet. It wasn't like him. And there he was, lying across the bed on his back, the tips of his shoes just touching the floor. Asleep? No. I don't know how I knew he wasn't asleep. The court-martial inquiry kept asking me that. But I saw he had something wound round his neck, something that glinted in the candlelight, like the braid of a woman's copper-red hair, and his hands were above his head. One of them clutched a tortoise-shell comb. I knew he wasn't asleep. I knew he was dead. How I knew? I couldn't tell you. Nor any damned court-martial inquiry on earth. God knows they drove me crazy enough, asking me that, and what else I knew. Didn't I see nothing else? No. But I thought I heard or felt something move near that black hole where the other door opened yawning into a closet. My candle went out, maybe it was only the night wind from the window, and I dropped it. I dropped the bundle of things belonging to Captain Bott. I crossed the threshold. I went down the stairs in the dark, running. I fell at the bottom. I remember that. And I told the court-martial inquiry so. 'Twas about the only thing those smug guys believed that I told them. But I was on my feet and out of that house before I knew I had fallen. Ha! I can see it. You too think I'm soft-boiled. So did the court-martial inquiry. That's why they sent me here, among these crazy people. But say, buddy, don't believe what the hospital intern tells you. He's crazy, like the rest of them. He's as hard-boiled, too, as Captain Bott was. And that guy was so hard-boiled he didn't believe in French ghost stories. That nut you just talked with tells a story to anyone who will listen, the intern remarked casually, as we returned to the office of the Commandant of the Army and Navy Insane Asylum. Probably you think you heard a cracking good ghost story, but what you really heard was the confession of a crazy murderer who ought to have been the third on the gallows at Is-sur-Tille. Isn't there a haunted chateau at Is-sur-Tille? And didn't the officer he tells about die in the bedroom there? Oui, mais certainement, as the frogs have it. If that chateau isn't haunted, it ought to be. There's a story in the village of the bride's death there, and Captain Bott died there all right enough. But that thing they found twined round his neck, like the braid of a woman's copper-red hair, was in fact real copper wire, stolen from a lineman's kit. It might look like hair to a crazy man. But that comb, I persisted. What about that tortoiseshell comb? The nut stole that too. It belonged to one of the girls of the town whom the private knew before the captain beat his time with her. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Weird Tales Presents Asylum Atrocities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or for volunteers, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Weird Tales Presents Asylum Atrocities. A Square of Canvas by Anthony M. Rudd. No, madam, I am not insane. I see you hide a smile. Never mind attempting to mask the expression. You are a newcomer here and have learned nothing of my story. I do not blame any visitor. The burden of the proof rests upon us, n'est-ce pas? In this same ward you've met several peculiar characters, have you not? We have a motley assemblage of conquerors, diplomats, courtesans, and divinities, if you'll take their words for it. There is Alexander the Great, Richelieu, Julius Caesar, Spartacus, Cleopatra, but no matter. I have no delusion. I am Hal Pemberton. You start. You believe this my delusion? Look closely at me. I have aged, it is true, yet if you have glimpsed the Metropolitan Gallery portrait that Paul Gauguin did of me when I visited Tahiti... I gasped and fell back a pace. The silver-haired, kindly old soul, the mad genius, Pemberton? The temptation was strong to flee when I realized that he told the truth. I knew the portrait, indeed, and for an art student like myself there could be no mistaking the resemblance. I stopped half-turned. After all, they allowed him freedom of the grounds. He could be no worse, surely, than the malignant Cleopatra, whom I had just left playing with her asp, a 5-inch garter snake she had found crossing the gravel path. I believe you, came my stammered reply. What I meant, of course, was that no doubt could exist that he was certainly Hal Pemberton. His seamed face lighted up. It was plain he believed that establishment of identity made the matter of his detention absurd. They have me registered as Chase, John Chase, he confided. Come, what a true story of an artist's persecution interests you. It is a recital of misunderstanding, bigotry. He left the sentence incomplete, and beckoned with a curl of his tapered spatulate index finger toward a bench set fair in the sunshine just beyond range of blowing mists from the fountain. I was tempted. A guard was stationed less than 200 feet distant, notwithstanding the horrid and distorted legends which shrouded our memories of this man, supposed to have died in far-off Polynesia. He could not harm me easily before assistance was available. Beside, I am an active, bony woman of the grenadier type. I waited until he sat down, then placed myself gingerly upon the opposite end of the bench. You are the first person who has not laughed in my face when learning my true identity, he continued then, making no attempt to close the 6-foot gap between us, much to my comfort. Ignorance placed me here. Ignorance keeps me. I shall give you every detail, madam. Then you may inform others and procure my release. The cognoscenti will demand it once they know of the cruel intolerance which has stolen 9 years from my career and from my life. you know." And here Pemberton glanced guardedly about before he added in a whisper, "They won't let me paint. My youth and training are known in part. Alden Seferich's brochure dealt with the externals, at least. You have read it? Ah, yes. Dear Alden knew nothing, really. When I looked at his etchings of buildings, at his word sketch of myself, I see behind the lines and letters to a great void. At best he was an admirable camera, equipped with focal plane shutter and finest anastigmatic lenses depicting 3 dimensions faithfully in 2, yet ignoring the most important 4th dimension of temperament and soul, as though it were as mythical as that 4th dimension played with by mathematicians. It is not artistic inspiration, what the underworld calls yen, has been my whole life. Beyond the technique and inspiration furnished by Gonerezi, one might scrap the whole of tutelage and still have left myself and the divine spark. I was one of the Long Island Pembertons. 2 sisters still are living. They are staid, respectable ladies who married well. To hell with them. They really believed that Hal Pemberton disgraced them, the nauseating prigs. Our mother was Sheila Varro, the singer. Father was an unimaginative sort, president of the Everest Life and Casualty Company for many years. I mention these facts merely to show you that there was no hereditary taint, no connate reason for warped mentality such as they attribute to me. That I inherited the whole of my poor mother's artistic predilection there is possibility for doubt, for she was brilliant always. I was a dullard in my youth. It was only with education and inspiration that even a spark of her divine creative fury came to me. But the story of that I shall reach later. As a boy, I hated school. Before the age of 10, I had been expelled from 3 academies, always on account of the way I treated my associates. I was cruel to the other boys because lessons did not capture my attention. Nothing quite static like the pursuit of facts ever has done so. When I tired of sticking pins into younger lads or pulling their hair, I sought out one or another of my own size and fought with them. Often, usually, I was trounced, but this never bothered. Hurt, blood, and heat of combat always were curiosities to me, impersonal somehow. As long as I could stand on my feet, I would punch for the nose or eyes of my antagonist, for nothing delighted me like seeing the involuntary pain flood his countenance, and red blood stream from his mashed nostrils. Father sent me to the New York public schools, but there I lasted only 6 or 7 weeks. I was not popular either with my playmates or with the teachers, who complained of what they took to be abnormality. I had done nothing except arrange a pin, taken from the hat of one of the women teachers, where I thought it would do the most good. This was in the sleeve of the principal's greatcoat. When he slid in his right hand, the long pin pierced his palm, causing him to cry out loudly with pain. I did not see him at the moment, but I was waiting outside his office at the time, and I gloated in my mind at the picture of his stabbed hand, ebbing drops of blood where the blue steel entered. I longed to rush in and view my work, but did not dare. Later, when by some shrewd deduction they fastened the blame on me, Mr. Mortensen had his right hand bandaged. Father gave up the idea of public school after this and procured me a tutor. He thought me a trifle deficient, and I suppose my attitude lent color to such a theory. I tormented the 3 men who took me in hand, one after the other, until each one resigned. I malingered, I shirked, I prepared accidents in which all were injured. It was not that I could not learn. I realized all along that simple tasks assigned me by these men could be accomplished without great effort, but that I had no desire to study algebra, geography, and language, or other dull things of the kind. Only zoology tempted in the least, and none of the men I had before Jackson came was competent to do much of anything with this absorbing subject. Jackson was the 4th, and last. He proved himself an earnest soul and something of a scientist. He tried patiently for a fortnight to teach me all that Dad desired, but found his pupil responsive only when he gave me animals to study. These, while alive, interested me. One day after a discouraging session with my other studies, he left me with some small beetles which he intended to classify on his return. It was a hot day, and the little sheath-winged insects were stimulated out of dormance to lively movement. I had them under a glass cover to prevent their escape. Just to see how they acted, I took them out, one by one, and performed slight operations upon parts of their anatomy with the point of my penknife. One I deprived of wings, another lost 2 legs of many, a third was deprived of antennae, and so on. Then I squatted close with a hand lens and eyed their desperate struggles. Here was life, pain, struggle, death close by, leering at the tiny creatures. It fascinated me. I watched eagerly, and then, when one of the beetles grew slower in moving, I stimulated it with the heated point of a pen. At this time, I was then only 16 years of age, I had no analytical explanation of interest. But now I know that the artist in me was swept through a haze of adolescence by a sight of that most sincere of all the struggles of life, the struggle against death. A fever raced in my blood. I knew the beetles could not last. An instinct made me wish to preserve some form of record of their supreme moment. I seized my pencil. I wrote a paragraph, telling how I would feel in case some huge omnipotent force should put me under glass, remove my legs, stab me with the point of a great knife, a red-hot dagger, and watch my writhings. The description was pale, colorless, of course. It did not satisfy, even while I scribbled. As you may readily understand, I possessed no power of literary expression. Crude sentences selected at random only emphasized the need of expression of a better sort. Without reasoning, indeed many a person would have considered me quite mad at the time, I tore a clean sheet of paper from a thick tablet and fell to sketching, rapidly, furiously. As with writing, I knew nothing of technique. I never had drawn a line before, but the impelling force was great. Before my eyes I saw the picture I wished to portray, the play of protest against death. I drew the death struggle. By the time Jackson returned, the fire had died out of me. The horrid sketch was finished, and all but one of the beetles lay, legs upturned, under the glass. That one had managed to escape somehow and was dragging itself hopelessly across the table, leaving a wet streak of colorless blood to mark its passing. Exhausted in body and mind, I had collapsed in the nearest chair, not caring whether I myself lived or died. Poor Jackson was horrified when he saw what I had done to the Coleptera, and he began reproaching me for my needless cruelty. Just as he was waxing eloquent, however, his eye caught sight of my crude sketch. He stopped speaking. I saw him tremble, adjust his pince-nez, and stare long at the poor picture I had made, and then at the dead beetles. Finally, seeming in a torment of anger, he read the paragraph of description, turning to examine me with horror and amazement in his glance. Then suddenly he sprang to his feet, gripping the 2 sheets of paper in his hands, swung about, and made off before I could rouse from my lassitude sufficiently to question him. I never saw Jackson again, the poor fool. An hour later, Father sent for me. I knew that the tutor had been to see him, and I expected another of the terrible lectures I had been in habit of receiving each time a new lack or iniquity made itself apparent to others. On several occasions in the past, Father had flogged me, and driven himself close to the verge of apoplexy because of his extreme anger at what he deemed deliberate obstinacy. I feared whippings. They sickened me. My knees were quaking as I went to his study. This time, however, it was plain that Father had given up. He was pale, weighed down with what must have been the great disappointment of his life, but he neither stormed nor offered to chastise me. Instead, he told me quietly that Jackson had resigned, finding me impossible to instruct. In a few sentences, Father reviewed the efforts he had made for my education, then stated that all the tutors had been convinced that my lack of progress had been due more to a chronic disinclination for work, rather than to any innate defect of body or mind. So far, he told me, you have refused steadfastly to accept opportunity. Now we come to the end. Mr. Jackson has showed me a sketch made by you in which he professes to see real talent. He advises that you be sent abroad to study drawing or painting. Would you care for this last chance? Otherwise I must place you in an institution of some kind, where you no longer can bring disgrace and pain upon me. A reform school, in short. I tell you frankly, Hal, that I am ready to wash my hands of you. What could I do? I chose, of course, to go to Paris. Father made the necessary arrangements for me to enter Guarnerizi's big studios as a beginner, paying for a year in advance and making me a liberal allowance in addition. I shall not attempt to conceal from you, Hal, he told me at parting, that I do not wish you to return. Your allowance will continue just as long as you remain abroad. If in time a moderate success in some line of endeavor comes to you, I shall be glad to see you again, but not before. The Pembertons never were failures or parasites. Thus I left him. He died while I was in my 3rd year at the studio, and by his express wish I was not notified until after the funeral was over. I wept over the letter that came, but only because of the knowledge that now I never could make up in any way for the great sorrow I had caused my father. Had he lived only 10 years longer, and this would not have been extraordinary, as he died at the age of 52, I could have restored some of that lost pride to him. Is it necessary to tell of my years with Guarnerizi? No, you confessed some slight knowledge of me. Very well, I shall pass over them lightly. Suffice it to say that here at last I found my forte. I could paint. The maestro never valued my efforts very highly, but he taught with conscientious diligence nevertheless. In the use of sweeping line and chiaroscuro I excelled the majority of his pupils, but in color I exhibited no talent, in his estimation at least. It was strange, too, for through my mind at odd intervals swept riots of crimson, orange, and purple, which never could be mixed satisfactorily upon my palette for any given picture. I told myself that the fault lay as much in the subjects of my pictures as in myself. The excuse of a liar, of course. There was some excuse there, however. For instance, when we painted nudes, Guarnerizi would assemble a half-dozen old hags with yellowed skin, bony torsos, and shriveled breasts, asking us to portray youth and beauty. Instead of attempting to pin a fabric of imagination upon such skeletons, I used to search out the more beautiful of the cocottes of the night cafes, and bring with me to the studio the next day memories and hurried sketches of poses in which I had seen them. This was more interesting, but unsatisfactory withal. I had been 5 years in the studio, and had travelled 3 winters to Sicily, Sardinia, and Italy, before the first hint of a resolution of my problem came to me. It was in the month of July, when north-loving students take their vacations. I was alone in the vast studio one afternoon. Guarnerizi himself was absent, which accounted for the holiday taken by the faithful who remained during the hot days. On one side of the room were the cages where the maestro kept small live animals used for models with beginners. There were a few rabbits, a dozen white mice, and a red fox. Wandering about near to my wit's end for inspiration to further work, I chanced to see one of the rabbits looking in my direction. Rays of sunlight, falling through the open skylight, caught the beast's eyes in such a manner that they showed to me as round discs of glowing scarlet. Never before had I witnessed this phenomenon before, which I since have learned is common. It had an extraordinary effect upon me. In that second I thought of my delinquent boyhood, of dozens of cruel impulses, since practically forgotten, of the mutilated, dying beetles, which had been instrumental in embarking me upon an art career. Blood rose in torrents to my own temples. A fever consumed me. There was life, and there could be death. I could renew the inspiration of those tortured beetles. With agitated stealth, I glanced out into the empty hallway, locked the door of the studio, drew 4 shades over windows through which I might be seen, and crept to the rabbit cage. Opening it, I seized by the long ears the white-furred animal which had stared at me. The warm softness of its palpitating body raised my artistic desire to a frenzy. I pulled a table from the wall, and holding down the animal upon it, I drew my knife. Overcoming the mad, futile struggles of the rabbit, I slit long incisions in the white back and belly. The blood welled out. Perfect fury of delight sent me to my canvas. My fingers trembled as I mixed the colors, but there was no indecision now, and no hint of muddiness in the result. I painted... You perhaps have seen a reproduction of that picture. It was called The Lusts of the Magi, and now hangs in one of the Paris galleries. Some day it will grace the Louvre, and all because our white rabbit had sacrificed its heart's blood. At 11 next morning, Gurzynski, himself coming to the studio, found me exhausted and asleep upon the floor. When he demanded explanations, I pointed in silence to the finished picture upon my easel. I thought the man would go frantic. He regarded it for an instant with intolerance fading from his bearded face. Then his mouth gaped open, and a succession of low exclamations in his native tongue came forth. His raised hands opened and shut in the gesture I knew to mean unrestrained delight. Suddenly he dashed to the easel, and before I could offer resistance, he snatched down my picture and ran with it out of the studio and down the stairs into the narrow street. I followed, but I was not swift enough. He had disappeared. In half an hour he returned with 4 brother artists who had studies nearby. The others were more than lavish in their praise, terming my picture the greatest masterpiece turned out in the quarter for years. Gurzynski himself was less demonstrative now, but I detected tears in his eyes when he turned to me. "The pupil has become the master," he said simply. "Go. I cannot teach you this, and I cannot teach you more. Always I shall boast, however, that Signor Pemberton painted his first great picture in my studio." The next day I rented a studio of my own and moved out my effects immediately. I started to paint in earnest. There was little to relate of the next few months. A wraith of the inspiration which had given birth to my great picture still lingered, but I was no better than mediocre in my work. True, the experience and accomplishment had improved me somewhat in use of color, but I learned the galling truth soon enough that never could I attain that same fervor of artistry again, unless... After 4 months of ineffectual striving, during which time I completed 2 unsatisfactory canvases, I yielded and bought myself a second white rabbit. What was my horror now to discover when I treated the beast as I had treated its predecessor, that no wild thrill of inspiration assaulted me. I could mix and apply colors a trifle more gaudily, yet the suffering and blood of this animal had lost its potent effect upon me. After a day or two the solution occurred. Lusts of the Magi had exhausted the stimulus which rabbits could furnish. Disconsolate now, I allowed my work to flag. Though I knew in my heart that the one picture I'd done was splendid in its way, I hated to believe that in it I'd reached the peak of artistic production. Yet I could arouse in myself no more than the puerile enthusiasm for methodical slapping on of oils I so ridiculed in other mediocre painters. Finally, I stopped altogether and gave myself over to a fit of depression, absinthe, and cigarettes. Gurzynski visited me one day, and finding me so badly in the dumps, prescribed fresh air and sunshine. As I refused flatly to travel, knowing my ailment to be of the subjective sort, not cured by glimpses of pastures new, he lent me his saddle-mare, a fine black animal with white fetlocks and a star upon her forehead. I agreed listlessly to ride her each day. 3 weeks slipped by. I had kept my promise, actually enjoying the exercise, but without any of the beneficent results appearing. I was in fair physical health, only a trifle listless, it is true, yet whenever I set myself to paint, a greater inhibition of spiritual and mental weariness seemed to hold me back. Little by little the ghastly conviction forced itself upon me that, as an artist, I had shot my bolt. One day, when I was riding a league or two beyond Passy, I had occasion to dismount and slake my thirst at a spring on which it was necessary to break a thin crust of ice. Drinking my fill, I led the mare to the spot, and she drank also. In raising her head, however, a sharp edge of ice cut her tender skin the distance of a 1/4 inch. There, as I watched, I saw red drops of blood gather on her cheek. I cannot describe adequately the sensations that gripped me. In that second I remembered the beetles and the rabbit, and I knew that this splendid animal had been given to me for no purpose other than to renew the wasted inspiration within me. It was the hand of Providence. Preparations soon were made. I obtained the use of a spacious, well-lighted barn in the vicinity, and put the mare therein while I returned to Paris for canvases and materials. Then, when I was all ready for work, I hobbled the mare with strong ropes and tied her so she could not budge. Then I treated her as I had treated the rabbit. Deep down I hated to inflict this pain, for I had grown to care for that mare almost as one cares for a dear friend. But the fury of artistic desire would not be denied. Next day, when all was over, I took the canvas into Paris and showed it to Gurzynski. He went into ecstasies, proclaiming that I had reawakened indeed. Yet when I told him of the mare and offered to pay his own price, he became very white of countenance, and drew himself up, shuddering. "Any but as great a man as yourself, signor," he shrilled, his cracked old voice breaking with emotion. "I should kill for that. Yourself you are without a law which would damn another, but not outside the sphere of undying hatred. You are great, but awful. Go." I found, then, that no one wished to look at my picture. Gurzynski had told the story to sympathetic friends, and it had spread like a fire and spruce throughout the quarter. I was ostracized, deserted by all who had called me their friend. A month later, nearly broken in spirit, I came to New York. I was done with Paris. Here in America none knew the story of my last painting, and when it was put on exhibition, the critics heralded it as greater far than the finest production of any previous or contemporary American artist. I sold it for $20,000, which was a good price in those days. I was swept up on a tide of popularity. As you know, in this country, even the poorest works of a popular man are snatched up avidly. Criticism seems to die when once a reputation is attained. I got rid of all the canvases I'd painted in Paris and was besieged for portrait sittings by society women of the city. Because I had no particular idea in mind for my next painting, I did allow myself to drift into this work. It was easy and paid immensely well. Also, I was called upon to exercise no ingenuity or imagination. All I did was paint them as they came, 2 a week, and get rich, wasting 5 years in the process. Then I fell in love. Beatrice was much younger than myself, just turned 19 at the time. I was first attracted to her because my eye always seeks out the beautiful in face and form, as if I were choosing models among all the women I meet. She was slim of waist and of ankle, though with the soft curve of neck and shoulder which intrigues an artist instantly. She was more mature in some ways than one might have expected of her years, but the more delightful for that reason. Her eyes were dark pools rippled by the breeze of each passing fancy. The moment I looked into them, I knew that wrench of the heart which bespeaks the advent of the one great emotion. Many times before I had thought myself in love, yet in company of Beatrice I wondered at my self-deception. In the evening, as she sat beside me in a nook of Sebastian's spice gardens, you know, the great indoor reproduction of the famous gardens of Candy Ceylon, I gloried in her beauty and in the way soft silk clung to her person. The desire for possession was intolerable within me. Before parting, I asked her, and for answer she lifted her soft white arms to my neck and met my lips with a caress, in which I felt the whole fervor of love. That was the sweetest and happiest moment of my life. We married and built ourselves a home upon Long Island. After 3 months of honeymoon, we settled there, more than ever in love with each other, if that were possible. A year sped by. 10 months of this I spent without lifting a brush to canvas. It was idyllic, yet toward the last a sense of shame began to pervade my mind. Was I of such weak fiber that the love of one woman must stamp out all ambition, all desire for accomplishment? At the end of the year I was painting again, making portraits. The long rest and happiness had made me impatient with such piffle, however. I had all the money that either of us could need in our lifetime, so I could not take the portraiture seriously. I dabbled with it another full year without once endeavoring to start a serious piece of work. Then, after Beatrice bore me a daughter, I began to lay plans for continuing serious endeavor. It is useless to repeat the story of those struggles. It was the same experience I had had after that first successful picture. My technique was now as near perfection as I could hope to attain, and the mere matter of color, mixing, I had learned from those 2 wild flights of frenzy. I found myself, however, psychologically unable to attack a subject smacking in the least of gruesome, and that, of course, always had been my talent and interest. I rebelled against the instinct which urged me to try the experiment of the mare again. In cold blood I hated the thought of it, and also I feared with a great sinking of the heart that I should find no more inspiration there, even if I did repeat. I turned to landscape painting, choosing sordid, dirty, or powerful scenes. I painted the fish and milk carts on Hester Street, showing the hordes of dirty urchins in the background playing on the pavement. Somehow the picture fell short of being really good, although I had no difficulty in selling it. I portrayed then a street in the ghetto on a rainy night, with greasy mud shining on the cobblestones and the shapeless figure of a man slouched in a doorway. This was called powerful, the awakening of an American Franz Hals, one critic termed it. But I knew better. Beside the work I could do under powerful stimulus and inspiration, this was slush, slime. I hated it. Even waterscapes did not satisfy. I painted half of one picture depicting 2 sooty, straining tugs bringing a great leviathan of a steamer into harbor. But this I never finished. I felt as if I'd drool at the mouth while I was working. Thus 2 more years went by, happy enough when I was with Beatrice, but sad and savage when I was by myself in the studio. My wife had blossomed early into the full beauty of womanhood, and yet she retained enough of modesty and reticence of self that I never wearied of her. Because up to this time, when I turned 33 years of age, the powers of both of us, physical and mental, had been on the increase, we were still exploring the delights of love and true affection. There was an impelling force within me, however, which would not be denied. I had been born to accomplish great things. Weak compromise, or weaker yielding to delights of the mind and body, could but heap fresh fuel on the flame which consumed me when I got off by myself. I fought against it months longer, but in the end I had to yield. With fear and trepidation, struggling with ambition and lust within me, I took a trip to a distant town of New York State, procured a fine-blooded mare, and repeated the experiment which had lost me the friendship of Garnerese and my Parisian contemporaries. All in vain. Out of the hideous slaughter of the animal I obtained only a single grim picture, a canvas which I painted weeks later when the shudder of revulsion in my frame had died down somewhat. I called the picture Cannibalism, for it showed African savages gorging themselves on human flesh. It never sold, for the instant I placed it on the exhibition the art censors of New York threw it under ban, and I believe no one really wanted the thing in his house. I did not like it myself, and finally, after much urging by my wife, I burned it. This sacrifice, however, merely accentuated the fury in my heart. I must do better than that. Since I have told you of my other periods of frenzy and self-hatred, I may pass over the ensuing month. One day the inspiration for my last great picture came, and as with the second, through pure accident. Beatrice was cutting weeds in the garden with a sickle, while I sat cross-legged beside her watching. I always could find surcease from discontent in being near her, and watching the fine play of animal forces in her supple body. The sickle slipped. Beatrice cried out, and I jumped to place a handkerchief over the wound that lay open on her wrist, but not before my eyes had caught the sight of the red blood bubbling out upon her satiny skin. A madness leaped into my soul. My fingers trembled, and a throbbing made itself felt in my temples as I laved on antiseptic and bound a bandage over the wound. This was the logical, the inevitable conclusion. She was my mate. She was in duty bound to furnish inspiration for the picture I must paint. My masterpiece. I, of course, told Beatrice nothing of what was passing in my mind, but went immediately about my preparations. I placed a cot in the studio, fastening strong straps to it. Then I made ready a gag and sharpened a keen Weiss knife, I possessed until its edge would cut a hair at a touch. Last I made ready my canvas. She came at my call. At first, when I seized her and tore off her clothing, she thought me joking and protested laughing. When I came to placing the gag and bound her arms and legs with strong straps, however, the terror of death began to steal into her dark eyes. To show her that I loved her still, no matter what duty impelled me to do, I kissed her hair, her eyes, her breast. Then I set to work. In a few minutes I was away and painting as I had never painted before. A red stream dripped from the steel cot down to the floor and ran slowly toward where I stood. It elated me. I felt the fire of a fervor of inspiration greater than ever had beset me. I painted. This was my masterpiece. Drunk with the fury of creation, I threw myself on the floor in the midst of the red puddle, time and time again. I even dipped my brushes in it. Mad with the delight of unstinted accomplishment, I kept on and on until late in the evening I heard my little daughter crying in her room for the dinner she had not received. Then I went downstairs, laughing at the horror I saw in the faces of the servants. They found Beatrice, of course. The servants phoned immediately for the police. I fooled them all, however. I knew that they might do something to me. Such is the lack of understanding against which true artists always must labor. So I took the canvas of my masterpiece and hid it in a secret cupboard in the wall known only to myself. I did not care what they did to me, but this picture, for which Beatrice had offered up her love and life, was sacred. They came and took me away. Then ensued a terrible scandal and some foolish examinations of me in which I took not the slightest interest. And then they put me here. I have not been in duress all the time, though. Oh, no. 3 years later, some of my old friends contrived at escape and secreted me away to the South Seas. There they gave me a studio, meaning to allow me to paint. I was guarded, though. They would not allow me full freedom. I painted, but I have not the slightest idea what was done with those canvases. I had no interest in them personally. All I could think of now was the one great masterpiece hidden in the cupboard of my old studio. I wanted to see it, to glory in the flame of color and in the tremendous conception itself. At last I gave my guards the slip, and after long wandering about in native prowess, made my way to this country again to New York. I found the canvas and, rolling it, secreted it upon my person. Then I went out and gave myself up to them. I was brought here again. Imprisonment was not important to me any more. I was getting old. Though I would like to be released now, it is a matter of less urgency than before, because I have with me always my masterpiece. See? The old man tugged at something inside his blouse and brought forth a dirtied roll, which he unsnapped with fingers that trembled in eagerness. "See, madam," he repeated triumphantly. And before my horrified eyes, he unrolled a blank square of white canvas. End of section 17. End of Weird Tales Presents Asylum Atrocities.